those words.
I'm
Would
going
you
to
agree,
beat you
Looney
both.
Tunes? Would you agree, Looney Tunes? Does he need to learn some lessons?
Um. So, I
Okay,
fight. Where
okay,
we
Brendan.
where we off? Like, cause like,
Number two. What's you? I said negative. You said positive, which I
yes,
don't think Farney
I
would even agree. Break it even zero, but we'll see how he chimes in on that
I,
one.
I
But
said the descriptors
You
are
lied.
positive things,
I just hit
giving
I
men
just hit the
the
respeed
descriptors.
button.
okay, thanks, Brandon.
Brendan, don't interrupt. When I said like the descriptors, we now have these descriptors, right? That's a positive thing. Um,
Okay.
I would say even the fact that men have been talking about the issues or problems that they're having, is also a positive thing. I just think that the place where it becomes negative is that the division that it causes and like
Uh huh.
the lack of the lack of, again, actionable advice
Uh huh.
that people could take. So there has been marginal positive effects,
Oh,
but
dude.
not over. I still think it's still early, still too early
Glenn,
to
Glenn,
say.
do you know what I'm hearing from you is the old lowering your standards trap. You know, when you keep lowering your standards so far that you're so, Kurt James Cameron is at the bottom of the sea and he keeps lowering those standards lower and lower and lower. Your view of progress is like we made it up 2 feet, even though you're still like 3,000 feet below surface. And so like you're right in that sense that society's been fucked for so long that you guys have no comprehension of any
Well, I mean,
0 point
the
anymore.
way I look at it is like, think about this: if it wasn't for this space, right? If it wasn't for this space, we wouldn't have the conversation about, oh, what's going on with the patriarchy, what's going on with men here,
Yeah.
what's like, it's this space that has allowed these conversations to come ahead to what we are discussing now. I mean, before you weren't going to be talking about testosterone therapy for men because it was looked at as a negative thing. Now it's looked at as a very much a positive thing for guys to look into because your hormones are important to make sure your hormones are balanced to avoid stuff like depression or other issues. So I mean, it's been in this space that you know these conversations have taken place. So there has been positive things that have taken place in this area. Um, maybe not to the level of degree we may have liked, but it still had definitely has been positive outcomes because of it.
I would like Glenn to. I wish this were true. I wish we were making enough progress where you can start to barely see the sunlight trickling through the light. You know, when you start getting close enough to the surface where you're like, oh, I think I can almost see like a ray of sunshine, penetrating there. But I don't think we're even to that point yet. But I agree. I understand when you've been at the bottom of the sea for so long, you're like, hey guys, we raised up the submarine up to like 2 feet below the surface, the bottom of the sea, and so I'm like, yeah, that's progress, but you guys have got a long way to go. You're like, we're not even on the same
Yeah, but
ballpark yet.
that's but all great things take a long time.
I I
I mean,
I, I commend your effort, Glenn. Again, I'm fully supporting you,
all
bro.
great things comes to those who wait. So you got to wait, put in the work, stay
Dude,
consistent, and we
dude,
will slowly see the change that we want. Like
dude, I
also,
got
like,
I got grandchildren. They gotta get shit to get done
you
here.
ain't
So
got no grandchildren. Shut up.
not yet. Well, but
See, then
Phi
stop
Junior,
lying. Why are you lying?
because Phi Junior is gonna follow in his father's footsteps, and one day he's gonna knock up a bitch, and then he's gonna make a Phi Junior, and so then my grandchildren's gonna be
God
like,
forbid someone gives you a Phi Junior, let alone have a Phi Junior
too
Junior.
late, bro. Do you want to talk
Damn
to
it.
Phi Junior? You want to say hi to
No,
him?
no, 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 no.
No, I think that go against TOS.
So you could let children talk on
That's
YouTube.
not what I meant.
But anyways, Glenn, so my great grandchild is gonna be like, Uncle Glenn, are we making progress yet? And you're gonna be like, yeah, bro, we got
Your
two more
great
feet up.
grandchild will see the he'll be able to reap the rewards of our labor
I
if we
hope
stay
so.
consistent.
I hope so, bro. We got shit to get done.
I'm new, and my channel doesn't have any much. Doesn't have any swear words.
Oh, sorry, Brandon. That's why you shouldn't jump on panels where people can swear. So you gotta be
I'm
careful.
going on panels to try to have.
We'll try to clean it up next time for you, bro. We'll do
And
a kid friendly
and the
version
Glenn
next time.
user. If you have all sorts of tattoos all over your body,
Yeah, Glenn, what's
Yeah,
up with
fun.
that? How are you
Yeah.
leading? You
I
trying
plan on
to?
getting a few more too.
Are you trying to teach kids to get tattoos?
the
No.
needles, the painful needles.
Yeah,
No,
they're
not
painful. They
Only
hurt.
when you get them done on your ribs. That's when it's painful. But everything else is not painful at all.
The tattoos you put water on. If it had a tattoo, it probably would have been Looney Tunes character. It probably would have been Looney Tunes characters.
Yeah, you know, like the ones you get in cereal packets, man. You put the rub
Oh, the
on
temporary
tattoos.
tattoos, the fake tattoos.
Yeah, get those, Glenn.
You
Stop
can just
getting
apply
those
those every morning.
hardcore.
That's what
Glenn.
all these are. That's what all these are.
The wash off in the bath. All right, that's cool.
Yeah, I
And
just
Gen
put
X
'em on every
Jeff,
day.
I used to go on his channel like every day, about a month ago.
Yeah.
See, Brandon, I'm not on camera, but if you could see me, I'm just like Farney. I'm clean, so you should follow the
What are you trying to
example
say?
of
I'm
being
dirty?
Farney.
Trying to
Yes,
say I'm
look at
dirty?
you.
Like,
Look
you
at
know what?
you.
I'm not dirty. You know why? Because I wash my balls with Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. All right, a game changer. It adds pheromones. All right, that means the ladies will be attracted to your smelly, clean self. All right. So if you need to learn a little bit more about this great product that I have to offer, you can click the link in the description, or you can just watch this great little clip that I made. This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.
And now a word from our sponsors.
I used to be
yeah.
on Gen X Jeff's channel almost every
Whose
day.
channel? Jeff?
Brandon, Gen X Jeff is a gay devil worshiper. You need to find better people to follow, dude. Follow
He used
5.
to-
Follow me. Listen to my words, Brandon. Don't listen to Gen X Jeff anymore.
Don't follow this iffy guy, man. He's iffy for a reason.
See, this is the problem with Canadians. They
Oh,
have
yeah.
no balls.
And what if you came to my panel for a stream?
I will. Yeah, if you want to hear a sermon about the gospel, I'll be happy to share the good news with you. Does that sound
What
good,
about-
Brandon?
Or what about the other two people here? I
Oh
had to
no, they're
know him first
they're
before I
godless
start
heathens. Don't worry
streaming
about
this.
them. Farney's a godless heathen, and Glenn has the mark of the beast all over his skin. So
He has
Don't
tattoos all
follow
over his
them.
skin.
The guy that's educated you on scripture, you're calling a godless heathen. Okay, bud.
I tried to teach Glenn love and respect, and I gave him 3 strikes until he finally turned the button on.
Hey, Iffy, would that fall under your definition of respect? Like, did you just show us respect, man?
See, I maintain my authority, Varney, but I showed
And Gen
love.
X Jeff says, I have
Do
the
you
best
see the
stream.
difference? Gen X Jeff again is a devil worshipping gay dude. Brandon, just find better people.
I may have the
Find better role models.
He's like literally he's in the chat like and right now as I'm watching like
Come on up, Jeff. Come on up, Jeff. Let's
he
have a
says
little
he's
talk.
watching from your restream too. It's
Yeah,
funny.
no, he's the only person that watches my stream, by the way. That's
You only have
me.
one follower, one sub.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
Jeff. He's the only person that watches my channel.
Interesting.
We already covered this on
I
Sarah's
do watch your
channel.
channel sometime, but I only watch when they have a panel link in the chat.
But that's good. See, even Jeff is capable of learning. So, Brandon, there's hope for everyone.
Hey Bill, who are you talking about? Iffy. Who's Iffy?
He's talking about
He's
Wi-Fi.
talking about Wi-Fi.
He's talking about Wi-Fi.
Yeah,
And
be
many,
cool around Brandon. Stop.
Yeah,
with the
Brandon
edge
seems like a cool dude, man. Don't listen to this iffy dude, man.
What are you talking about? Edgy talk? I said the
Oh.
gospel, dude. Chill
yeah,
out.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
but
really bring back
you
people's
shouldn't
child.
learn. You shouldn't learn theology from Iffy. He
Oh,
believes
well, we
that.
should learn it from Farney. Okay, Farney, tell us about the one true God.
Me, I
Enlighten us.
usually saw.
Well, he is a triune God.
I bring back
He's a
people's
good
childhood.
God.
I bring back people's childhood on my panels.
What's that,
Okay.
bud?
I mainly
He's
saw
a
people's
wonderful
childhood
God.
memories on my panels, like classics.
Okay, that's cool.
Classic what? Tunes or something, man?
Yeah, like
Uh-huh.
Looney Tunes.
That's cool, man.
Do you
It's
have
You're
favorite
Wabbit
you
Looney
like
Tunes?
Felix the
Duck
Cat
season.
and stuff like that, man.
I think he's just a Looney Tunes fan. We'll skip
iFi's
that.
favorite character in Looney Tunes is Pepe Le Pew.
Pepe
No.
Le Pew is pretty cool, man.
He's the most SA.
Yeah, he
Break
switches to Pepe. Yo, he got
Can you
Pepe.
do a Daffy Duck for me, Brandon? I'm more of a Daffy fan.
There you
go.
Look
There's
at
the
how
man.
fast he is. I'm bringing him up too. Woo!
It's duck season. Wabbit
Wabbit
season.
season.
Woo, woo, woo.
Duck
I like
season.
the original Daffy Duck. He was one of my favorite. The
All right, so I'm gonna ask you guys a couple more questions.
little off topic now.
Yeah, we're going changing topics. Here we go. So Aaron Clary on his short YouTube stream video said Christian conservative women are worse than secular women. Any thoughts, panel?
Are we talking about rhino women? Are we talking about pearly kind of women? Like, what do you mean by
Trad
conservative?
con women.
I think he means Kino women, right? Christian.
Give me an
name
example
only.
of a tradcon woman. Give me one example.
Okay, how about we'll say perfect tradcon would be like Lauren Boebert.
Bill
I thought
Hicks,
you were gonna say
Castle
Lauren
Newton is
Chin.
so much
Lauren
better
Boebert.
than the new 3D animation stuff.
Boebert? She's too political, dude.
Yeah, man.
But that's a tradcon. Okay, you could say Lauren Chen. You could even say
Do you remember what Boebert was in the news for recently, Glenn?
oh yeah. I
That's
know.
your tradcon example?
Well, that's
Senior
what,
Lawrence?
that was she falls under that category. 'Cause
That's
she
what-
said
see?
she says she's a Christian conservative that just happens to stroke
Does
People
Glenn the
off
Tattoo Man
in the
have a
middle
favorite
of,
character?
in the middle
Yeah,
of
I see Sylvester. Thank you, Brandon. I just said rhino women, meaning no, that's not tradcon women. Just because rhino women appear in the public arena doesn't mean they're tradcon women. Here, let me give you one,
again,
Glenn. I'll give you
Christian
the answer.
conservative women. So you could say how about Allie Beth Stuckey or you could say Lauren Chen, you could say who's the other one?
No, I got a good one for you. Hold on.
Okay, then just say them.
I'm gonna link it to you, bro. I very rarely plug people, but there's one person that got on my radar, so I'm going to plug her. I wish she was better
I
organized.
really am resisting saying a rude comment right now.
How about Instagram? Is that good enough?
What?
Oh, he's gone. He got foghorn leghorned out of the panel. So, I would say that Christian conservative women, if you're talking about like this new ageism, like effeminate, like
Let's just say like the modern day Christian conservative women that we see, these evangelical,
Here you go. Here you guys go.
yeah, like the big names that you're seeing out there, right? Like the
Present.
influencers and stuff.
This is a tradcon woman. You guys need to find out who this person is and learn from her.
why would I learn from a woman? I'm not supposed to learn from
Because she is one of the founders of the Young Youth Against Socialism or something. I can't remember the name of her organization, but if you look up it's like YAAS or something like that. I think it's like Young American Association Against Socialism or something. I can't remember the name of her group, but anyways, super hot, totally tradcon. She hates socialism, so she's already a honorary member of Conservataria, and she's what the conservatives should be. You hear about all these, like rhino chicks and pearls, and even Lauren Chen. I'm gonna give Lauren Chen a lot of leeway because she's still learning, but she's so easily swayable that even a Andrew Wilson can knock her off, and so that's the problem with women. This is why women don't lead, by the way. But anyways, if women could lead, they would look like this. So there you go, guys. Put that poster up on your wall. Dream about one day becoming a TradCon man, and you can achieve this goal. Oh,
Yeah,
she already
just-
got married. Never mind.
Yeah, I already looked her up. I'm looking at her YouTube right now, or her Instagram right now. Interesting.
already
got
but I'm
married.
saying,
She's on-
okay, you're missing the question though.
Wait, hold on. She's on Instagram?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go back to her previous thing.
Yes.
No longer on social media.
Oh, she got
So
married.
she's
Look
a
at-
liar.
Look at the bottom left picture.
So she's a liar.
Oh yeah, because Instagram is social media. But yeah.
How
whatever.
is it not? It's a public Instagram. How's that
I think
not
she means
social
she doesn't
media?
respond anymore. Like she won't, like get in
But
chat
she's sure
rooms.
putting herself out there, isn't she?
No,
It's funny
she's
because
not.
like my aunt and a bunch of other people like follow her.
Yeah, she's putting herself out there. Look at all the pictures across the bottom, dude. I think
No,
she's
I'm
pretty
saying
clear.
Instagram, man.
I think
Anyways,
she's pretty clear about
so
what
you're
she's
missing
doing.
the question though. The question is basically, are these
I didn't look at
TradCon
her
women,
Instagram,
Christian
but-
conservative women, worse than secular women?
Some of them are. Most of them are. Not the few exceptions that I just presented. So there is hope out there, fellas, but it's like a unicorn. It's your odds are better at winning the lottery than finding one of these chicks. So
I
Good
say
luck.
press in most of them, you'll find out that they're secretly feminist and all this stuff.
I
Nope.
say the only difference between TradCon women and feminist women is their position on abortion.
I bet Morgan is pro life. So there you go. See, there are
But
women with standards.
but you're missing what I'm saying. I said the
I know what
difference
you're
between-
saying. I got it.
The only difference is their position on abortion.
Well, that position matters, so that's why you don't compromise your standards, fellas. We got standards for a reason.
But again, that's not saying all. I'm just saying like the majority of the women that grew up in the last 40 years,
Oh yeah,
Right.
they're fucked, dude. That's it's a
the last 40
cultural
years of these like Christian conservative women, this is how you know she is not a real, Christian conservative woman. If she says, I let my husband lead, or I let my husband anything,
Uh-huh.
no. There's your test. The next question. At Glenn. Although not all black pill is right,
Bill had
But do you
said
think that-
50,000, so
do you think that looks, height, money, and status prescriptions? But do you think the looks, height, money, and status to prescriptions?
That's awkwardly written. I don't.
I'm thinking he's saying, do I agree basically that looks, money, height, and status?
I think that he's saying that when Black Pill is saying that it's hopeless because they don't have the looks, they don't have the height, they don't have the money, and they don't have the status.
Yeah.
He's asking if they are right in that assumption, right? That,
Yes and no. I'll say that. Like, if you think that women are just gonna love you just the way that you are, and you don't have to work at it, like men have to become, women just are. All right, that's just the way it is. Men have to become something worthy of a woman's attention. All right, and women just are. So with that being said, yes, I think a guy needs to work on his looks. It means take care of yourself. I mean, no, you don't have to look like Giga Chad, but don't look like a fat slob. All right, care about, show her that you are okay. You, the way you present yourself, you will always be your best business card. In the sense, like how you present yourself is how people are going to view you. If you are a fat slob that's broke, right? Then yeah, she's gonna be like, why? Why would she? But some of these things you could work on. You could work on your looks. You could work on getting in better shape. Okay. You could work on your money. right? No, you can't work on your height. But I know a lot of short guys that don't have problems with women because they compensate in other areas, right? Like it's not all, doom and gloom. So yes, you could work on your presentation, your looks, right? You could work on your finances. Okay. Yes, status does matter because women they have the hive mind. So, but that status doesn't mean you have to be famous, a celebrity that everybody knows. You can have good, good reputation and good status among your peer group, among your immediate friends, your work, like that's important. That to her is like, oh, this guy's a somebody in his group. That's part of status. So yes, those things do matter to a degree, but maybe not as important as you think they do, but they do matter. So if you're not taking care of your looks, if you don't even care how you look, why the fuck would you think she cares about how you view her?
Also, this gets back to the culture problem that I keep harping on. So again, obviously we have standards, women have their standards. The problem is when you let women direct culture. And so this is exactly the conversations you have. Even though they expect, good looking rich dudes, if you let them dictate the standards that we're all shooting for, you're going to end up with the Andrew Tates taking over the culture. And that's where we are now, because that's what's important to society, not whether or not men have, honor or morality or, any sort of like leadership abilities and understanding of authority roles and yada yada yada. All that stuff doesn't matter. Just as long as you're tall and rich, Andrew Tate is the goal that we're all shooting for. And so that's
no
society we have now. Yes. How many people have heard of Glenn Lawrence versus Andrew Tate, sir?
I don't try to be like Andrew Tate. I try to be like Glenn Lawrence. He's cool. I like that guy.
How many people have heard of Andrew? How many people strive to become Andrew Tate versus Glenn Lawrence?
I don't want nobody to strive to be Glenn Lawrence. That'd be horrible for them.
I know, man.
And if they're trying to be Andrew Tate, that's even worse.
Be like Farney. Don't get tattoos.
I can't have tattoos.
That's like the one nice thing you've ever said to me, man. But you're insulting my buddy at the same time. What's going on here?
No, I love Glenn. He's trying to humble brag, but it doesn't work on us Christians. You can't use those Jedi mind tricks on us.
I'm not. What do you mean humble brag? Like,
I don't want anybody to be like me. I'm just
no, really, I don't. I tell people all the time, I don't want to be your hero. I don't want to be your leader. Stop. If you put me in that position, then you fucked up.
You don't want men to learn.
You slipped, England.
You don't want men to learn from their mistakes.
Up with the F word there, bud. You're
I meant to say fucked up.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
It's my stream. Why didn't I not?
Yeah, do what you want, man. Do what you want.
I say it all the time. Why would I? Just because someone else said like, not my problem. You're on my channel.
Glenn.
Sadly, I'm not a virgin, or I could say my virgin ears.
You don't want men to learn from their mistakes. You don't want men to get better.
I do. But I just
don't want people to be like you, Glenn. Stop humble bragging.
No, I don't want them to put me as their leader.
Why you don't have any leadership skills that young men could learn from?
I never said that.
You just said that. You just said I don't.
I just said I don't
want to be their hero.
I don't want to.
We need a hero.
He doesn't want people to fear and revere him.
No,
exactly. Exactly, Farney.
I don't want to be pedestalized.
Exactly.
No respect, Glenn. No respect. No love in here.
Just give it all.
Anyways,
to the
moving on.
Right?
All right. So now, the last question.
I told you I'd take your side, Farney. Let's get him.
The last question, Glenn. Currently, do you think the red pill is
I do have to get to know you guys first before I start re-streaming this.
Well, if you listen and hear what we're talking about, you'll learn a lot.
Yeah.
A lot.
Okay, so as I was saying, do you think the red pill is split
Avatar
between...
has one coyote.
Hey, Brandon, wait until he finishes reading the question, then you can answer it.
Okay, okie dokie. Beep, beep.
Do you think the red pill is split in between the conservative trad cons and PUAs And PUA interest dudes. Are they
There's
at odds with each other?
there's overlap, but obviously, with the PUA debates, that they're trying to trying to turn it into like a whole cultural problem. Obviously, you can be a tradcon, but your skills are lacking. So maybe again, you need leadership roles, Glenn. You need guys who know what they're talking about to kind of give some of those young grasshoppers, points of
I do.
advice.
I give people my opinion and share my point of view and tell them, make their own decision.
And even if it bleeds into the PUA space, it's not inherently evil to help dudes, with their communication skills. But obviously, you don't want to go full PUA and go right back into the Andrew Tate culture, which I just pointed out. That's the problem. It's like nobody knows when to stop. They just think like one thing is the answer. So yeah, but no,
Yeah,
they're not.
I would say like it is split into two groups. But I think that there's I think there's more guys that want just to find a wife or a girlfriend and settle down, than there are guys that want to be like the PUA type. That's just my opinion.
How do you find a wife without picking up chicks?
Well, I mean, like they're not. There's a difference. Like there's the guys that like want to just like spin plates, bang a bunch of chicks, have like a harem or whatever, and like just want to just like just. There's those guys, and there's guys that out there, dating with intention.
I think this is the old myth that you can, if you want a quality woman, you just go to church and it'll magically
No.
happen.
I think you could spin plates and date with intention, but it's not like you're like, you're just like, I'm out here playing the field and that's all I'm about. That's what I'm talking about. Like there's a difference where it's like constantly playing the field, and there's, those out there that are dating with intention and looking for, the one to marry, wife up, or, get an LTR. That's the difference.
But yeah, there's better ways to phrase it. I wouldn't call it pickup artists. Just.
But
men
no,
dating
I'm just using the terms that they within the two groups that they used in the question. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I would say that the pickup artist interest it would greatly depend on who you're referring to in that community. Some are better to talk to and more like open to the idea of traditional values, and not necessarily saying that you have to do pickup artistry. You can go for the traditional way. You can go for like a wife and religion, and like if you listen to Myron Gaines and Fresh talk about that stuff, they promote the pickup artist stuff all the time, but they also say if you want to use some of the life building skills that we're giving you, you can use it to also get a more traditional woman and stuff like that.
But if you're a good guy, you go over to whatever for PUA tips to find those good wholesome women.
I don't think Brian really gives tips, does he?
That's a good question. What does he do over there? I don't know.
But no, I don't think he does.
Well, Glenn, there's your opportunity. You got a new business, PUA for Christians.
No,
go for it, bro.
No.
No, you're not going to help young men figure out how to pick up women so they can find the right one.
I don't even know how to pick up women, man.
Go become a more righteous man.
I stumbled into this whole marriage thing. Okay?
You hold out your arms and you grab them and you lift them off the ground. That's how you pick up women.
Oh, I do that. I can curl them.
And that's why you need to work on your looks, because part of that can be your strength.
I'm not gonna play the clip where I'm shoulder pressing this chick in Caesar's Palace at the casino. Not doing that.
Anyway, speaking of business opportunities, I do have a movie idea for you. So here's a great one. Since you love comedy so much, here's a new comedy movie idea. So, are you familiar with Idiocracy? Have you seen that movie?
Yes.
Okay. Now imagine a world in which Idiocracy is the reality, and then inside that world, they decided to make a movie called Idiocracy, and then it turns out it's just our world. And you don't even have to like make a movie. All you have to do is just show a bunch of clips of like, the panel verse and shit, and the news and whatever else. Because it's so fucking retarded that even the people in the Idiocracy world were like, can you imagine people this dumb? But anyways, that's my pitch for a new comedy movie. It's called Welcome to Reality, Kids. Enjoy the ride.
I agree.
What do you think, Farn? Do you like it? Does it got that pizzazz? Is it too deep?
I think people are already making short films about that all over the internet.
Is it too meta? What do you think, Farney? Is it too, Inception?
Yeah, definitely not my style. No,
Probably won't
definitely
sell
not.
many tickets because
No.
this world's fucking retarded. So they don't
It
understand.
might be made for just for TV. Like
Yeah. It's for like the brainy people that
Straight
play
to
chess.
VHS, man.
Yeah, straight to Netflix streaming.
All right,
I know.
So let's dive into this
Okay.
live debate here.
They will walk
Tim.
around that field pooping, and the grass will grow greener.
Right.
Thomas Massey has the Klux capacitor, he calls it, where it pulls the chicken coop very slowly, so it spreads the chicken poop out, and then there's a big trail of lush green grass. But what do you think would happen if you put those chickens in one small area? Within a day, there's no grass left, and the amount of feces is piled up to such a degree, it is toxic. The chickens are getting sick from it. It smells horrible, and the rain can't dissipate it.
Right.
That's New York City. New York, LA, we have hyper concentrated all of our waste products, so it cannot effectively be dissipated into the environment in positive ways. So it's not so much about overpopulation, but hyper concentration of population is extremely destructive.
I agree. The suburbs are also very inefficient.
But I'm not sure though what that would have to do with a pro-natalist policy.
Hold on.
We got to have lots of
This
babies
is
and
my
spread 'em out.
argument.
Yeah, sure.
This is my argument. Look, I'm gonna give you a charitable interpretation of what you're saying, because I think
You can make it
I-
uncharitable.
Hold on. No. Because I think some
Who's this
cases,
guy?
Andrew, I think you're almost like trying to disagree with
that
me so that we
Andrew's
can get
debating.
more,
What's his name?
fireworks or whatever. And that,
I didn't come to a debate to be your buddy.
I understand. I didn't come here to make friends.
I didn't come here to make
Richard
friends.
Spencer.
Spencer?
So-
Anyway, go ahead.
okay.
Okay.
So what you're saying basically is you want to maintain America as it is, with family homes, kids in the playgrounds playing baseball.
Well, I would like to see at least the kids in the playground thing.
Exactly. Right.
I haven't seen that in a while.
Yeah, that's what you want,
Yeah.
right? There is, and I totally resonate with that as well. There is an overwhelming secular urge, and it's extremely intense among Zoomers towards anti-fertility.
Yeah, no.
And so I guess what I'm saying is I understand that. I love that too. But might there be a silver lining towards the sort of bottleneck that we're all experiencing? Because what we're breeding, it's not just religion. We're also breeding sort of antisocial behavior to some degree. And that's actually, an equivocal matter.
Yeah, but how would you
You're
become more
passing-
social
you're-
with less people?
Because it's the people who are passing the shit test who are having sex. Now that could be a multimillionaire who has a great home and 4 kids, Gavin Newsom style kind of thing.
I think it's just hypergamy. Is what's
Or
causing
it could
that.
be a lot of, to be brutally frank here, a lot of kind of dumb people who don't give a fuck. They don't have enough foresight to put on a condom, etc. They're just kind of producing this, and there's a tremendous amount of social dysfunction involved in the people of high birth rates. It's actually the
Gillian,
middle,
can you pause it for a
the
second?
top, say 2 to 9%.
So, Richard Spencer's the neo-Nazi guy, right?
I don't know. Obviously, Andrew Wilson's not.
I said Richard Spencer is the neo-Nazi guy, right?
I don't know if he's neo-Nazi or not.
I thought that's what he was known for.
I don't even know, dude.
Why did you kick me out?
We'll
Why are
keep
you
watching.
talking and interrupting?
All right, let's keep watching. I want to comment on this, but just find a good breaking point. But go
Okay.
ahead.
Are reproducing themselves. The bottom, like 40%, are also reproducing themselves. It's the middle that is, those dinks are middle class.
The top percentage also not reproducing.
You know,
much.
they actually are
not much.
I know, but they are reproducing themselves a
little bit more.
If you're super wealthy and stuff like that, you are likely to have children. The bottom are reproducing themselves, and it's actually dysfunctional. And we also have this kind of issue of of the Zoomers not even having sex, the amount of virgins that we have. So we're in this bottleneck. Only a few people are going to survive. Are you just badass enough that your genes are going to go on? Are you the guy who has tattoos and a leather jacket or like heavy metal band, you know, kind of
Shots
that
fired.
chicks love it because you're a
Yes, I
fucking
am.
alpha. You're a badass. They want your babies, whether they're going to
Thank
admit
you.
that to themselves
I know.
or not.
I know.
Those
Jealous.
people are going to survive. People who are
Stop it.
highly
Stop it. You're
intelligent and
making me
functional
blush.
are going to survive. There is going to be a bottleneck. We are experiencing that.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is
You're talking about
hypothetical.
social eugenics.
Well, it's not. But it's not like a program. It's just happening. This is where we
Yeah,
are.
that's why I didn't say it was a program.
Yeah.
But in a way, social eugenics is, if it's being postulated, you know, socially, if we're going to do, isn't there really kind of this silver lining that kind of the ADHD people and some of the people who are antisocial are just going to kind of, I don't know, wink out of existence,
They're-
and
those
that
people aren't.
and that they're not going to have children, and that's good because then we have kind of this thing, this master, you know, all the
ADD
people
is
who
not genetic,
survive
by
the
the
kind of
way.
master racish,
Right.
right? That's kind of what you're moving
Yes.
towards, right? Social
Yes.
eugenics, right? Yes.
Are
No, I
might
don't
there
think-
be
I
some
don't
silver
think-
linings to that
I don't think
bottleneck?
that's a silver
I don't
lining.
think
I
there's a-
don't think that just because you know, you are anti-natalist and you create even what you would consider to be some type of social paradise. I don't think it's a paradise. I think that all you're going to end up doing is creating a population of more starvation and of more suffering. I think you need to have the human capital available to support even 1 billion people. The logistics between nations is insane. Have you ever looked at it? It's insane. I don't even know how it's done. It's so complex. I think
Or is there
people
just,
who
like ships going all over the
not
place
just
around?
Yay,
ships and airplanes
globalism.
and freighters and
Yeah.
you know, everything going between everywhere.
Mhm.
You have to have the human capital, and you have to have the human capital to get into the mines and get out the gold and get out these different resources.
Mhm.
Even refining those resources and recycling them take human capital. It's not scalable. The reason it's not scalable is because you don't increase labor by double by having 2 people. You increase it 4 times, 5 times just by having a second person.
Yep.
So yes, labor multiplied by people, yeah, we need it, and we need it in a big way.
Mhm.
I don't know that going back to not, you know, 1 billion people, 900 million is necessarily going to make for this kind of utopia. I don't think it
It's-
will.
it's cultural.
AI.
It's not a
Yeah.
quantity
If
problem. It's a
you had
quality problem.
100,000 individuals that were born into this culture of like Spartan-esque warrior and scientific
boy.
values, you'd probably become a spacefaring nation very quickly, as opposed to 1 billion
We'd
people
be
who
on
just want to eat
Mars colonizing
Cheez-Its
it.
and, you
with
know,
Elon.
Exactly. There are a
bars.
billion Africans. Are they getting more productive? I mean, it's about quality and not
Yeah, but
quantity.
I'm not saying that.
I will
I'm
say
not
though,
saying that there's no
I
cultural.
think that
prism.
is, we're going to get into the race thing, but I think that's an overgeneralization
But that's really
too,
weird because
I
I
think
I
Nairobi,
bet
for
you're gonna get
instance,
into the race
actually has
thing.
a tremendous technological research hub.
well, not only that, but why? What I don't get about this is like, sure, okay, there's a cultural prism. If you had 100,000 Spartans, right, they're going to do way better than 100 million Africans or something.
Can you pause
Fine,
real quick,
I'll
Glenn?
concede that. But why wouldn't 500,000 Spartans do better? That is what I
But-
don't
but we
understand.
get
Or
it,
1
but
million
because
Spartans
you
do
live
better.
on this planet, and you can't just pick
He's
and
probably
choose.
taking a nap.
Like-
Oh, there he is. So, Glenn, before they get into the race thing, do you want to make any bets on whether or not Andrew Wilson would indicate what his Christian nationalism would look like? Because I would sure love to hear his thoughts on that topic. But let's see
Do
if
I
they
wanna
get into
bet
it.
like what? Like he's going to say he's going to give them the Christian nationalism?
I hope so. That's his whole point. That's his whole shtick is Christian nationalism.
Like what are we like betting though?
I want to bet that the neo-Nazi in the room has an awkward moment when he's talking to the Christian nationalist in the room about what Christian nationalism would look like. And so it's funny how a lot of people try to pretend like that topic won't come up, but it will eventually. And I'm curious on how Andrew Wilson's going to respond because that's a debate he'll never have with me, I guarantee you. But anyways, I'm just curious if you have any guesses on what his take would be, because obviously
I don't.
Richard's going to be arguing from a secular point of view that whites are the best future for America.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Okay, I was just seeing if if you had any guesses, or Farney, but we'll just watch and wait and see if he spills the beans. Go ahead.
Could argue that you're saying the productivity argument. If you have 4, that's not 4 times better. It's like 16.
Yeah, it's like 24
I'll
times
grant,
better.
I'll
yeah.
grant it to you. I could also say with dysfunctional people, it's like 16 times worse. Like,
no, well, dysfunctional. It depends on the type of dysfunction. But the thing is, for basic labor, you don't need to have. Here's the other thing that people always forget: people with really high IQs, they're fucking dysfunctional.
I agree.
They are super dysfunctional. They have
agree with
tons of mental illness. They have tons of
Excellent to know.
If you want to be a
huge
pro at
problems.
it,
This is actually true. A direct correlation: the higher the IQ, the more likely they're mentally ill.
Yeah,
That's
they suffer
crazy.
from massive depression, and the chances are it's going to be genetic to their children. They're spreading the type of social unease you're talking about with ADHD and depression and this type of thing. Why don't you start with the high IQ people?
I
They have it worse than anyone.
The be all end all is wrong.
Absolutely.
Straight up wrong.
Of course it is.
There's this really funny meme of income by IQ chart, and it shows IQ or income is on the left and IQ is on the bottom, and it slowly goes up. The higher the IQ, the higher the income. But there's one person with an IQ at 75 who makes the highest. It's like 1.4 million per year, and people are like, "Damn, I gotta figure out what that is." And it's like, "Oh, he's a professional athlete." I'm not trying to be a dick to professional athletes,
right?
But you got a really dumb guy who can triple backflip, and he's slamming every dunk and he's making every touchdown pass.
Yeah,
I mean, it's you can become successful, powerful, wealthy, and IQ doesn't guarantee that. Persistence does. But ultimately, though, I think the issue is, for me, I don't care about where you're from, what you do. It's about productivity.
Yeah.
So, you mentioned Africa, for instance. It's managerial power. So you need people who can carry bricks. You need people who can solve math. I don't care where that comes from or who can do it. What your background is, just do the job. So in the United States, the problem we have is people have brought this point up in China. They ask a child, what do you want to be when you grow up? They say astronaut. You ask an American kid, they say influencer. Influencers don't do anything.
Basketball
Like
player.
what am I doing? I complain on the internet for a living? Heavens help me. We need I've longed for this since I was a kid. We need a society that champions astronauts, engineers. I'm glad Elon Musk has become as popular as he has been as a celebrity for being an industrialist.
Follow me.
Because the idea needs to be, as we're talking about TikTok algorithms promoting family, if we had award ceremonies and national television show, like major, the Emmys was more about technological advancement, scientific advancement, or labor achievement, that's what people would look up to and want to be. Because at the root, for most people, they're just trying to figure out how to be accepted.
Yeah.
So if some little kid is like, I want people to clap for me, it's like, well, here's how you do it. You build a spaceship. Then they're going to be like, I want to do that.
Yeah.
But the thing that's interesting is blue collar is making its way back in. It's becoming a thing which is trendy to move towards again.
But this is what I mean. Like, we should have an award ceremony for the dude who laid the most bricks in a building.
Yeah.
And I'm somewhat kidding.
Pause real quick.
But having
Lynn.
some dude come in
Why?
who's like
Hold
just
on.
a dad wearing a.
I mean, why kid?
Okay,
That
let's
sounds
not
like
talk about it.
just
Let
a
Tim
Hold
wrap
on,
it
I
up.
can't-
virtuous
wanna
undertaking to
listen
be
to-
like you've laid more bricks than anybody else in the entire world. That's awesome.
We should have competitions like construction competitions and things like that, where, I like sports. I like
But you know
watching.
why you can't do that? Because he doesn't include women. Right?
can include-
can't-
you can have the
no,
women's
you
construction.
can't if it's not inclusive to women in a trade.
Make a women's
You
division.
can't glorify
we
it
could
in
have
any
Mother of the
way.
Year.
That's a massive.
Yeah,
There's
absolutely.
just
massive
not enough
problem.
women who are construction
My-
workers
my-
and have jackhammers.
My point is, perhaps it's
Right.
because people don't want to think about work. It's like, dude, I did it all day. Now I kind of want to do something else. So we have hobbies.
Mhm.
And you like watching sports on TV because it's just like, let me relax. I love construction. I'm the best at it. I can talk you around a building all day and night. But after I'm done with it, I want to zone out and relax to recharge my batteries. That's probably why people like watching other things. But I'm just saying, in general, if our society from the ground up was promoting hyper productivity, then we'd be spacefaring, right? It's a society that neglects its youth. And this is what the United States does that produces degeneracy. The example I'll give you is it's always quite shocking to me growing up. The most important formative years of a human being's life, and this is scientifically proven, is 0 through 5. The development of neural pathways in the brain exponentially larger and diminish after that age. And so a baby from 0 to 5 their brain is rapidly developing and creating the pathways which will allow them to function, calculate, think, solve problems.
That's why malnourishment in a child is so awful.
But what's fascinating is when they have discovered children who are chained in basements by evil predators or who were neglected, they can never learn to speak properly. The famous story is like the little girl who was found like chained up in a basement. She was 14 and 15. By the time she was in her 20s, even with as much education as they gave her, she could not speak English.
Wow.
She could only grunt. She could say hungry, tired, but she couldn't articulate complex
Sounds like
thoughts because the neural
speaks words
pathways
to
never
me.
developed.
And she's an influencer now.
That's right. One of the most famous. But in American society, we completely ignore 0 through 5. Completely. That's a time period where today parents are sticking an iPad in front of the baby and pressing play and leaving the room.
Yeah.
That is this is going to gum up the brains of the next
Borderline
generation.
child abuse.
Or just outright societal failure child abuse. So if you took every kid in this country and instead of playing some weird video of a guy singing, oh, dude, let me tell you a story, man. And I'm not trying to be mean to my friend here, but you know, his kid's watching some show and it's this weird guy. I turned it off. I couldn't help. He was going, and I'm like, why is this kid watching this?
Yeah.
And so I was like, I put on David Attenborough talking about frogs. And he was like, the poison dart frog takes his child, the tadpole, and finds a small place to keep. And I'm like, and I'm going, wow. And the kid all of a sudden is like, oh, like watching.
Yeah.
And I was just like, this is what we're doing in the modern age. If instead we were playing, and this has got to be BBC documentaries, play a video of someone playing chess. People, I really can't stand how they say that kids are dumb. They're like, kids are too stupid and they don't listen.
Yeah.
No. The mental capacity of a child, the potential is nigh infinite. I mean that figuratively. But because the data has not been installed into the machine, you assume it's incapable. That's like buying a brand new high-end gaming computer desktop for 10 grand and then being like, it sucks. It doesn't do anything. It's like, well, did you install any games on
I mean,
it?
is it worse though to put the iPad in front of them than Sesame Street?
I think they're all bad.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is that all through the 80s and 90s,
terrible.
They also were putting them in front of the TV for, Saturday morning cartoons or this or that, or, any number of different things.
All bad.
But most of those people still don't seem to be nearly as fucked up as the Zoomers are, even though they were put in front of this, right?
It's all bad and it's continually getting worse. Children used to be raised alongside their parents. The 2-year-old son was walking around the dad's carpentry shop, watching him and garbling.
Now that I think that it's what's being interpreted also, which is the big problem. That's why I think that if you're watching Sesame Street, right now, as bad as Sesame Street is, I think it gave you different values than what you're talking about here. Nom, 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 right? So if the TV is raising you, maybe at least it's raising you with an idea of something that's not whatever that is. But I agree with you that
hundreds of millions
that
of
the
views on this
interpretation of how children do things, walking through the shop with dad, going out with their parents, seeing mom and dad love each other, things like that.
Playing.
Yes, that's
playing
huge.
Yes.
T-ball.
But the
All of that's
interpretation,
just as important, in fact.
Yeah, it's all
the
absorbed.
The Zoomers are like, we're terrified of going outside. It's not even they're terrified of women or having sex or whatever. They're terrified of like leaving their home.
And it's crazy too, because people don't realize this. The media will insult incels all day and night, but women are in the same boat.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say the identical boat, in very similar position as young men. There was a viral video where a 20-something-year-old attractive woman was saying like, haha, I have no friends and I've never dated a guy before. And haha, I don't know what to do. And haha, all these guys think I haven't made. Very socially awkward, weird, but attractive. And I'm like, kind of wild. If she just went out and partied with friends at a bar, she'd meet a guy.
Sure.
Yeah.
But they're
she's antisocial.
Yeah, exactly. They're locked in this internet realm. I hate all children's content. I think it is all bad, all of it. I like the Daily Wire. I love what they're doing with Bent Key because it's
The Muppets are the best, though. I don't care what he says. I like the Muppets.
it's a reversal from where we're at.
Was G.I. Joe that bad?
No, you should let your kids watch the Daily Wire.
G.I.
You're not
Joe's okay,
listening.
actually.
Yeah, G.I. Joe's all right.
I don't like I really don't like anthropomorphized children's animal shows.
Like Bambi.
I don't like, so like, I'm going to call it the Daily Wire specifically, but though with respect, there's other people who can call it that's worse. Like Chipchilla, they're doing a kid where it's like what is it? A chinchilla family. And I'm like, don't don't give kids anthropomorphized animals to identify with. Give them humans doing real things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's just anti-furry.
I understand why they're doing it. So with all due respect, I think this is relating. This kind of thing. It's a cascade failure, where one beleaguered generation will produce an even more beleaguered generation, and it will continually decline. Perhaps, however, this is the natural flow of its natural selection.
We can turn it around, and here I think we'll have broad agreement. So much of American society is kind of letting technology happen or something. It's like, oh wow, at one point we have books and now we have iPads and we have it's just this liberalism of kind of hands off of social development. At one time we were men and women in a family, now we're gays, and so they're conservatives. And I say this as someone who's outside of their realm. You ultimately have to assert your will on the world.
Yes.
In
that's true.
order to transform it. You can't just say, just leave me alone, I'm okay, and so on. You need to say, no, we're actually, I mean, and I'm not necessarily supporting this, but let's ban iPads. You can't own a television until you're 18 or something like that, hypothetically speaking. And we have compulsory athletics. You must participate. You must socialize.
Well, one of the biggest problems that conservatives ran into, they fell into the libertarian movement too much.
Yeah.
And conservatives forgot, and Christian conservatives forgot that if secularists are allowed to wield power, so are you. It's okay for you, and secularists will say this all the time.
Secularists aren't actually secularists. It's just a weird new religion.
I mean, I agree, but what they're saying is they're like, if you're a Christian and Christianity is what informs your value, you can't rule like that.
Right.
That you're not allowed to rule if that's the case. Yes, you are, and you should, and we need that more than anything. And so this was a huge con job, from my perspective. How many conservatives went over to libertarianism, and they really shouldn't have, because it convinced them not to seize what you're talking about, which is power. We have a right to move towards power. When you're talking about Christian populism, Christian nationalism, the reason it's becoming popular is because the people who are promoting it are saying the one thing that we've forgotten for a long time. It's okay for you as a Christian to wield power, even absolute power, just like it is for the secularists.
This is what I absolutely cannot stand, is like the left is right now screaming, liberals, I should say, are screaming, if Donald Trump gets elected, he's going to come after his political enemies. And I'm like, that's what you're doing.
That's right.
And then conservatives are like, no, we won't. We swear. That's not what we want to do. And I'm like, who cares?
Yes, it is.
I don't care what
That's exactly what I want to do.
I don't care what they think anymore. I'm like, I said this a couple years ago, when you come to me and say, oh, you can't say that because these liberals are sex. I'm like, that's France. That's like coming to me and being like, your stance on immigration is wrong because you're going to lose the people over here. They don't like what you're saying. And I'm like, why do I care what France is doing?
Mm-hmm.
I am not France. I do not participate in their elections. They operate independent of themselves, and they try to exert authority over internationally, as any nation would do. When you come to me and talk about New York and how liberals are complaining about stuff, I'm like, why do you care what New York liberals think? That's like arguing. We are so separate at this point. All that matters is you recognize the power systems as they are, how to win elections, and how to wield the power you've gotten.
That's
to
right.
defend your values and make this country a better place.
Well, you make a good point with this, and I've seen this a lot. The kind of liberal media tour on, if Donald Trump is elected, he's going to go for revenge. And you kind of brought this up just a second ago. The reason that's such a good point is because you're also right. The entire fiasco going on with Trump right now, his prosecution, that's all revenge.
Right.
100% that's revenge. There's no doubt that that's revenge. When that election, or when the verdict was read, the entire internet went crazy with leftists going, that's right. Next is the orange jumpsuit. We're going to get you. And you MAGA people are next. It's total revenge. But for some reason, the idea that if Trump gets elected, he's going to come in and clean house with your ass next, that's unacceptable. What's sad to me, though, is that conservatives of all stripes fall for this shit time and time again and go, no, we're going to be better than you. What?
Right.
What?
Don't you think, and I'll try to kind of
Hey,
bring
Glenn,
this
man.
full circle to where
I gotta
we
get
began.
going.
I have this idea of the last election,
Okay, fine.
and
Yep.
this goes
Thanks
back
for
to
having me. It's good being on the
problem.
panel.
Thank you for joining the conversation.
Yeah, man. It was good. It was good. Hope you have. a
You always
wonderful
bring
day.
good talking points.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Sorry
That's
if
why
I'm a
I
little intense with them at times, man, but
That means you're just spirited.
that's why I've always been told, right? Passion, right?
That's
All right,
right.
man. Be well, man.
You as well. I guess this is a good time to pause for I-Fi. What did he wanted to say?
Well, I'm
I know
eating
he's waiting
breakfast,
for
dude.
something.
Don't worry. We're watching a video.
Okay.
To my support of Joe Biden, he's a geriatric manager of a declining empire, right? And so he
So
has
he's,
to be-
he's drinking his Ensure, and
yeah,
he's
it's
managing.
even Clinton was, I think he's in his 40s when he was elected. He was kind of young and vital and so on. Now we have this old man running. It really reminds me of the Soviet Union, in fact, of a Brezhnev area where we're having these premiers die, and the next one is comatose and et cetera. It reminds me of where we are in terms of the liberal managers. But don't you think this is the last election in the sense that it's hard to see beyond it? It's hard to imagine someone replacing Trump. I think even the DeSantis failure was an expression of that. But also, regardless of which way the election goes, the other side can't accept it because the liberals have criminalized Trump in some ways for legitimate reasons, I should say, but I'll put that aside for the moment. They've criminalized Trump. How could you let him win? How could you hand the keys to the Ferrari over to this man who you've declared has stolen documents?
Well, they're not going to.
And secondly, J6, and we don't have to go into all this stuff about J6 or whatever, but it's like that was clearly an expression of outrage of just, no, we will not let this happen. We're going in there. They said it themselves. It's a revolution, baby. And so where does, I feel like we've reached an endpoint in 2024 where I can't see over the horizon and there's nothing after.
I completely agree.
Don't you think that that's kind of a terminal take? So if you look at especially terminally online take, if you look at what the average Americans are thinking when they're looking at this, I think that they can. I think that they can see a future past Trump and Biden. I think that if they just have a normal run-of-the-mill liberal, kind of presidency next time, they'll be fine with that. They'll be fine with other progressives like Clinton coming in. I think they'll be fine with that.
But
it's on the Republican conservative side, I think, that we're having the trouble seeing past the populist. We're having trouble seeing past how do we get back to anything that's not Trump-like, anything that's not that kind of social Molotov cocktail or hand grenade thrown in to wreck the establishment. I don't think the progressive left gives a shit. I think they're fine, like you said, with moving the status quo towards progressivism.
Right.
And so the next liberal to them is meaningless.
But it was those terminally online people who got into QAnon, and a large percentage of them went to J6. Like the intense minority.
I don't think most of them.
Well, hold on.
Tiny percentage.
The principle is here, an intense minority determines the future. It's not the broad masses that start saying, let's revolt against England or whatever. It's actually intense, interested minorities and intense, interested elites that create history. You don't have to be elite to create history. I think that's wrong. But it's those small percentages that change things. And those small percentages have been activated to a point where this is it, baby. Like
I agree.
But only on one side. I think that the demographic you're talking about still is very, very, very small. So I understand you say an intense minority. I get it, right? But I think this is purely on the right. We cannot see a way past somebody like Trump. That's why, like Ramaswamy, I think that he's somebody people could have gotten into maybe a little bit. No way he was ever going to get the nomination. But he was trying to say kind of more mainstream dissident right-wing talking points rather than normal right-wing talking points. And so this is where the right is moving. They're moving that way.
Visit left-wing forums and watch left-wing commentators. They're saying the exact same thing as the right.
Interesting.
Donald Trump is the end of this country. He will destroy democracy. He will start imprisoning people. He's a fascist. It's the end. They're all commenting the same things. The tree of liberty. Like, it's fascinating to me. You get these Republicans saying like the tree of liberty comment. The left is saying identical things. I've dug through these various subreddit forums, watched many of their videos. They're all talking about the Vaush pro-gun, 100%. He's talking about how the left needs to start learning how to use arms. The John Brown Gun Club, the Red Guard. You've got various factions of far left groups that are training, that are armed. There's videos out of Portland where you'll see like an old white guy with a big white beard, body armor with a bunch of different magazines on it, rifles hanging from his chest with a sidearm. And then he walks up and then he's got a communist patch on his chest. And he's like, what can I do for you? And if you took that communist patch off, the media would call him far right.
Right.
But these are leftists that are doing this. Everyone is saying we don't know what happens after November. I have no idea. I do think the most likely outcomes will never be, and this is because people don't read history and they're first order thinkers. They're like, you really think the states are going to fight each other? No. Like, there's no civil war because the states won't fight each other. Stop thinking that the world is like 1861, where there was a union that was beleaguered. What is
more like the IRA?
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
And what I think might actually happen is, I don't think you'll see interstate conflict. I think what you'll see is, in 2020, Texas filed a lawsuit against Pennsylvania to the Supreme Court, citing under original jurisdiction. That is, when a state is a state, Supreme Court hears it instantly. Supreme Court said no. Texas argued Pennsylvania was in violation of the Constitution in how they operated their election. And if they're allowed to run their elections improperly in violation of the Constitution, their votes should not impact how Texas gets to vote. Basically, hey, man, we all agreed to this system where we vote, but that guy's cheating. And the Supreme Court said, yeah, we don't care. We don't care whether they're cheating or not.
Yeah.
48 states, I think it was 48 states, got involved. Numerous states were also accused of the same thing. There was half the states filing amicus briefs on behalf of Pennsylvania, the other half on behalf of Texas, and the Supreme Court said, leave me the F out of it. If in November we get to a point where, now that Republicans are aware of how the Democrats played the game, with the executive branches of states changing the rules of the elections and judges, that violates the Constitution. Only the legislative branch of the states determine how elections are run. You are going to have state legislative bodies prepared for how they're going to be delivering electoral vote counts and results to combat what the governors do. Republicans currently control the House. It doesn't mean too much, but this means that come, I don't know, December, when electoral votes are being submitted, a red state, that I should say a swing state with mixed government, a Democrat governor with a Republican legislature, may submit two slates of electors that are both deemed legit. Now, this actually happened in 2020, but the governors certify. So the state legislatures are saying, no, here's our actual slate. The governor says, I certified this one. And now they're trying to jail the electors that were trying to submit through the legislative bodies. The potential for catastrophe right now is insane. Maybe it doesn't happen. But there is a potential for a scenario that I believe, if it were to reach conflict, would be really, really light, really simple, terrifying though, and we don't want it to happen, in that several states have dual slates. The House then says, we can't do this. Again, we did it in 2020, and it's chaos. You're going to have state legislators giving press conferences saying, our governor is submitting false electors. Those are not our electors. We certify. The governor is going to say, no, I certify. It's going to be 2020 on steroids. The end result is not that January 6th things happen. Texas then announces they're teaming up with Oklahoma. Sure. What happens is there will be, moving into January, a legal battle over who is going to be inaugurated. It will likely, in that instance, then defer to House delegations for choosing the president, because there is a legal dispute. The House, which I believe it's something like 28 delegations are Republican, obviously are going to side with Donald Trump. Democrat states will then say, this is an illegitimate election. The people have spoken, likely citing the popular vote, and the states where they say governors certify electors. Then what happens when California says outright, we do not accept the authority of a Donald Trump administration? In 2020, the Boston Globe reported that Democrats ran a war campaign with Republicans where they said if Donald Trump were to win, they would encourage West Coast states to threaten to secede from the union unless Trump conceded on all their demands. What's to stop that scenario from happening once again, knowing many of these people fear criminal prosecution, as they've already stated? You will see Podesta, Clinton, and anyone else in the event of a Trump administration saying, okay, Trump is going to come after us, or at least he will demand, his base will demand he does, and we're going to face some serious consequences. So they go to California or Washington. Washington then says, and this is not out of the, this is really simple stuff. Federal authorities, we will not allow you into our state. Let's take a look right now at Donald Trump's charges in New York, because I've already argued this should be the case. New York filed criminal charges against Donald Trump on a bunk pretense so absurd that even CNN called it nonsense. Fareed Zakaria. Even MSNBC political analysts were like, we do not understand this. A misdemeanor charge, which is normally a slap on the wrist, altering business documents, beyond its statute of limitations, was upgraded to a felony, citing 3 potential criminal elements that were never met or proven beyond a reasonable doubt. With that subcategory that's never been proven to the public, they asserted this one crime is now a felony they can charge Trump with from New York to a resident of Florida. What should have happened is Donald Trump, because I'll tell you what I'd do, go to the governor, DeSantis, and say, when CNN comes out and calls this illegitimate, I think we have grounds to challenge this at a federal level and refuse to acknowledge this attempt. We're now learning, I think it's Missouri. Is it Missouri has filed a lawsuit against New York, challenging the lawsuits against Trump as an attempt at election interference. It has begun. In this scenario, Donald Trump says publicly, I understand there's been criminal charges filed. Even CNN is calling them ridiculous. This is beyond its statute of limitations and has no legal merit, and I will not waste my money nor taxpayer dollars of any state or the federal government to answer to a clearly political charge from a man who campaigned on criminally charging me and currently hired a guy who was just working in the Biden administration. Ron DeSantis would then be met with do you allow federal authorities, marshals or otherwise, to go to Florida and physically apprehend one of its residents who is not legitimately charged under any real statutory authority? DeSantis has got a really tough decision on his hands if that's the case. Allow federal authorities to effectively kidnap the front runner for the presidency and one of your residents using external authority that you will not stop, proving yourself impotent and weak, or outright say it would be a criminal effort for federal authorities under false legal authority to come and take one of our residents, and we will not allow it.
Yeah.
It's a constitutional crisis with no answer.
Yeah, but it also seems kind of far-fetched. I mean, the stars would really have to align for this to happen, including Trump. He would have to make some pretty competent plays to make something like that
Trump
happen.
would have to actually be defiant.
Yeah, he would have
Instead,
to. And
every step of the way, he has bent the knee to what is clearly false.
Right.
The Georgia case now is frozen because of Fani Willis's improprieties.
But not only that, I think the more likely scenario, this is how I see it playing out. I think that Donald Trump's going to lose this election for sure. And Biden's going to get it. I think that the state will never allow Trump to go back in office no matter what. Doesn't matter what the circumstances are. And I think that they'll lie, cheat, and steal if they need to make sure that he never gets back into office. I think that they're more than capable of doing that and will do it.
But that
I actually think Trump's going to win.
You think so?
But your argument doesn't.
I'm not going to vote for him.
$100.
Oh, well, yeah, dinner. Yeah, just to make it friendly.
All right.
But I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah.
And then when they do everything that they do, Republicans with experience from 2020, and I'm not talking about federal level who seem to write a lot of angry letters. I'm talking about state level guys who are a bit more aggressive, say, we've prepared for this eventuality and we've already lined up our legal documents, our legal teams, and we hereby challenge you cannot move forward, and you end up with a constitutional crisis.
Yeah, but that would require Trump also. Trump would have to back him. He would have to be completely defiant to it.
He would not.
He would have to push it. I think he would, because without him, what do they have?
He could concede.
Yeah, he could concede. And
Absolutely.
if he does, and I think he will, I think he'll concede to it. And I think he'll finally go off because he'll be like, there's just no way anymore to get into this system. I mean, I've done everything I can do. They prosecute me. They take all my cash. They take my family away. They'll destroy me. He has not been a fighter.
I disagree. So possibility, yes.
Yeah.
If this were the case, Trump would have cut a deal a long time ago and said, please leave me alone and I'll go away.
Yeah.
If they offered him one.
I
mean, that's the thing is, did they offer him one or did they want to make an example out of him? I think they want to make an example out of him. That's what I think.
I think that the likelihood lies with establishment forces meeting with Trump and saying, if you bow out gracefully, make it look real. We'll get you a few good licks in and then throw the match. We're going to leave you and your family alone. And Trump is clearly saying no. I don't see a reality where they're like, let's destroy everything and bring ourselves to the greatest risk we've ever faced, going to war with a man this popular. The first thing any strategist is going to do is say a Pyrrhic victory is not worth it. The risk to ourselves and the damage we incur from going to war with Trump is not worth it. We need to first try and cut a deal to see if he's willing to end the fighting and give us the victory. It's why every legal battle ends in a settlement, and not literally
Yeah.
every, because the cost of the suit is greater.
Yeah, I
than-
understand. But when I look back to the impeachment, it didn't look like there was any deals trying to be cut ever. It looked like
It's
they
because
were-
Trump won't take them.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe, but I think also, I'm not sure that you can deal with him that way. I'm not even sure that he does dealing the same way that you and I would do dealing.
If that's the case, he doesn't concede.
But I think he will concede. I think he will end up conceding. I think he doesn't have much choice at this point.
No,
I
I'm,
think-
I,
I think come
Or just
November,
look at
I think
4
come
years ago,
November,
and we know how he's gonna
Biden
act.
wins, and they're going to make sure. I mean, they're not going to let Trump back in office. I'm sorry, guys, they're not going to do it.
I don't disagree with you. I just don't see how Trump supporters, regardless of what Trump does, are just going to be like, well, I guess this is our country now. I think the worst case, let's entertain this thought. Donald Trump says, look, we tried. We really did. That's the end. I'm gone. Good luck, America. Then I think the probability is a handful of guys in sparsely populated areas just do not recognize the authority of the government. We see people stop paying taxes, smaller and smaller pockets, but the federal government only has about, I believe it's 100,000 federal law enforcement authorities active in the United States that cannot police 160 million people, which it wouldn't. Let's say half, and let's say 10, let's say 1 million people just completely lose confidence and then just decide what's the point. Not any intentional act, not a mass protest. They just literally say, this letter means nothing to me.
Yeah.
So confidence is everything. And the way I've described it is,
But where's the will? Like, where's the will? After the
point.
six, for instance.
No. But let me make my point. It's
Okay.
not about will. Will does not factor into this equation. If a clown showed up to your doorstep, banging on the door, you'd say, go away.
Sure.
And what if he said, I have a clown warrant, open your door? You'd be like, get off my property or else. I am from the clown authority, duly elected, and you will be put in clown jail. You'd be like, what is going on? Understanding how absurd that scenario sounds is what happens in middle America after Biden wins a second time, where the entirety of the independent media apparatus is saying the legislative bodies have called Trump the winner, regardless of whether Trump concedes. And then you get some guy at his house and a federal authority shows up and he's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm a federal authority with a warrant. He goes, my county doesn't recognize your warrants. My sheriff has already said, you guys can't come here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess in that case, though, that would be will then. Then people would have the will. If you had a split legislative body who said, no, he's the actual winner, then yeah, I think then you can make a case for maybe people having the willpower to have some sort of resistance to this. I
think this still looks at like a simplified view of how these things typically happen. In California, in Illinois, in New York, roving bands of marauders are destroying department stores. These are people who already don't care about the authority of the police.
Okay.
It's not a question of willpower. They're not saying like, guys, we need to stand up and defy the police.
I'm
because
gonna help
no,
out,
they're just
bro.
like,
I was
they
waiting
can't
for
do anything to
you.
us.
What?
And they're doing
I was
whatever they
waiting
want.
for you to talk about
When
what you
that
wanted to talk
mentality
about.
I wanted to talk
reaches
like an hour ago.
average
but you're like, "Let's
Americans
watch
in
the
sparsely
video."
populated areas, not because they
Okay, what do you want to talk about? Let's talk about it.
Yeah, he covered a lot of shit. Okay, so nothing's gonna change. Everybody's in their own little fantasy world. Yeah. We're, the libertarians are gonna rise up now. Now's our moment. It's happening, guys. It's happening. Anyways, it doesn't matter who wins, Biden or Trump. Again, that's the whole point of the elections. And so,
I think everybody should just vote for me. I already threw my name out there for presidency in
Yeah, there you go.
January.
none of
you
the
know.
above. I agree. None of the above. And so, at least they would get the message. They're not gonna start resisting the IRS or anything. Tim's a fucking retard, and so but if enough of us get together, you all go to jail, dumbass. So yeah, good luck with that, and you and your Buffalo headdress leader, yeah, y'all can go storm the Capitol and take our country back. Good luck.
Or we
Anyways,
could avoid all that by just voting for Glenn Lawrence for president.
exactly, and then
Because I already made my announcement. There's a video that already proved it, that I already put in the chat. Like, I'm just saying, vote for me.
I wish
the
I could
best thing
vote
you
for
ever did.
you, but I already placed my vote for Vermin Supreme, so I'm afraid you're gonna have to wrestle the White House away from his hands first. But y'all can do like a Thunderdome match or something, you know.
We could do a thumb war.
Two
I would-
men enter, one man leave, and so if you conquer Vermin Supreme, then you can have the White House.
I'm saying,
Anyways,
vote for me.
I noticed that they're not even. Is this supposed to be a debate, or are they just like braiding each other's hair or something? I didn't pick up on the theme of
It's a
this.
civil debate.
They're not even debating. They're not even like disagreeing with each other. So like I'm waiting for Richard and Andrew to go at it, but Tim's doing all the talking, which has no substance.
Well, you know,
whatsoever.
Tim likes to hear the sound of his own voice.
All right, Tim. Astronauts will solve America. We just need to get everyone to Mars because Mars has all the human solutions.
That's right,
follow your
everybody.
leader.
That's
Vote
right.
my presidential campaign.
Anyways, like I said, there's nothing to discuss here. It's just more retards, you know, flapping their gums. But anyways, I wanted to hear the angry debate between Spencer and Wilson because at first they feel like they're enemies. They're like, "Fuck you, no, fuck you," but then like later on they're like, "Wait a minute, I think I love you," and then they start like like kissing and stuff and
That
making out.
sounds like the beginning of a really bad gay porno, and I don't want to watch it. Oh, you know what? One of these, like, later on, maybe today, you and I could chat about your question that you posed on the panel yesterday that got shot down.
What's that?
So sad, wasn't it?
What was the
Yeah.
question?
I'm really sort of old school cartoons on my streams.
That's great. We know that.
What was the question? I forgot. Remind me.
Your
I'm
question
old.
was about would it just be right, just to kind of just apologize already, base, like, it's like an 80-20.
You saw that? Oh, that's great.
I saw that you tried to, get that right, but I already told you it wasn't going to work, but one of these days, we'll talk about it later. I want to get back into this whole
Wait a
debate
minute.
thing.
Are you talking about my question to you or to him?
No, to him. You didn't ask me any questions.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So, all right.
I did
so
ask.
you did see that then. All right. Nice.
I did
I
watch
did
it.
ask that.
Why didn't you
Andy,
join on Sarah's panel?
Glenn does not have a favorite Looney Tune character, but the other
Yeah, I
user
know.
does.
Glenn is a
Andy.
Looney Tune character. He's Bluto from Popeye. Anyways, so Glenn, why didn't you jump on panel?
Because I didn't see the need to.
Oh, Glenn. Oh, Glenn. And
Like,
see
what would
a
be
waste
there
that
would have been
panel
no point. There would have been no point. I've been like, you were wrong. He'd be like, no, I'm not. And then it would just we would have gotten nowhere. So then what's the point of that? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that there would have been no point.
was. All right. Well, then that bridge is burned
Yeah, he burned
forever
it.
now. There
It's
you
his
go.
fault. Not mine. I'm cool.
All right.
Um,
Well, I got your answer. He's definitely not apologizing. So that's the end of it. So okay. Well,
Yeah,
anyways,
finally using Gone.
I'm gonna blow. So
Go blow somewhere else. That's kind of
yeah, I'm
gay.
gonna blow this popsicle stand. So if you want, bring Farney back on. At least he'll fight me. You're afraid of me, so.
Oh God, get out
Whatever
of
the hell
here.
you want. Yeah, it's their cities. They can do that, right? But
Don't get
in
booted now,
conservative
Barney.
America, you don't see
I'm
those
confused. I'm
problems.
confused because in conservative America we are seeing illegal immigrants killing, raping.
Yeah, but you've
I'll
always
jump back
seen
on if I hear
illegal
anything
immigrants killing and
interesting.
raping.
and,
Okay,
and,
so
and,
then-
and now it's
All right.
like
Later, bro.
profoundly worse
Take it
considering
easy.
the mass waves that we've seen. And now people are shocked that in like Harford County, which is Eastern Maryland, which don't, that's liberal as it comes. But in Western Maryland, you had this, and in West Virginia, you've had it. So
I
certainly,
don't think an increase in immigrant attacks is going to be enough of a catalyst for what you're talking about.
Let me just give a kind of big picture here because I feel like you guys are kind of going in circles and things like that. And Tim is speculating about a breakdown, and we don't know the future, et cetera. But I think his broader point is that we are headed towards some sort of social breakdown, which is in many ways unpredictable. But I would add that, and I agree with that, and I think it's very plausible. The other thing is that this is going to function through the election. So it's not just like the cops start enforcing laws and people take care of their own and there's a street war, things like that. That kind of thing can happen. It has happened before. It's that it's going to kind of symbolically happen through the election. There is going to be some regardless of what happens in 2024, the other side will not accept it.
I think a strong
That I agree
possibility-
with.
Yeah.
But I think that already
that is
happened.
gonna be a
But that happened
catalyst.
already. Neither side
And-
accepted. I don't think either
and
side
it was
had
a
fully
shit
accepted the first
show,
one.
and it's gotten worse. So we're going to head to a point where there is going to be a consequence. No one is going to kind of calm down at any point.
Yeah, I
until
think that
there
there'll be
is
social
a
upheavals,
climax.
but I don't think whatever the social upheavals will be are going to look like that. That's all I'm saying. I don't think they're going to look like that.
What is that? What does that refer to?
I don't think it's going to look like conservative Americans beginning to get together and take the law into their own hands while the feds don't intervene. I think that that's a little far fetched.
So it happened with the Bundy Ranch.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
but
the
I
Bundy
agree-
Ranch.
I
That
agree
was
with
against federals,
Aaron-
feds, so
Andrew here.
it's not like they didn't intervene. It was a
Yeah,
direct
they did.
conflict.
They did intervene, and that's happened before. It happened at Ruby Ridge.
But
It's
to clarify,
happened-
it's not an intervention. It was a direct conflict between the feds and
Yeah, it was a direct conflict, but that's happened before many times too. There have been many times where single American families
And now-
have
and now
fought with
considering
the
the
feds.
question-
comes to a head, very few elite commentators predicted the end of the Soviet Union, like including Henry Kissinger and so on.
Mhm.
At some point, it does actually break down, and people are starving in cities and eating cat food. It can happen.
It
But
can.
that
here's a quick question. Sorry to interrupt, but here's a quick question. Do you?
No, you're not sorry for your
Do you,
interruption.
do you think
All you do is
that during the
interrupt.
2020 election, weird things happened at polling locations?
Yes,
Do you think that most Trump supporters know this?
yes.
Do you think that a tiny fraction of Trump supporters, let's call it 50,
Mhm.
in various swing states might show up with guns at various polling locations where they're legally allowed to be armed at a certain distance?
I think that they've done it. But the
I'm
thing
talking
is-
like 2 a.m. at like the what was it? There was I forgot the name of the place. A van pulls up at 4 a.m. carrying a bunch of boxes,
and then suddenly the ballots get counted up for Biden.
and you think this time around you're not going to like there won't be any kind of conservatives standing around watching this stuff happening.
Well, I think that they'll observe it a lot closer. Yes,
It'll be a
I do.
dingo ate my
But
baby.
the thing is when you're talking about political violence, okay, like the scale that you're talking about, usually that
What scale is
requires
that?
what's that?
What scale is that?
If you're talking about actual armed conflict between groups.
So like
That's happening in the
three
streets with no
guys
law
in
enforcement
Charlestown, West
intervention.
Virginia, who take guns because an illegal immigrant killed somebody is large scale political violence.
I think that you said it's going to be what you said is this would be a snowball effect. So it starts with these three guys, and then it becomes worse and worse.
In
And worse.
like 10,
Because
20 years,
otherwise, if
maybe?
it's just three guys and they go out and do some shit, what is that, right? It
Which
would
is
have
my
to.
point.
It would have to
Which-
scale
this,
it
this-
up.
this is the issue I take every single time I bring up that these things have already begun. The people who refuse and reject these ideas, in their mind, imagine like General Smith of Texas meeting with General Walter.
That's not what
of
I'm
Oklahoma.
envisioning, though.
I'm not talking about large scale
Yeah.
militia or violence. I'm talking about what happens when small pockets of people recognize or believe, I believe to recognize that the federal government is no longer enforcing the law. They form neighborhood watch groups.
That's true.
And then what happens when over the course of a couple of years, these things expand and escalate? You get more and more stories of shootings and chaos and conflict and lootings or otherwise. This is the degradation and the collapse of a civilization. Sometimes it comes to a head, as Richard was saying, when the fear, the anger, and the sentiment have been bubbling up for a long time. And, I was talking to, why am I blanking on his name? The Blackwater, Eric Prince. And I asked him, does he see similarities to what's going on now with what happened in other countries that he's worked in? And he said, the only thing I can tell you, or the one thing I can tell you is that every guy I've worked with says it happens instantly overnight.
Yeah.
You go to bed, everything's normal. You wake up, there's no electricity and there's no internet.
Mhm.
And the problem that I think everybody has is they're living
About the normalcy bias.
and optimism bias.
Yeah, gradually and then all at once from the sun also rises. That's how you go bankrupt.
In
It just
20
happens.
In 2018, The Atlantic ran an article where they interviewed, I think it was 2018, might have been 17, where they interviewed a dozen or so national security experts and asked them about the prospect of a civil war in the United States in the next 10 years. And the estimates were at the low end 30% to the high end 90%.
I think
But they all
my
agreed substantial
presidential
likelihood was coming based on what they've
announcement
seen.
was way
We had that
more
woman from the CIA, I forget her
dedicated
name.
than this.
She said that this is what she did. She analyzed countries about their,
I think I'll
to
show you
assess their
guys.
political
I think
stability
you guys will
for the
appreciate it.
CIA and the U.S. government, and she sees all the hallmarks happening here, and has determined the United States is in the period known as civil strife, which is Bleeding Kansas was a civil strife. It led to the Civil War.
Mhm.
Nobody thought the Civil War was going to happen, even when the Civil War already started.
Hmm.
Fort Sumter Civil War started. Battle at Manassas, they still didn't think they were in a civil war. So with all of these factors, 2018, I say, wow, You get a professor from Princeton saying we are in the cold civil war. It is political, it is legal, it is technological, it has not gone hot.
Do you guys want to see my presidential announcement? Or do you want to continue watching Tim talk about himself?
What was
You
that
guys
president
tell me.
announcement part?
What was that, bud?
That president part?
What?
I really still have old school cartoons on my streams.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any presidential cartoons?
What's presidential mean?
Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see my video of my presidential announcement and being asked questions by an exclusive interviewer about what President Glenn Lawrence will do.
What if you came to my channel for a stream?
What would we talk about, bud?
Really about classic cartoons.
Maybe.
I'm planning on doing one tonight.
Oh, cool. What you're gonna be watching classic cartoons?
Yes.
Okay. I'll think about it.
Thank you for tuning into the RP News Network. My name is Elena, I'm your host. Today we have a special guest. We have a pleasure of speaking to the new presidential candidate of Manosphere. Welcome, Mr. Glenn Lawrence.
Good evening. Thank you, Elena, for having me on tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, for joining us today. We haven't heard about you before, so we decided to invite you to find out more about you and what you think about some controversial topics.
I love controversial topics, so let's have fun with this.
Perfect. So I'm going to ask you a few questions, and then we would like to hear your answer.
Sounds good.
Cool. So I've heard somebody in the manosphere was saying that abortion is hypogamy. What's your take on this?
Well, I think abortion is the action women take so they could act on their hypergamous nature. You see, you ladies don't want to get with the loser. And you definitely don't want to have a loser's kids. So, you know that time when, you know, those girls that you probably grew up with, they end up getting pregnant with their loser boyfriend. And then, you know, the guy that they really liked end up getting single and they really want to be with him. So what do? They abort the baby, break up with the loser boyfriend, just so they could have sex and hopefully get pregnant by the Chad over there. See, that's unacceptable. That's horrible. These women are killing babies, murdering babies. And I'm not going to have that anymore. Not anymore.
So don't you believe that women have a choice to decide what they want to put into their body and not? And don't you think that women deserve a second chance?
Well, you know what? Women do have a choice what to put in their body and what not to put in their body. And you should have chose not to put that penis in there that you didn't like to begin with. Okay? And now that's called a consequence. The consequences of your actions is that you have a child and you should raise that child and do right by that child like a good parent should. Okay? Women have been getting away with running around away from their consequences. The state doesn't hold them. The courts don't hold them. I mean, not even the church holds them accountable. Well, not anymore. Not when I'm president of the Manosphere. I will hold both men and women equally accountable for their actions.
Sounds good. Second question.
Yes.
What would you say about lesbian, gay, transgender, and bisexual marriages?
Are you talking about the alphabet people?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, do you know what marriage is defined by?
What?
See, marriage is, according to the Bible, because that's where marriage comes from, right? Marriage is a union that's made in the eyes of God. It's a covenant with a man and a woman, and they join together and they become one. Okay? And that's what it requires. It requires a man and a woman. A husband is a man and a woman is a wife. So you can't have a man and a man because that's not a marriage.
Mhm.
No, that's gay, right? And a wife can't be a husband, right? No, that's weird. It doesn't work. So what is required for marriage? What's required for marriage is one man and one wife. Not a man that now thinks he's a wife because he cut off his dingus and he's a tranny, and not a woman that thinks she's a husband because she thinks she's a man. No. So no gays and trans, they can't get married because they don't understand, they don't not live in the right way. One, again, you have to be a Christian. Two, you have to be in their proper gendered sex and form to begin with. Not two men, not two women, not a tranny and a man, not a tranny and a woman. No, man, woman.
So, what would you say about open relationships?
You could have as many open relationships you want, but that doesn't mean you're married.
Right. Okay, I have another question for you. What's your approach to paternity tests and divorce?
Good question. See, I'm going to redo the entire family law. So the family law that we have right now is like $1 billion industry. I'm going to drop like a nuclear bomb on it and destroy it. Gone. Because you see, I hate the way we do marriage today. Okay, one, I don't think the state needs to be involved in your marriage.
Mhm.
Also, I don't like the way that the state allows divorce today. See, if we go back to the biblical standard of things, divorce will only happen for one or two reasons. Either because you were abandoned or because you had someone committed infidelity or sexual immorality. All right? And when that happens, then that's the only reason why divorce will ever take place. And guess what? It would take those two reasons. You would have to have one of those two reasons in order for you even to get any benefits from your spouse if you choose to leave them. That's right. You can't get alimony or child support without those two reasons. And on top of that, you wouldn't even get child support because custody will automatically be deferred to the father, as it should. Ladies, before you say anything, let me explain. Statistically, women raise horrible kids. Single moms raise the worst children. There's the drug addicts, the gangbangers, the lowlifes, the people that don't amount to anything in life. Comes from where? Single mothers. If you look at the statistics for single fathers tend to raise more highly educated, more productive, more successful children. So you know what? We want our future of this nation to be successful, then we need to leave the children with the parent that can provide that success for our future. And that's the fathers.
Get online in minutes. Web.com's AI builder makes it
That's
easy.
commercial.
Tell us some info.
Wow. That makes sense. That makes sense. So I have one more question to you. What would you say about the wage gap that we have between men and women?
There's no such thing as a wage gap. Okay, let's be honest. Women, you guys just picked stupid jobs. You rather go to 4 years to college to major in women's studies. I mean, you've been a woman your whole life. Why do you need to go to college to study that you have a vagina and boobs? You've seen them every day you've woken up. Okay, you know what you got. And then you go to college for that stupid degree to go work at Starbucks. And now you're working at full-time at Starbucks with a useless degree, and you're wondering why you can't make money. So then what do? Then you decide to become a prostitute while you're working at Starbucks. You're selling your butthole pics on OnlyFans. No.
So
If you want to get paid like a man gets paid, then you should probably do the job that the man does. So are you going to go out there and be a Alaska fisherman? No, they have a really high death rate. Or wait a minute, are you going to build skyscrapers in these beautiful buildings out here? No, you're not a construction person? How about this? How about you be a trash man? Drive around, pick up the trash, throw it in the bin? No? Oh, okay. So then don't complain about your pay.
I'm afraid I will break my nails.
Then Don't worry about it. I'll pay you the same price for the mocha that I get from Starbucks every other time, okay?
So what about the taxes?
Taxes. I plan on reforming the tax law. See, one, I'm going to go to a flat tax. Everybody's going to pay 25% flat tax. See, but until we could get there, what I'm going to have to do is remedy the tax issue. See, right now, women, you are paying, I think, only 30% of your taxes. Men have to carry 70% of the tax load. Now, mind you, women create the most debt by all your stupid student loan debts and also have the most credit card spending. Women actually tend to spend $10,000 more a year than they actually have in their budget, and they go into debt that way. And guess who has to pay the bill and the taxes? Men. So, ladies, since we are in a very tough financial space as a nation, we're going to keep the men paying that same rate, and we're going to keep you paying your 30% rate. But for not raising your rate to 50-50, we are going to require you to volunteer, give back to the community. Okay?
How?
Well, we have an incel problem.
And
You're going to make them no longer incels, ladies. Yeah. Yeah, we went there. I mean, you guys are already selling it on OnlyFans as it is. You might as well do some good if you're going to be holding out like that. It's called charity. You like charity. You like your food stamps. Okay? You like all the Section 8 housing that you get. You like the free college money, don't you? Men, we don't get that stuff. So, got to give in a little bit. Got to contribute, ladies. Got to contribute.
okay, guys, I guess that's it. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence, for
Thank
your
you.
time.
Oh, real quick, Elena, what are you doing after this? You doing anything?
Do you have any suggestions?
I'm looking for a new press secretary. I need somebody that has a good mouth. I mean, good with words. Good with words. You know. So if you're interested, I'll send a car over and give you a personal interview.
Of course. We can talk later.
Wonderful.
Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for joining us today. And thank you, Mr. Lawrence, for your time. Guys, go vote for Mr. Lawrence. He is the right man for the job.
Hey. What do you do for a living?
I hate when you guys ask this question because when they answer, they always tell you what they do, but they never tell you how they do it. We're at my office. You want me to show you right now?
Yes.
All right, come with me.
Told you, I should be president. I should be president. Vote for me now. Go
That
out
is
there.
probably
vote.
the most tattoos I've ever saw in my life.
That is probably another continuation of you interrupting my speech to my people to vote for me. Let's not do that. All right. Vote for me now. Go out there. Go vote. You know it's the right choice. Come on. Vote. And then if you guys vote for me, I'll let you guys go over watch Looney Tunes with Brandon at 8 p.m.
That's Bill Hicks.
Yes. Thanks to Bill Hicks. All right. So I guess back to, well, thank you. Thank you.
Where do you vote at? Where do you vote at anyway?
What?
Where do you vote at?
What am I good at?
Where do you vote at?
Oh, where you vote? You got to go to like the voting booths, and you got to cast your vote there. Thank you.
Mr.
What is my policy on
Looney Tunes?
Now, let me tell you something. I'm good with all the tunes except Pepe Le Pew. Pepe Le Pew is a dirty son of a. You know what I'm talking about. He doesn't know what no means no. He is he's like the Weinstein of the tunes. You catch my drift? Pepe needs to be brought in for some questioning.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon, of course you would like Pepe. Sicko. So
if I had a wrench, I'll be able to put my channel here.
yeah, but you don't. It's okay though. You'll live. You don't need a wrench.
A lot of people say I have the best streams.
I bet you do. But a wrench for my channel? No, not at all. But it's okay. It's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know, Bill. You know, we should charge a premium for that stuff. Way to go, Bill. Just giving out all the good stuff for free. Let's see if there's anything new with this whole debate thing.
You're right. It wasn't the White House. It was the Capitol building.
Mm-hmm.
And then they wrote Tim Pool had 4 knocks
video.
January 6th, and here's proof because he predicted. No, it's because I read. And I said, wow, based on everything these people are saying and preparing for, they're going to go to DC and do something like this. And then they did.
Yeah, but I think if you say that the sky is falling enough times, just like Alex Jones, eventually a couple of those things are
dude.
correct.
In 2018, when I said escalation of political violence is going to reach a massive tipping point, and then in 2020, they firebombed St. John's Church and the White House grounds, and they took over numerous cities, I predicted that. So to say you've been saying for a long time it's around the corner, and every time you say something's going to happen, it does, but you're still wrong, dude. I don't care if I'm wrong.
It's not every time you say it that it doesn't happen. What I'm saying is that you've made the prediction so many times. I've heard it so many times on your show. Are we this close? We're this close to civil war. It's right around the corner, ladies and gentlemen. And the real question is, what will happen when the civil war gets here? I haven't seen the Civil War, Tim. I'm going to be honest with you, and it doesn't look to me like the political will is there to do it. Now, January 6th people went quietly into the night, and nobody's really saying much about that either.
So the first thing I'll say academically is I don't know if you've ever actually read history books. Perhaps a
guy like me read. Yes, I've read history books. And
well, so when you read articles specifically about various historical periods, you realize that we condense it in our history books. And so when we talk about the rise of Hitler, people tend to forget that it's like 20 years through Weimar Germany leading up to this point where this guy rises to power. And so
the conditions were set for the Weimar Republic. We had massive inflation.
I think you're either being purposefully obtuse or you cannot comprehend basic facts.
Well,
and the intentional being intentionally obtuse is to say, I recognize that many different academics have predicted civil war, state that we're in civil strife. You said political violence is going to escalate. The summer of love did happen. You said in 2020 that a bunch of angry Trump supporters are going to go to DC and storm, the White House. It wasn't the White House, it was the Capitol building. You got that one right. And you've been warning about how these things lead to each other. And now today, as of today, because the civil war didn't kick off at any of those time periods.
My bad. Hold on. Let me get that back.
Oh, okay. You've been live for 10 hours now.
What?
You've been live for about 10 hours.
Yes, I know. I know, bud.
How long will this live last?
Oh, as long as I want it to. Because I like to stream for a long time, talk to my peoples, because my peoples are cool. I got cool peoples. Do you have cool peoples?
Yes, my sub count is 3163 right now.
Cool.
It's over.
Hold on. Where is this? Where did it go? I gotta find it again.
And there is a restream button.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there it is. Cool. Got it now.
So I restream it. My channel is pretty much my channel doesn't have any swear words.
Up that I predicted a civil war at a specific period.
No, I'm saying that that's all I've heard you talk about for years.
What was I wrong about?
Again, Tim, I didn't come in prepared to debate with you. Came in prepared to debate with Richard Spencer, but I'm happy to actually come in again, and I will bring a list of everything Tim Pool has been wrong about if you want me to.
I'm wrong about a lot.
Yeah, okay, well, then that makes my point.
But the idea that I would recognize me saying these things might happen and being wrong about it does not mean that I'm in general wrong about the bulk of what I'm saying right now. The issue is numerous academics articles have recognized the basis of what civil strife is. I don't care if we're looking for a national committee of recognizing civil strife. Civil strife is a period described as political violence, death caused by political violence, and increasing political instability. We can then assess everything that's going on and determine whether or not we think that's true, and everyone's allowed to have their opinion. But in 2018, when I said, hey, this political violence is going to get worse, and then it did. And then I said, man, I think if Trump loses, you're going to get a ton of these people on the right going to D.C. They're going to lose their minds. They're going to be like storming the White House or whatever. And then it happened. And so those are just two big examples where I'm like, X equals Y. I hope that doesn't happen. Where we're at now is all of these things are behind us. These have all happened. And I say, if you look at history and what these things tend toward, and when you look at what has been said 6 years ago and what it has tended toward and what has already happened, things don't bode well for us in November. And you go, no, we're fine. And I'm like, okay, whatever.
That's not what I said. So I've been kind enough not to straw man you. Don't straw man me. I didn't say.
You said Biden's
I didn't
get
say
elected.
no. It'll be fine.
Biden's going to elect it. No one's going to do anything.
That's more akin to what I'm saying. That I think that it is likely that Biden gets reelection. Okay, and that you don't see a civil war from it. Yeah, you might see some activism, might see some small scale violence that happens. No, I don't think it's going to lead.
You've been strawmanning the whole time.
I don't think it's going to lead to anything widespread. To be honest, I don't.
You're still strawmanning because my point.
How can I strawman my position?
You're strawmanning my position.
I wasn't talking about your position.
I did not say
about
Joe Biden getting elected starts a civil war.
Tim, I was talking about Andrew Wilson's position is not Tim Pool's. I can't strawman myself. It's my position.
You said, I don't think Joe Biden getting elected will start a civil war. That's great.
That's my position. When did I say it was yours?
But why would you make a point that I don't disagree on that has nothing to do with my position?
Because I just wanted to give you my position so that you understood my position.
Okay, so I don't know what your argument is.
My argument is that I don't believe that there's going to be widespread political violence. Even though I think Trump is going to lose, I don't think there's going to be widespread political violence. That's my point.
That's fair. That's fair enough.
Yes,
I feel like I want to intervene here a little bit. I haven't contributed much over the past hour.
And we got to wrap up.
It's okay. It's okay. I'll be very brief. An important difference is that with the American Civil War in the 1860s, you had two different elites that were willing to fight one another. So you had a plantation elite, and then you had a federal Northeast elite. They became in conflict. Remember, Robert E. Lee, all these people, maybe Stonewall Jackson is an exception. These were kind of like the billionaires of the day. These were massive plantation owning people who had something to fight for. I would say that currently the elites they want the system to continue. They have a lot invested in the system. You don't have that situation. Now, I think a better parallel than the 1860s would actually be the collapse of the Soviet Union, where we're headed for a legitimacy crisis. We have polarization, which I don't think was as present in the Soviet Union at that time. But there's a legitimacy crisis. It doesn't matter who wins. Biden could win. The Trump people are going to go crazy. Trump could win. The Biden people are going to go crazy. There's just
That's
this
why I say vote for Glenn. You know, it's funny. Like I just clicked over on
whatever happens. Now, Tim
generally specific stream right now, and you know we got iFi over there talking about Andrew,
but I think he's
and his
correct in the
you know
that the
plan for the government, and
delegitimization
in the chat we got Raging Patriot doing the Raging Patriot thing,
remarkably high,
like a
to that
G.
extent, I agree with him. I think you're getting at something, even if you're.
It was funny though.
You're wrong on the
I just thought it was funny. I want to share that with you guys.
Literally,
I was almost tempted to go like, you know,
the rise of the
stop streaming this and then streaming that and just see if we could.
Confidence in the central system
you know,
breaks. You get in,
listen in.
and this was like a couple weeks ago. We were talking about this. Arizona has a meat processing plant that's owned by. I don't want to use any examples. Let's say meat plant. That's the name of the company. They've got 17 plants all across the country.
I know.
Social disorder. Biden wins, confusion unfolds, and then you get, like with Texas's assertion over the river against the federal government. Let's say something like that happens pertaining to trade in some way. I don't know how it escalates. When the Soviet Union collapsed in Ukraine, guy shows up to a factory with a gun and two of his buddies, and he says, "Who's in charge?" They say, "This guy." They say, "Bring him over here." He says, Who delivers your goods? And he goes, we usually get our goods delivered from this time to this time. Okay, who do you report to? I don't know anymore because it's all broken down. They're not answering the phone. Okay, you report to me now. I'm going to make sure that all the goods your factory needs get in. I'm going to make sure that all your men get paid and you guys eat. Sound good? And they go, sounds good. And he goes, okay, I'm the boss now. You make sure everybody knows. That's how the oligarchs got their
I
power.
am the captain now.
When things like that escalate in the United States is what I am discussing. What I'm saying right now with a unknown in the election, a federal
he's
level
scrambling
lawsuit
hard.
we've already seen now escalating to its.
He's making some
You
scrambled
know, I'll put it
eggs.
this way, as I always do every time I talk about it. For all I know, Joe Biden walks up to Trump, shakes his hand, they smile and they hug, they cry, and they say, we cannot let this country fall apart. It's time to team up and restore the American values, and everyone cheers, and then we're all happy with it.
Yeah, just low likelihood.
Right. Or you have Oklahoma banning abortion in every instance, and you have Colorado legalizing up to the point of birth and potentially beyond. This moral impasse cannot sustain itself next to each other. With more and more issues like that happening, we run into a Soviet Union style collapse. Now, the problem then arises in that with the Soviet Union, you know, Ukraine, of course, is massive farmland, which is needed. Russia was very upset. Putin obviously was very upset. He wants to restore this. But the issue is the geographics of the United States are very different, especially how the states are divided. They're not built upon natural barriers in the same way in the West as they were in a lot of Europe. Mountains separating certain territories, certainly true in the United States. But for instance, what is Las Vegas? Las Vegas is a production of modernity. It cannot survive outside of national trade.
All their water.
Right.
People can't live there. Well, what do those people do? That's an interesting question to what happens when you're going to get social breakdown. Arizona has already tried to take Great Lakes water. The only reason they can't is that the Great Lakes region has a treaty with Canada, with Ontario, because Ontario borders the Great Lakes. Due to this international treaty, it supersedes the authority that the federal government have to actually intervene on how other states can take water from the Great Lakes. Arizona doesn't have water. They need the Colorado River. Southern California does as well. If we see any kind of destabilization, even 20% of what the Soviet Union went through, you are going to have a major crisis in the Southwest when California says it's our water, but upstream they can't control it. They have no access to it. So what? Does California send a delegation to Utah, Nevada, Arizona, and Colorado to negotiate the rights after the federal government stops enforcing things? Or maybe Arizona says no. What happens if one state says, we've seen a major influx of people from Las Vegas because they have no food into our state. We need to fill up a basin so we can supply water to these people. California says that construction would disrupt SoCal. We got 13 million people. You can't do that. And they say, well, we got 10 million. What are we supposed to do? There treaties, perhaps, but you know, we didn't see like great warring factions between the Soviets, but you did get Chechnya, you did get Georgia.
There was huge warring factions between the Soviets.
I just mean like it didn't break out into World War III. It didn't break out into like the nukes weren't firing at each other. You will get negotiations on trade, but my concern is if confidence breaks in the federal government because people can't figure out what happened for the second time around, and if the escalation is that Trump supporters refuse to accept a Biden presidency, like we've already seen with Texas rejecting federal authority on the border, California on drugs, I think Tennessee and West Virginia and Maryland on guns, and Virginia, then if that trend continues, which I don't see why it wouldn't, I'd love to understand why it wouldn't, you end up with a Soviet-style collapse. You'll end up with warring factions. And the issue I see in the United States that I don't think would be as similar as the Soviet Union is hyperpolarization, which didn't necessarily exist. And for sure, Portland is Portland, but Eastern Oregon is very, very much not happy and has actually voted to secede from the state already. 13 counties, I believe, have voted to secede from Oregon. I don't see how those people in the event of breaking of confidence in the federal government just say we resign ourselves to our fate of being ruled by far left degenerates who have taken by force the capital of our urban centers.
This kind of resides around the idea that the feds stop enforcement, or that the feds stop participating, or that the feds stop with the power dynamic of the people who are in charge of these states and don't have the power to cut off federal funding and don't have the power to bribe and don't have any of these things. And I think we're a long way away from that. I just think we're a long way away.
So we will wrap up because we did go way, way over. But I guess my final point is, and again, I will give you the last word, is I've never argued it was soon.
Yeah.
Soon is a relative term, which could be we are in the Weimar Germany period, and by 2040, with the collapse of Social Security, this is when it really breaks down. But everything we've seen so far is not indicative of peaceful goings on.
One of the things that we regularly say around here, or at least I do, and is kind of caught on with some people is I just don't see the off ramp, right? So maybe it's not in the next 5 years, maybe it's not in the next 10 years, but I don't see the solution to the problems that we have, or at least I don't see people gravitating to what seem to be the solutions. And honestly, I think the solutions are, again, stuff like we talk about, focusing on family and trying to hold that as the centerpiece of society. And I don't see anybody doing it. And anytime anyone does, they straight up get attacked by the left. Feminists are all over you. Get attacked as some kind of misogynist just for saying the family is good. Look what they did to the UK, Kansas City kicker, just because he said that he espoused his religious beliefs, and the left was apoplectic. So it's not that it's going to happen here, now, then, or whatever. It's just, look, we see a lot of problems coming, and these
genetic dead ends.
So
they're all genetic dead ends.
Doesn't change the fact.
Game time for me.
I
don't think so.
Because it's time to go eat. The first discussions of civil war in the United States was actually in the 1820s. The concern over slavery was bubbling up at that point, and numerous political compromises had been made that kept people kind of calm. And it reached a head in 1861. Bleeding Kansas, 7 years before that, for I think it's like 15 years before the Civil War, people were murdering each other over the issue of slavery. John Brown had walked up to a guy and blasted him in the face, just killed him outright for being a slave owner. That was before the Civil War had happened. And the last thing I'll say, the Battle of Fort Sumter, where only one guy died, it was only by accident, is historically recognized as the start of the American Civil War. And even though it had started, people of the United States did not believe Civil War was happening, and they went to picnic at the first Battle of Bull Run, and they watched people get their heads blown off, and it was bedlam.
Yep.
So, Andrew, if you want to give your point and take the final word, and then shout anything out as we wrap up.
Sure. So I will say that the United States also prepared for a contingency with a massive war to our neighbor to the north, Canada, which we were assured. I mean, they were positive that there was going to be a conflict with Canada, and that they were going to have to invade Canada, and that Canada was going to invade the United States. And they had massive military contingencies for this.
Still up in the air.
Politics, well, hopefully. Politics, not so easy to predict. I agree with that. Not so easy to predict. Do I see that there could be a solution, an off-ramping solution because of the birth rate crisis? I do. I think that that's a natural off-ramp. If secularists, loser degenerates can't reproduce and aren't reproducing, that bodes pretty well for the future. I'm not so sure that people with full stomachs are going to be doing massive, widespread political activism to the point where they're actually harming people in the street. I don't think we're to that point yet. And I don't think the feds are going to back off at all when it comes to federal enforcement of anything. I just don't, I don't see that happening. Not even in my lifetime do I see that happening. And then, further from there, shout out to The Crucible. That is my channel. It's the fastest growing debate channel.
Yeah, there you heard it.
I appreciate the spirited debate with you, Tim, and with you, Richard Spencer.
I think it was good. I think it was fun.
Yeah, and thanks you guys as well.
Richard, you want to final thoughts and shout something out?
Sure. Yes. I will be voting for our geriatric middle manager of a declining empire, Joe Biden, and so should you.
Fail.
I just can't bring myself to bring about what we've just been talking about. I do think it's going to be the last election. So you can find me on Twitter. That's probably the best place, or X, Richard B. Spencer. And then if you go to Substack, it's Alexandria.
Really
we actually do talk a lot about these political day-to-day issues twice a week. And then we also talk about
Bill
spiritual
Hicks.
and religious
You know
things,
who to vote for
as well, that I don't think you can find anywhere else. So Alexandria on Substack. Thank you.
I am Phil That Remains on Twix. I'm Phil That Remains Official on Instagram. The band is All That Remains. You can catch us this summer on tour with Megadeth and Mudvayne on the Destroy All Enemies tour. You can catch our new video. It's called Let You Go. It's available on Spotify, Apple Music, Pandora, Amazon Music, YouTube, the internet. And don't forget, the left lane is for crime.
I love how Phil has the most normal outro and the most normal thing to say of everything we've talked about.
Well,
destroy everything.
Gotta have the normies.
It's like, I'm going to go play music and we're going to live.
Because I mean, look, the politics stuff is important, but the point of all this, in my opinion, is to make America the America that we want to have, where we can actually have a society that does work together, that is not dysfunctional, that is not trying to rip itself apart. So, and to do that, I think we have to be able to put politics aside for entertainment, and that's why I don't put politics into music too often. Anyway.
All right. Sorry, Kellen, thanks for pressing all the buttons.
No problem. Follow me on Twitter if you guys want updates about the culture war and I guess Timcast IRL
That
at
dude's
Kellen
shirt
PDL.
just
This
screams,
was
"I'm
a fun
gay."
one. Didn't feel like 3
Of
hours.
course he's
And it
all
went
right
long, but
for.
it didn't feel
We
that
got to
long.
wrap it up now. It was great. It was great. I really do appreciate it, Andrew. I thought it was good. And,
Yeah,
and Richard, of
it's a lot
course,
of
fun.
for
Yeah,
an
thanks,
interesting
man.
conversation. Everybody subscribe to Tenet Media for more of this. We have some big ones coming up. I think maybe not next Friday. I think next Friday might be good, but we have a big one coming up, so you don't want to miss it. So subscribe, share the
Good
show with your
morning,
friends.
Joe.
We'll be back tonight at Timcast IRL 8 p.m. and we'll see you then.
All right. Well, I think it's safe to say that Andrew took the W. You know, definitely took the W there. Not only did he defeat, in my opinion, Richard Spencer, but then he slapped around Tim Pool like a ragdoll. And I think that was hilarious. But I still think the best person to vote for president is, well, yours truly. Okay? Yours truly. So, all right. With about an hour and 25 minutes left in my planned stream, you guys tell me, what should we do? Should we troll a couple people, see what live streams are going on, see what they're talking about? B, find a video to watch and then give my opinion on it. C, I don't know, talk about some dumb shit that women do. Or D, why would we start a new stream first, Siege? I still got an hour and 25 minutes. Come on up here and tell me why, Siege. Come tell me why. In the meantime, you know what you guys need to do. This is a good time for you guys to go buy your soap and, This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video. That's right. Wash your balls. Good first step. All right, so you want to troll people, I see. Well, let's see here. All right, so let's see who's live. Do we want to troll Rachel? Should we troll Rachel? Trolling, that'd be kind of funny. No, Andrew didn't disappoint. GS. Donovan Sharp. Or should we troll Thorpe? The Thorpes? Should we go troll the Thorpes? What's going on over here? Let's see. I think they were watching the same debate. How about Coach Greg Adams? Destiny? What do you guys think? I know we need to do the wash your ball campaign. You want me to go watch GS? Okay. Let's go listen to GS, see what he's saying.
Now, how do you regulate that? How do you ensure that? How does anyone know the heart of man? For the heart above all things is deceitful, and from the overflow of the heart proceeds the mouth, right?
Mm-hmm.
Only God knows the heart of man. So there we go. Now we're back to God. Amen.
I mean, I agree, but what they're saying is they're like, if you're a Christian and Christianity is what informs your value, you can't rule like that.
Right.
That you're not allowed to rule if that's the case. Yes, you are, and you should, and we need that more than anything. And so this was a huge con job. And
thank you, Andrew Wilson, for backing up what I just said, not knowing you were about to back up what I just said. And of course, Fi's like, he's like, damn it. Urgh.
Thanks, Andrew. He is dreamy. He's got cute eyes. I see why Rachel's so in
from
love
my
with him.
perspective, how many conservatives went over to libertarianism, and they really shouldn't have, because it convinced them not to seize what you're talking about, which is power. We have a right to move towards power. When you're talking about Christian populism and Christian nationalism, the reason it's becoming popular is because the people who are promoting it are saying the one thing that we've forgotten for a long time. It's okay for you as a Christian to wield power, even absolute power, just like it is for the secularists.
This is what
Pause right there,
that's kind of talking what you're talking about. Right?
Oh, thank you, Andrew, for making.
You guys know, like recently, GS like did a stream, and I guess like he was talking shit. Well, he was talking shit about Grid, as well as myself and Andrew. Actually, I mean, the whole stream was him like shitting on Andrew pretty much. Yeah, but like, hold on, let me find that clip. ZTDN, I'm going to pull up that clip that you sent me because it's just kind of funny. Where are you at? There you are.
Didn't ask for anything weird. Nope. Even if I did, you could have countered. Exactly. Let's see. Bo didn't ask for chocolate and a what do they call it? A writer when you you're like, I want like women fanning me, only wearing bikinis with a palm frond, you know, back in the green room.
Right. He wants a cryptographer for everything he says.
Yeah, I want a stenographer that's going to write down everything for my the book.
Oh,
that
is that
I'm
what they're called? My
gonna,
bad.
or whatever. Oh, we were talking about the same thing, but we just used different words.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. I'm like, maybe we was wrong.
So let's see. Nero says, got tired of constantly looking down in the middle of my working to see Bill being a drama queen. Okay, I'm glad because he kept attacking my mods. Thank you. So you're
Bill, you were attacking their mods?
Life's about choices. Choices have consequences. Wow. I mean, you're not engaging the conversation. You're engaging my mods, and then you're distracting them from doing their job, and you're trying to stress them out for no reason at all. That's bad faith. Dax says, I quit mods here are corrupt, and Jim Nero is the worst. Okay, Dak. What's wrong with you?
You were saying I am not supposed to teach a man. I'm not teaching you anything. I'm telling you something. It's an open. It's almost like an open.
Just read the scriptures, ladies. Ladies, if you're ever correcting a man in the way of correction, reproof, teaching in that sense, just read a scripture. That's it. Just say it out loud. You don't even have to direct it at him. Just say it out loud because the truth will ring in the ears of those that have ears to hear.
Yes,
when someone is sinning or doing something, you would go to them in the church before eventually kicking them out. But obviously, I can't kick you out. But I'm just telling you, as a Christian,
yeah, you can't.
Okay, so Raging Patriot, if you think that I have any illusions whatsoever in my mind that Based Oracle and I are buddies, I have no illusions whatsoever. Based Oracle will just as quickly throw me under the bus if I say something rhetorically retarded as he will say, hey, good job, man, if I say something rhetorically intelligent.
Yeah, I know, Patriot. I was talking about you in there.
Doesn't really have a dog in the fight other than I think he does seek the truth and he unapologetically calls it out. Does he get it right every time? I don't know. I don't know. So, but I'm not over here kissing his butt. I don't kiss any man's butt.
Oh my God, you dick
I
riding.
respect people that are worthy of my respect in the moments that they're
That's
worthy
my
of my
dick
respect,
riding.
and I will call people out when I feel like they
Oh,
need to be
where's
called
the
out.
button? Hold on.
So I don't know what kind of weird distraction tactic you're doing right now, right? So you're starting to sound like you're like a nonsense machine, and you're just full on like the factory is just pumping out nonsense right now. Michelle, do you have anything you want to, or no? We
I'm going
continue.
to hold my thought. I'd like to continue.
Yes, it's not for you.
And it's really
because
not
you're
for
a
you.
man.
It's
You
for
can't correct me.
I would say for people that watch you
Mhm.
and they think that that's like
Oh,
how
here
a
it
person
is.
should act,
Got
I
it
would
right
just
now.
say I disagree.
Well, that's great. I would just say that I disagree. I think that if anybody's so fucking stupid that they think that when she says frick, she's fooling God. She's
See, you keep saying that. I don't say
He doesn't know.
Here it is. This is the one.
So ZT Den, by the way, just FYI, you are attacking me in Grid One's chat, and I can't count how many times I've heard Grid One Sport talking horribly about women in this on this whatever podcast. Text to speech after text to speech after text to speech, and the stuff that I was saying to you in his channel was absolutely lame and tame compared to the stuff I've heard him say to these women. So listen, if you're going to put the ruler down on the table, you might want to apply it evenly and not do this whole nepotism nonsense, okay? So if you're going to judge discerningly. I don't have a problem being judged. And if I'm wrong, let me know how I'm wrong. All right, and she's bong ripping right in the background. Okay, you degenerate.
I'm so sorry. I thought I was on mute.
Uh-huh. All right. I'm starting to see what they're saying now. So ZT Den, by the way, just FYI, you are attacking me in Grid One's chat, and I can't count how many times I've heard Grid One Sport talking horribly about women in this on this whatever podcast. Text to speech after text to speech after text to speech. And the stuff that I was saying to you in his channel was absolutely lame and tame compared to the stuff I've heard him say to these women. So listen, if you're going to put the ruler down on the table, you might want to apply it evenly and not do this whole nepotism nonsense, okay? So if you're going to judge
Yeah, are we not
discerningly.
going to go say
I
hi?
don't have a problem being judged. And if I'm wrong, let me know how I'm wrong. All right, and she's bong ripping right in the background. Okay.
Like I told Grid, like, yo, no. Well, no, so ZT didn't, like, the other clips, they didn't send, like, the other clips didn't work. The other clips went straight to like the video. The only one that worked was that one that you just the one I just played. Yeah, yep, I did see that. Wild. And it's funny, it's like personally, I don't have an issue with him. Like, I think he's a little spastic. I think he's all over the place. What up, Siege?
Yeah, hey there, Glenn. So, were you reviewing GS's behavior again?
No, just like I was playing this clip because, like, you know, it's like I know Grid was like, oh, he was not gonna write him off quite yet, and I was like, man, there's this clip out there that ZT Den sent me, and I'm like, he's sitting there just like trashing Grid for what the TTS chat that he sends on whatever, and I'm like, okay, why? Like, what's the point of that? Like, why are you trying to compare what you do to Grid? Like, that to me, it's like that's trying to avoid accountability. It's like saying, like, well, this person does things way more meaner than I do. So and so there you don't hold me accountable because that person is meaner than me. Like, what?
Yeah, I just came to clarify that. I remember when let's see, Grid was having a stream, and he was looking for streams to redirect to. And so I was thinking maybe we should go to generally specifics. Thankfully, he, well, Grid, he's just a boomer. He can't read the text all that well as DMs. So I just couldn't figure that out. So, which was a good thing. But I just threw a link in there, and ZT Den was the only one who went over to there. And so I apologize to ZT Den for doing that. And so,
you see the,
yeah,
the question that she, you see the question that she messaged me right here? Siege, did the other clips work for you?
Other clips, I haven't seen them at all. So I don't know.
You had one job.
Yeah. So just DM me about any clips that you have, ZT Den. But I'm just here to clarify. Just I guess yeah. Let's see. When ZT Den got into start, well, as GS says, started coming after him. She was just saying how deplorable his behavior was on like Speakeasy's channel, and so they just went after, just discussed all that stuff, and generally specific started talking about her family members and saying why she's probably lonely and wanting to be in here, and so that was like the end of it. So I just
where was this?
This was on like let's see, on Grid One's channel.
Oh, it was in his chat.
Yeah, when BPF got to show up, and so they were just talking, and then when GES got to
sounding like a robot.
Okay, talk. How about now?
Very much like a robot.
Oh boy, real bummer. Well,
hop out and hop back in.
Okay.
These kids and their robot voices. Can't save them. Can't live with them. Can't live without them. Interesting. So he was saying all that about you, ZT Den, in the chat. That's wild. That's wild. You know, I like I said, I don't have a beef with dude. You know what I mean? Like, he's spastic. He's out there.
So anyways, I just saying how when GS started shit talking ZT Den's family, that was like the end of it because our rule, and so I just decided to time him out for 24 hours. Should have banned him, but oh well. I leave that up to Grid.
Wait a minute. What did you just say? Are we not, man? I'm gonna ask GS if BO washed his balls before. He's like, hold on. Let me start streaming that before you do that, because all right, that'll be funny shit. I want to watch.
Too cool. Well, anyways, as you know, my internet always starts jacking up. That's why I mostly am in the VC instead of on the streams. Once I get better internet, probably I'll be more active in here, but I just came up to clarify that. And shout out to like ZT Den for fighting the good fight, as well as the Raging Patriot for raging on all those channels, as well as Are We Not, and also helping us with a bunch of stuff. You know, timed out a lot, guys. He and
But
Bill
I think
are
if you take
responsible for the amount of our invasions. I mean,
Sound like a robot,
invasions.
Steve. You gotta go. All right. Let's see if Are We Not Men does this crazy stunt.
One would think shouldn't obviously need to be stated, but being that we've already concluded the fact that the vast majority of people are retarded, maybe you do need to restate things.
How to win elections and how to wield the power you've gotten.
That's
to
right.
Defend your values.
All right, Are We Not Men? We're here. We're waiting for
You
you.
make a good point with this, and I've seen this a lot. The kind of liberal media tour on if Donald Trump is elected, he's going to go for revenge. And you kind of brought this up just a second ago. The reason that's such a good point is because you're also right. The entire fiasco going on with Trump right now, his prosecution, that's all revenge.
And by the way, Brown's boy, I mean, come on, dude. So let me explain something to you. iFi, you might be able to agree with this.
We'll see.
I heard something I found to be very interesting.
Damn,
that
Brown's boy
there
said
comes a point
GS
in
equals
time in every
government
boy's
snitch.
life, Brown's boy. There comes a point in time in every boy's life when he becomes a man, and that moment is when he realizes there's no one coming to bail him out. When he realizes at that moment he's on his own.
Nature.
That's when he becomes a man. And you know what, Brown's boy? Some boys never become men because they're constantly getting bailed out by mommy or the government or there's always some social safety net to prevent them from falling and hitting rock bottom and understanding that it's time to put their big boy pants on and become men and not Browns boys. So change
Be a
your
brown
underwear.
man.
I'm being
Brown
patient.
man. Let's do
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Brown man 23. How about that? Be a brown man. Come on, man. Man up, dude.
Right.
What up, Joe
100%
Cool?
That's revenge. There's no doubt that that's revenge. When that election or when the verdict was read,
See?
the entire
Are you seeing this? Look at this. Are you
Yeah,
seeing
you
it?
triggered him. You got it.
I mean, are you seeing it? So apparently my instincts were spot on. I'm not saying I'm a prophet.
Oh God.
Yeah. I ain't
Please
saying
don't.
she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke.
entire
getting it
internet
back
went
on
crazy
Trump.
with
Let's
leftists
not-
going,
let's
that's
leave the
right.
rapping
Next is
career
the orange jumpsuit. We're
somewhere
going
else.
to get you. And you MAGA people are next. It's total revenge. But for some reason, the idea that if,
What do you
if
mean?
Trump gets
What do you
elected,
mean, Joe?
he's going to come in and clean
Come up here
house
and tell
with
me
your
what
ass
you're talking about.
next.
I didn't do
That's
anything.
unacceptable. What's
Right.
sad to me, though, is that conservatives of all stripes fall for this shit time and time.
So I mean, he's making a good point because how many times have we heard certain people in very high levels of Congress saying, "Oh, there should be some kind of camp that we can put these people into that re-educates these MAGA people."
We should call it a gulag or something like that. That would
Yeah,
be.
yeah. I mean, and they're like, "Well, maybe let's not call it a re-education
I'm not
camp."
talking about. Oh, you're talking about
I
GS.
gotta bring up the
Oh, I
clip. I
was
mean,
like,
you can't
talking
write
about
this
GS.
stuff.
Oh, okay, cool.
Let's have a cultural revolution.
He
We
ignored
can
it.
Fix this.
Did you already
nation.
send it? Hold on, let me
Are
go
you
back
with
to
me?
it.
So let's just say the secular left, right? And maybe even in all fairness, I would hope the answer would be no, but maybe even some of these authoritarian theocrats types, if there was a button that you could in a dark room, you flip up a thing and push a button, and all your
Oh, I
enemies,
see your.
all
I
the
see
people
your
that were against
message.
you could just die, and there
Hi.
would never be counted against you. No one would ever find out it was you. How many people on the left do you think will push the button to get rid of pretty much anyone that has anything to do with MAGA?
All of the above.
And what about all the little heathen kid diddlers? How quick do you think they would disappear with a push of a button from the people on the right?
Similar numbers.
I would agree. Now, what about a libertarian? Do you think a libertarian would be like live and let live?
It depends on how pro-life he is. Every man has his line where he draws, and so some feel justified on moving that line a little bit to the left, just because for the greater good.
Hey, wait, hold up. Whose balls? Are we not men? Aren't you usually in Wilson's channel, man? I'm over here I'm fighting Wilson's fight against iFi, and you're saying whose balls am I sucking on?
This sounds like a Glenn audience that he likes. Balls.
Yeah, Glenn is super butthurt. I kind of called Glenn out on his bullshit.
Oh, am I
And now he's
super
talking
butthurt?
about God more, and I like that. I like that Glenn.
What are you talking about, dude? I've never stopped.
He finally found his God again.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, little by little, man, I'm doing God's work by getting him back on track, and he's not talking about corn stars and getting the squirts and putting titties behind paywalls and putting forth.
Oh my God!
Well, he's not doing it publicly. I mean, who knows what he's doing behind the scenes?
Come again and go.
That's
No, we're
funny.
going to be better than you. What?
Right.
What?
Look,
don't
we
you
already
think,
know
and I'll try to
who's
kind
out
of
here
bring
doing
this
God's
full
work.
circle to
Okay,
where we began.
there's only one of
I
us.
have this
Okay,
idea
and it's not
the
him.
last
All right,
election.
it's already been official.
Glenn Lawrence has been doing God's work.
Okay, let's unpack something here. What's the elephant in the room that you're hearing with your own ears there, iFi, when it comes to Mr. Spencer?
He doesn't.
There's only one. I don't know what he's thinking, what he's talking about. But he is not. Oh, good work. That was hilarious. And iFi's snitching like, oh, sounds like a Glenn Lawrence troll. Oh, you got timed out? That's a bummer. That was funny. Evidently, I'm butthurt. Yeah. What am I butthurt about? What am I butthurt about? Anyways. Oh, that was great. I caught it though. Don't worry. I caught it. I started laughing. That was funny. Nobody's butthurt. That's the funny thing. Like, what? He went on his little apology tour, and I'm like, okay, what do I need to? Why do I need to even acknowledge you, dude? Like, you said what you said. Okay, whatever. The only reason why he got mad at me for saying anything about him was because I called him out and said that, he dick rides, bass. Oh, don't worry, I will clip it. I'll clip it for sure. But whatever. Like, it's funny because, like, dude is like so schizo. Like, 1 minute he's one way, then next minute he's another way, then another way. It's just like he's all over the place. All over the place. But anyways, that's funny though. Yeah, no, I hear you. Zero integrity. Zero integrity. Apologize means nothing when you just exactly. It's a lip service. Just a lip service. So GS is looking so hard for a place to fit in. Well, that's his thing. Let him figure it out. Let him figure it out. Have you guys seen Teriak's video? Hold on. Let me pull this other video up first. Kind of give you guys reference to what what I'm gonna point out here. Where is it at? Siege, did you send me that timestamp? I think you did, right? Where are you at, Siege? You're here. And you said, okay, so 44. Okay. All right. So, where's it at? Right. So you guys remember in this stream here, and I'm not sure if I ask or Jake asks whether or not Based tagged both myself and allegedly Zerka into the post, right? And he was very adamant that he did. And he said that basically I was lying, saying that he didn't tag Zerka into the post, that he was allegedly calling him out for being a PDF file, right? Right. So I'm going to play it real quick so you guys could hear it.
Yeah, I mean, there was a bit baked in there as far as when I hopped on that stream and when I asked, well, what did you say or what was your response? What I kept hearing from him is, well, I'm not going to tell you. You can go back and watch it. So I don't recall the part that you're saying where he told me that he was wrong. But nonetheless,
Carpenter,
look,
if you're trying to say
just getting
that,
back
you
to
don't know
common
me,
sense
bro.
here for a minute.
That just explains
When
it.
I tagged him in that post, all the fanboys on that Glenn stream are talking about you didn't tag Zerka, you didn't tag Zerka. When you repost somebody's post, they're automatically tagged. I'm not even a Twitter vet, and I know that.
Wait,
It's-
well, is there a difference between, because I'm pretty sure Zerka has the blue check mark. I think
So, okay, you guys heard it right there, right? He said that he tagged Zerka. right? Okay, cool. Hold on. Let me show you guys something. Where are you at, Teriak? All right, here we go.
What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak. Today we're asking the question, is Based Oracle a PDF file? According to Based Oracle's logic, just the mere fact that you were a friend of a person who was accused of being a PDF file, or even supporting a PDF file, that automatically makes you a PDF file. And so, according to this logic, we're going to apply it to Based Oracle himself, and to see if he can measure up to the standard. So as we see, this whole thing kickstarted between a tweet between Based Oracle and where he calls out Glenn. What Based will say is that this tweet is somehow targeted at Zherka, that this calls out Zherka, but the only person he tags is Glenn Lawrence. It's all about a friend, the fact that Glenn might be Zherka's friend. As we see, like, we can scroll down, like Glenn literally doesn't know what's going on, and all Oracle's trying to do is say, well, he's your friend. But if this is such a big thing, let's see if it weighs up to Zherka. So as we see, we can go into the Twitter search function and we can list off tweets from Based Oracle to Mr. Glenn Lawrence, and we see those previous 3 tweets. We have the original tweet where Glenn is tagged, and then we have the post from Zherka, which has been taken down. But when we search based on Zherka, the last tweet was December 30th, 2023. So Zherka never seen that tweet. I'm not sure how this tweet calls out Zherka. So Based is more concerned with Glenn being friends with Zherka than what Zherka done. Kind of awkward if he's trying to make a case here. But we'll continue. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt, as they say. Now, the history based on Zherka and Based, as you can see, Based was pretty much a fan of Zherka, as we can see here. He thinks he's Based out of 10, apparently. I mean, these are Based Oracle's words, not mine. But unfortunately, Zherka doesn't feel the same way about him. Maybe that's why he's annoyed at this situation. Who knows? And like when we highlight the whole friendship between Zherka and Glenn, we can see June 21st, 2023. And when you go back to Glenn's first tweet, June 2nd, 2023. So in around the June of 23 is when this, friendship started or relationship. But then again, Based Oracle's first tweet was June 16th, 2023. So again, he seems to be pretty much a fanboy of Zherka at this stage. So it almost seems like Based has the same relationship with Zherka that Glenn does. So is this Based trying to expose himself as a PDF file? I'm not sure. We're just going through some tweets here at the moment. There we can't say one way or another. So pretty much what we've established here is that Based has the same relationship to Zherka as Glenn has the same relationship to Zherka, at least in terms of the public frame. So if Based is going to point the finger at Glenn, he has to point the finger back at himself using his own logic, and hence the video of why we're trying to find out whether or not he is a PDF file.
Because that's what heroes do.
Now moving on, I found some disturbing material as we'll go through here, which.
But the real point is, let's go back. Hold on. Oh, really? He's criticizing Andrew for hanging out with me? Hold on, we got to remove this. Let's go to that one now. Good Lord.
Whether you're an expert.
And he claimed not Glenn. GS, he claims to be a Christian, but his temper gets the best of him.
Oh,
and
yeah,
look at him make
100%.
videos about, and I could do that, and it'd be just as false as your argument against dude hanging with Glenn. And I don't even know about
Learned that he was promoting degeneracy, and I
you.
started
You
going.
can. I could come up with some crazy ass argument, and you're great for me, for religion, for everything. GS, right? I know I'm rough and all that bullshit. I'm an asshole, but I'll say it outright. You're one of the good guys. You're great. I love the direction you're going. But I can make a bullshit argument. Oh man, you support Glenn. He claimed not Glenn. GS, he claims to be a Christian, but his temper gets the best of him.
Oh,
and
yeah,
look at him make
100%.
videos about, and I could do that, and it'd be just as false as your argument against dude hanging with Glenn. And I don't even know about
I
Glenn.
wanna
He
hear what he
seems to be a
said.
nice guy. Every Christian.
I'm just calling out degeneracy. You can't. Yeah. So, all right. So I guess that's kind of all rounds complete on that thought process. Joe, is there anything? Kids huddled down in the tube system, in the subway system, and I mean, would that not have felt like revelation? Would that not
Thank
have
you,
felt like the
Callum,
end times?
for
Would that not have felt like there's
gifting
no coming
5
back from this?
memberships.
This
I
is
appreciate
hell.
you, sir. Thank you
And
so very
but
much.
yet we did. And what about the Holodomor? I mean, this is hell. There's people eating their children just to stay alive. The starvation, all this other
Hello,
stuff.
What
And
about
then,
all the communist
but
countries?
right, exactly. Well, that's Holodomor. That's Stalin. Right. And what about the fascist? What about the Holocaust? Oh, there's no coming back from this. This is the most horrible thing in the world. Yet somehow we made it past it. So the interesting thing for me is, as a person who does believe that there will be an end time, and everyone keeps saying, "Oh, it's the end times, the end times," and I've been hearing that. I mean, I'm 54, so I would say probably the last 34 years I've had the understanding and the concept, although I've only been for the last 4.5, 5 years of a Bible reader and a God-fearing man. I've been hearing about this concept of end times, Y2K. I mean, all these different
vegan
things,
cheeks. Here you
global
go.
warming,
This is
acid rain, ice age, heat wave. I mean,
Comets,
flooding, comets. Yes, exactly. And I keep hearing all this stuff about how it's the end of the world, but I have to be frank. And maybe Joe agree or disagree. Maybe File agree or disagree. The chat might agree or disagree.
4 minutes back
Please give
from
your
where I'm at
comments. But
now.
it is some weird upside down inverted stuff going on in the last like 5 or 6 years. It's like I've never seen anything this strange. Joe, your thoughts?
It's hard to imagine someone replacing Trump. I think even the DeSantis failure was an expression of that. But also, regardless of which way the election goes, the other side
Further
can't
back than
accept
this?
it. Because the liberals have criminalized Trump in some ways for legitimate reasons, I should say, but I'll put that aside for the moment. They've criminalized Trump. How could you let him win? How could you hand the keys to the Ferrari over to this man who you've declared has stolen documents? Well, they're not going to. And secondly, J6, and we don't have to go into all this stuff about J6 or whatever, but it's like that was clearly an expression of outrage of just, no, we will not let this happen. We're going in there. They said it themselves. It's a revolution, baby. And so where does, I feel like we've reached an endpoint in 2024 where I can't see over the horizon and there's nothing after.
I completely agree. And
don't you think that that's
All right, so that's black pillish, and here's where I kind of like where Wilson kind of pushes back on it. And you know what? And so the weirdest, and here iFi, and I don't know, maybe we can have a discourse back and forth on this. Because what's up, Joe Cole? Good to see you. So and
Now there's a conversation. Get Joe up on panel, and we'll.
yeah, Joe would be a good to have here. So the interesting thing for me, and by the way, it should be pinned. I think it's pinned, right? Yeah, it should be pinned.
Joe,
up top.
links at the top. Come on in, bro.
So the interesting thing for me is this. Can you imagine World War II down in the subway system, or what do you call it? What do they call it?
4 more
The tube
minutes.
in Britain with the nonstop midnight bombing, lights out, blackout. I mean, people were just, debris falling on top of you and your kids huddled down in the tube system, in the subway system. And
For numbers.
I would agree. Now, what about a libertarian? Do you think a libertarian would be like live and let live?
It depends on how pro-life he is. Every man has his line where he draws, and so some feel justified on moving that line a little bit to the left, just because for the greater good.
Hey, wait, hold up, whose balls? Are we not men? Aren't you usually in Wilson's channel, man? I'm over here I'm fighting Wilson's fight against iFi, and you're saying whose balls am I sucking on?
This sounds like a Glenn audience that he likes to. He likes to
Oh,
watch the balls.
yeah, Glenn is super butthurt. I kind of call Glenn out on his bullshit. And now he's talking about God more, and I like that. I like that Glenn's finally found his conscience, and he finally found his God again.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, I mean, little by little, man. I'm doing
Lost
God's
my
work by
God,
getting him back on
buddy.
track, and he's not talking about corn stars and getting the squirts and
I still
putting
hang out
kids
with
behind
porn
paywalls
stars.
and,
Talk
putting
to
forth
them
the
too.
degeneracy. Well, he's not doing it publicly. I mean, who knows what he's doing behind the
I
scenes.
just said it publicly.
Again, go.
You're
No,
my-
we're gonna be better than you. What?
Right.
I have
What?
friends.
But don't you think, and I'll try to kind of bring this full circle to where we began. I have this idea of the last election. And
So, I mean, okay, let's unpack something here. What's the elephant in the room that you're hearing with your own ears there, iFi, when it comes to Mr. Spencer?
He doesn't want to say it's a white nation, but it's a white nation.
That's the first thing that sticks out in your mind. It's not his effeminate voice and the fact that
So is
somehow
this-
he has children.
Are we not meant?
Oh yeah, he's definitely secular, but
Like,
he's trying to appear, Chad, to some of his audience because some of them are center left wing, so they want to dabble in the world of maybe
They
not
go too far
pure
back?
estrogen, maybe just a little drop of testosterone in there every once in a
Damn
while,
it.
just to grow a gay beard, that that appeals to the bears or whatever. But anyways,
He's always about destroying degeneracy and giving these.
I'm waiting for them to realize they're not really that big of enemies because he could probably bring Spencer over to his side and say, let's forget about all this God stuff. Let's just all agree that we want a nice, clean, homogenous nation where everyone worships me, Mr. Wilson, and my theocracy, and I'll bring you back to the way. You don't need all these lefties and politics and all those pussy libertarians and all their freedom and using their brains for themselves. We'll think for you. So vote Wilson, vote government.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a problem with Wilson.
You should. That's your fault. Yes, that's your problem.
my one problem with Wilson is that he doesn't call out the degeneracy of Glenn Lawrence. That he actually seems to support it. But I mean, there could be it could be the same thing with Fresh and Fit, meaning, it's really hard to make change from within if you're never invited back onto the show.
Degeneracy?
I think there's an argument to be made there. But when you're palling it up and buddying it up and not just saying, hey man, maybe don't promote degeneracy, when I've got like Coomer songs that I try to sell and put on my paywall and stuff that you can download. And he's always about destroying degeneracy and giving these thoughts on whatever, no quarter, no victories. They're going to get 0 wins, these degenerate women. But yet you got a degenerate Hollywood D-list actor who's, I mean, really the only thing he's good at is juicing. He has, I don't see a whole lot of talent there. His script set, I mean, it's just like so sophomoric. I would see like an 8th grade
what script?
an 8th
Have
grade
you
talent
ever
show
read any of
probably
my
have more of a
scripts?
skit talent than some guy who claims to be a producer and a pastor producer at that. That said,
I'm
not trying to
I
shoot too many
never
shots at the
claimed
guy. I mean, I said what I
If you
said.
want to get him on panel, feel free to invite him. But I'm not
he blocked me, man.
spokesperson for him.
Yeah, he blocked me. I don't even know where you stand with him.
Again,
you're on his panel, but then again, you're on.
I see hope in a lot of people. I think some people have potential. I'm jury's out on many of these people. But back to your Wilson point, I do agree that some systems are more easily corrupted than others. And I think you pointed out that power corrupts. And so maybe a long time ago when Wilson was just only had like 1 subscriber and he actually believed in his religion and had standards and shit like that. Maybe he was more persuasive in his arguments that he really believes in this Jesus stuff or whatever. But as time grew on and his subscriber count climbed and he got more power and more ego and the ability to tell other channels who they're allowed to have on their panels and stuff like that, I think we've already crossed into the realm of exactly what happens when you put man into power, like government, for example. So I agree. There's one that's obviously corruptible and one that's almost immune from corruption, but maybe we're not there yet. We'll wait and see.
This goes back to my support of Joe Biden. He's a geriatric manager of a declining empire, right? And so
he's drinking his insure.
Yeah, even Clinton was, I think he was in his 40s when he was elected. He was kind of young, vital and so on. Now we have this old man running. It really reminds me of the Soviet Union, in fact, of a Brezhnev area where you're having these premiers die and
Joe
the next
Cooper
one
was
is
on there and
comatose and et cetera. It
too,
reminds me of
or
where
at
we
least
are in terms of liberal
challenges
management.
them about
But don't you
something.
think this is the last election in the sense that
there was a
it's
big part that I'm trying to get to
beyond.
I think I went back too far.
it's hard to imagine someone replacing Trump. I think even the DeSantis failure was an expression of that. But also, regardless of which way the election goes, the other side can't accept it. Because the liberals have criminalized Trump in some ways for legitimate reasons, I should say, but I'll put that aside for the moment. They criminalized Trump. How could you let him win? How could you hand the keys to the Ferrari over to this man who you've declared has stolen documents? And secondly, J6, and we don't have to go into all this stuff about J6 or whatever, but it's like that was clearly an expression of outrage of just no, we will not let this happen. We're going in there. They said it themselves. It's a revolution, baby. And so where does I feel like we've reached an endpoint in 2024 where I can't see over the horizon and there's nothing out there. I totally agree. And I don't think that's
all right, so that's black pillish, and here's where I kind of like where Wilson kind of pushes back on it. And you know what? And so the weirdest, and here iFi, and I don't know, maybe we can have a discourse back and forth on this. What's up, Joe Cole? Good to see you.
Now there's a conversation. Get Joe up on panel. And
yeah, Joe would be good to have here. So the interesting thing for me, and by the way, it should be pinned. I think it's pinned, right? Yeah, it should be pinned.
Joe, links at the top. Come on in, bro.
So the interesting thing for me is this: can you imagine comments? But it is some weird upside Voldemort that's stolen. Last 34 years, I've had the understanding and the concept, although I've only been for the last 4.5, 5 years of a Bible reader and a God-fearing man. I've been hearing about this concept of end times, Y2K. I mean, all these different things: global warming, acid rain, ice age, heat wave. I mean,
comets,
flooding, comets. Yes, exactly. And I keep hearing all this stuff about how it's the end of the world. But I have to be frank. and maybe Joe agree or disagree, maybe File agree or disagree, the chat might agree or disagree. Please give your comments. But it is some weird upside down inverted stuff going on the last like 5 or 6 years. It's like I've never seen anything this strange. Joe, your thoughts?
I like your caution because all throughout history they swear it's the end times, and I would agree, but it is some weird shit going on. I can't argue none of that.
I mean, it's strange. I mean,
It's
it's
just
like
the end of another flaky government. You know, America thought it was special. It's no Rome, but you know, it can try.
yeah. So all right. So I guess that's kind of all rounds complete on that thought process. Joe, is there anything, is there anything that you wanted to talk about? What we've already discussed before we move on
Actually,
to the
no,
video?
I just got here. I haven't heard any of that. I heard you guys. Well, not you guys. I heard you dragging Glenn a little bit. I was glad I drug it back. I'm interested in whatever the.
Oh, I'm not dragging Glenn at all. I'm just calling out degeneracy. You can't call yourself a pastor producer and then be promoting degeneracy behind a paywall with a woman.
I
showing her
have
body.
never called myself
And then for Andrew, in that same instance, you can't have song after song of an intro before you go on your. Well, you can. You have free will. I think there's a logical inconsistency.
What is
within
Andrew?
that.
Because I don't watch him. I haven't watched him.
Andrew is the guy we're watching right now. It's
I
the
mean, I know
Crucible.
who he is. What were you saying? He has songs in the beginning. I
Yeah,
heard
he
him.
has songs and stuff where he's like 100% against degeneracy, against Coomers, against just absolute like degens. Like he hates degens and degeneracy. Yet he pals it up with a guy, and I've never maybe behind the scenes he says, "Glenn, you got to do better."
Is there a guy he's palling up with in particular? Or are you talking about he just
Glenn
palling
Lawrence?
with him?
Yeah,
Wait, you slamming Andrew for hanging out with Glenn?
No, I'm not slamming anyone. I'm pointing out that there's a logical inconsistency for someone that debates and takes no prisoners and says, "I just want to see if your logic follows." So I'm giving you a logic test. to see if- Sure. Yeah. No, I'm not trying to slam anyone. I actually have a lot of respect for Andrew Wilson. I don't know Glenn all that well. He got my phone number because of the whole pastor producer thing. And being a young Christian, I was like hungry for someone. And the guy's apparently he's got a 4-year theological degree. So I was looking at it like, okay, as a young Christian, man, I could learn a lot from this guy. And then I learned that he was promoting degeneracy. And
I could come up with some crazy ass argument, and you're great for me, for religion, for everything. GS, right? I know I'm rough and all that bullshit. I'm an asshole, but I'll say it outright. You're one of the good guys. You're great. I love the direction you're going. But I can make a bullshit argument. Oh man, you support Glenn. He claims not Glenn. GS, he claims to be a Christian, but his temper gets the best of him.
Oh, yeah.
Look, they don't make
I agree,
videos,
Joe.
and I can do that if he just as false as like against dude hanging with Glenn. And I don't even know about Glenn. He seems to be a nice guy. Every Christian, fucking Martin Luther King was fucking motherfuckers. There's a consistency there, but I'm not going to say, you can't hang out with Martin Luther King because he's a hypocrite. That's a false argument in my opinion.
Well, let me ask you a question, Joe.
Yeah.
Have you heard the term "show me your friends and I'll show you your future"?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, would it be foolish if you're hanging out underneath an apple tree with a bushel basket and you're trying to get a bushel full of oranges?
Yes, that'd be dumb. Yes.
Okay, so do you blame the apple tree for not producing oranges, or do you blame yourself for picking an apple tree to hang out under when your goal and your mission was to gather a bushel full of oranges, right? I mean, it's a rhetorical question, and you've already answered it.
I get it, but it doesn't hold water with the argument we're having here. You drop apples most of the time. You drop an orange. Really, I come here for apples, nigga. I get apples most of the time. You're consistent. You drop oranges, and I don't come around when you're, talking about other people's and all of that and your emotions and stuff. You drop oranges too. Glenn's the same way. That's what humans are, man.
But Joe, just because your apple tree drops one shitty apple, you don't cut the fucking tree down.
There you go. That's even better said. Yeah.
See, I can say it better in fewer words, Joe. By the way, judge not lest you be judged. Yes, that's what.
That too. Yeah.
Well, what's the rest? What's the rest of that? I5.
I have no idea.
I'm just fucking with you, Jess.
Judge not others. Well, hold on. Let me give it a try.
He has a point. He has a point.
Let me give it a try with my limited understanding of the Bible.
Bring up the
Judge not others, lest you be judged thyself. By the measure which you judge another will be measured back upon you. I don't have a problem with that ruler. I don't have a problem with that ruler. And it says, how can you, having a log in your eye, say to your brother, remove the mote in your eye? First, hypocrite, remove the log from your own eye, and then you can see more clearly, remove the speck or the mote out of your brother's eye. Now, have I removed the log out of my eye in all aspects? No, I haven't.
No.
But in the aspects of which that I am judging, I'm not called to judge. Let's say Joe doesn't say that he's a Christian.
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is my purpose?
You pass butter.
Oh my god.
Yeah, welcome to the club.
I went to the live.
Welcome
All right,
to the
so
club.
yeah, so we got a person down in the basement. Looks like I don't know if it's Gant or Can't. I don't know what it is. But I need you to cam up. Say again.
Emmanuel Kant, is he in the basement?
I don't know. It's got like a red letters. It looks like a G or a C. I think it's a GANT with a period in between each with red letters.
Careful.
Yeah.
This is true.
It's
No.
not
All right.
rants, is it? Rants are
No,
real
it's
words.
definitely not an R. Oh, maybe it is rant.
Oh shit! If it's rant, there goes your panel.
Rant's fucking great. Rant is
Wait, is it?
absolutely
He's not
great.
gonna porn bomb, is he?
Wait.
No, he's not gonna
let's
porn
make
bomb.
sure
It's
put
worse.
your-
He's
put
gonna.
the thing up. Let's hear his voice. Make sure it's rant. Put a overlay and let's hear his voice.
Yeah.
All right.
Rant's
Yeah.
good. He's smart.
Overlay.
Too.
He's good. He's good stuff. All right.
He's
so let's
really
go.
impressed. And he's like I fight. Everybody hates him. Everybody.
But
All right, let's
for
try.
good
Let's try
reason.
this.
Yo.
That's rant.
Kick it over here, baby pop, and let all the fly skimmers feel the beat. Drop. Cooling on a corner on a hot summer day, just me and my posse and MCA. I hear a lot of wine and a lot of cursing. 22 automatic on my person. Got my hand in my pocket and my fingers on the trigger. My posse's getting big and my posse's
getting bigger.
You
What's
gotta
up, Rand?
fight for your right to party.
To party.
Yo, John, what's everybody getting into today? How's everybody doing?
We
Good
were
to hear
watching
you,
Andrew
bro.
kill himself on stream, but then the feds took over the stream, so
Yeah.
no more
What?
pictures.
Andrew did
Got
not
real
kill
glowy
himself
and it
on
got taken
stream.
down. So
What's your thoughts on Andrew Wilson, Rant? Is it even worth the time and effort?
Who the fuck is Andrew Wilson?
Exactly. Now I can agree.
No.
with Rant.
I'm actually serious. Who the fuck is
I'm
Andrew
actually
Wilson?
serious. It's nobody, dude.
I
You're
had to
not missing
Google
a
him a
fucking
week
thing.
ago. I had to Google him a week ago, Rand, maybe two. So
You're not missing a thing.
just because
Okay,
people
Rand,
are
I'll catch
not
you up
like,
real quick. A long time ago, Andrew Wilson
in,
debated some butthurt atheist named Dillahunty or whatever. I can't remember his name.
wasn't that long
And
ago.
so
It was like less than a
got,
year
he
ago.
got him to rage quit, and so that was his rise to fame. That now Andrew Wilson is, like the second coming because he got one good debate in, and that's it.
Do
That's
we
what
even
all the
know if
fuss
it
is
was a
about.
real debate? Like, what if
Not
it's such a
really. I
cool
mean,
that we have a fake debate?
It was okay a debate, but he got Dillahunty to rage quit. Like he actually walked up and left the room in the middle of the debate. So
here's what's interesting about to him about me, Rand.
there it is, right there. There it is on screen.
He hangs his hat on his debate skills.
All
that
right.
is his entire reputation to him. At this, from what I can see.
I mean, that's pretty cool though. If he made a guy walk away on a live debate,
That's why he's so popular. That's why these people are
Yo,
in
what
love
up,
with him. They're
legendary
like
CEO?
worship him. He's like, oh, he's our savior. He's like the second coming to most people. So it's like they're way overblowing this. He's not that good a debater. As a matter of fact, he's a really shitty debater. But now everybody knows it when it's too late because he's got like 100K.
Yeah, I-Fi is super
subs and,
salty. with
all
Andrew.
kinds of
Like, what is the beef there?
other panels following him and shit. Like Grid One Sports and
is he the old guy or the guy that looks like Mark Passio?
It's the guy on the left is Andrew Wilson. The old guy's the butthurt atheist. See, look at him leaving.
Okay.
He's leaving. He's like, I'm out of here. Fuck this guy. Yeah.
What up,
And
Mr.
Andrew's like, ha ha ha. Look at that.
all right, hold on. I want to hear this. Actually,
Yeah, go
I've
ahead,
never
listen.
heard this. I've never
Yeah,
even
back
seen
it
it.
up a little bit too. Yeah.
Just go ahead and play it. It's
Back that thing up. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Come on, Joe Cool. So let's see.
When he presented his position here, has nothing to do with secular humanism. From the get-go, it's all about me.
What is
Matt
I-Fi's
thinks,
beef
Matt
with
thinks,
Andrew?
Matt thinks. I'm giving what Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt thinks. What Matt thinks.
Matt's position.
I
It's Matt's
came in with
position.
the secular humanist manifesto. I came in with positions that aren't
your
just
positions.
my that
What up,
aren't
Dano?
merely my position.
Oh well, as long as multiple people hold the position, it
this
makes it
guy's not
valid.
serious, and I'm leaving.
So it's like an ad populum thing is what Andrew's arguing against. So
Get up here,
what am I
legendary.
supposed to argue against
Get
if
up
not
here.
what your positions are?
Let's
I
go.
was-
I
I
mean-
only saw the 2 seconds there.
Yeah,
But
you gotta
I-
play
Join
whole thing
the
if you want
links in the
context.
Yeah, well,
into the
check
description.
out
Get up
that,
here.
I'll comment on those 2 fucking seconds. There's no excuse for bad form. At this point, the guy can't get a sentence off, and Andrew's talking over him. I have no
Yep.
reason to applaud
That's-
anything yet.
That's not good debate, but yeah, go ahead. Let's watch
It's
the whole
effective rhetoric, but it's not good debate. And
It
I mean,
is.
if your whole
It's
if your whole
debate a quest
purpose,
for the truth or to win the crowd, though, right?
Right.
Is he in, yeah.
good point, Joe. Good point. Is it
Deeply
about impressing
ideological on
the
what, though?
Coliseum? Because the mob is fickle. 1 minute it's giving you a thumbs up, the next minute you're getting fed to a freaking lion for them to be even more entertained. So,
Are you not entertained?
yeah, for me, I'm not interested in ad populum. I know the vast majority of people are probably going to come against me. I think the Bible mentions it. We've counted all joy when you fall into certain trials, right? When the world persecutes you, remember it hated me first, for I testified against it that its works are wicked.
All right, take it easy.
I'm not interested in ad populum. I'm not interested in being accepted by everyone. I'm
Yes, you are.
interested in
You're
people that are
really
seeking the
interested in
truth,
being
want the
accepted
truth,
by
and
Base
nothing
Oracle.
about the truth. So
Like-
help me God.
If you want a refund, you
Well,
let me
good
know.
day, sir. And I'll cover your refund, Mr. Matt.
He just said he'd cover my
I
refund.
would cover his refund.
It's probably devolved too much, man. Can we hear him argue a little bit? Can you
Yeah, I do. I want to hear it, but it's just funny, man. It's like I'm just saying they love a bargain. We'll just put it that way. He loved it. He was
Oh
like,
yeah, I
we'll
mean,
cover it.
you could tell I-Fi plays like tries to play everybody.
Nope. Nope. This debate is
So
over.
like what about the
The
guy,
video that
right?
you're about to watch features a few.
Put it in the
again?
work, homie. Just
So you
put it in
guys
the work.
had like a topic on this guy, right? What was the topic about him now?
Tim Pool
we-
was debating Richard Spencer about Christian nationalism versus white power, and we didn't get to hear it because Tim Pool talked for an hour and there was no
Yeah,
debate.
that's true.
I mean, Tim Pool's like basically a shill.
That would
Like, are
be
you aware of that?
I'm aware of that, but you know,
GF
I
and
wonder about
I-Fi.
that myself because I mean, how can you say some of the things you say and still maintain a platform unless you're kind of
Seriously.
controlled opposition in a sense, maybe?
What I could say is he's not interesting, right?
Right.
He doesn't say anything that's really like fucking groundbreaking. He don't fucking come out and really, you know,
no,
drop the hard
wait.
truths.
Wait, Rant. I almost agreed with you, but then I thought about it for half a second. In order to be a shill, you have to pick a side and make a point.
Yeah, he's milk
He's
toast.
neither. So you're wrong, Rant. He's
Damn,
Well,
he's lukewarm.
That's what you don't realize, bro. He is
That is the
essentially
side.
running an agenda.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he'll sit there lukewarm and then kind of just slide shit in there to kind of manipulate your narrative in a very passive aggressive cunty way.
Yeah, just the tip though. He doesn't go any further than just the tip.
But he wanted to debate
okay. I'll
Andrew.
take your word. I can't stand to
Andrew
listen
said he
to him
wanted
for
to- yeah,
very long, so I'll
wasn't
take
on
your
camera.
word
It's
for
like,
it.
yo, he serves a
Hi-Fi
purpose,
just
right? When
said-
something pops up, he comes in and like
I remember
downplays
that
it
happened
down
on
to
my
nothing.
stream too, not
Like
too long ago when Andrew
Like
was
a
on there and
PF
I-Fi
Young
popped
kind
up.
of purpose. Like, what
Like
are we
he's a
talking about here?
fluffer, bro. He's like a fucking an agenda fluffer. Like he's not the agenda driver. He just comes out to fluff agenda.
Yeah, we got AI that can do that shit. Why do we need him?
Because like he's a dude
sorry,
who like lefties can kind of like rock with, and then he could kind of
Oh, here we
them
go. Are
into,
you doing
like,
the Jack thing
kind
again?
of right wing shit, you know. But then he could also get right wing dudes and fluff them into being like half a lefty, and so it's like a mind fuck.
So he can grift both the Destiny crowd and the Wilson crowd, is what I'm hearing from you.
Right, basically, and just like lead them around in a vicious loop where they don't even know what they
Nice.
are anymore. And
The
you know what I mean?
ultimate grift. He's got both sides.
My guy is a closet Republican. All he sends me is clips of shills, and he believes every one of them. And Tim Pool is among them. I've already written them off, but I don't even watch the guy. I don't know nothing about the dude.
He's
But
like a Joe Rogan. You know what I mean? Like Joe Rogan's not really standing on anything. He just kind of brings up the drivers of
Right wing will be the
fucking-
conservative
the
wing,
narrative,
like
and then just kind of
Republicans.
Joe Rogan is a shill.
icons.
I'm just a comedian. I'm not very smart.
And the other guy, Russell Brand, I'm wondering about him. I think he's crossed over into Shieldom too now.
He's best. He's probably the best of those three choices, but you know that's all shitty
The-
choices.
the only reason I say that is because all that fire he speaks, and he get these people in front of him, the
Yeah.
fire dies. He wants to
Yeah.
be their best buddy and don't bring up anything he said about him.
Well, he's British. Can you blame
Yo.
him? So, I mean,
You guys know what
expect?
sitcoms are?
I don't watch them, but I do.
You know what they are, right? And like,
we know.
I don't know if you remember back in the day on TV, you'd have all these sitcoms that were all targeted at a specific audience, right?
Of course, Good Times.
And so
Jeffersons, yeah.
these sitcoms never really drove hard narrative, but like Tim Pool, they provided, right, a visual representation of what you're supposed to be if you fall in that category. And so the mind control where people were comparing themselves to the sitcom, trying to be like the
Stop
sitcom,
it.
emulating
Copper
the
color
sitcom.
people.
Therefore, the sitcom was the art that was going to mirror reality, and then reality
Oh
was going to
man,
mirror the art.
that's funny.
I
Thus,
get it 1,000%.
the mind control.
That is our issue right now. We watch that shit and we see people get emotional. Ain't no way on GP. I wouldn't stand for that shit. And we become sitcom characters and we learn to behave the same way we see these clowns on TV with the necks moving and shit. It's the same thing.
Let's continue to unpack that because I like what Rant said. So let's go all the way back to I don't know, My Three Sons or Father Knows Best.
Oh, God.
or, you know those older shows where
Leave It to Beaver.
Leave It to Beaver. Even though we might think that there was a wholesome message, was there? Was there some kind of subtle, snaky kind of thing being slipped in?
Obey
You know?
and comply. That's what
Right.
that was.
You
Yeah.
had
That's
Archie
bad.
Bunker back in the day, right? Archie Bunker was the man,
Yep.
right?
Then,
Then
oh yeah,
you go
exactly
forward,
it. So
when
you
they
got
want
My
to
Three-
pussify the man, you
How
get
they
everybody
ruining
loves
like
Raymond.
good shows?
You know,
or Everyone's, and I think, but there's also Married.
Does he really?
Married with
I bet.
Children.
I
Like,
bet
what
he
was it,
does
like,
because he does that.
yeah, they wanted to
Hot Boxing
pussify
thing.
the man. You know, and
and
that
they
was
want
when
to
it
turn him into
began.
a joke. And
Yeah.
now, 2024, then you don't. I mean, when's the last time you saw a white dude with a white woman with white children? Now it's everything's about breeding out the white race. And
Well,
and
Well, listen, I
that is
don't know.
pretty
I don't know what you're
fucking
talking about because
racist,
at the
if
end
you
of
ask
the
me.
day, if you know
Who
about
cares if
genetics,
people
white
are
genetic is
interracial
dominant.
couples and marrying?
I don't know. Somebody was saying that,
You
that
don't. You can't
two
breed out
blacks
the white race.
can actually two black people can actually make a blonde hair, blue eyed baby. Is somebody was saying that earlier?
Yeah, so how's the
I can
white
only speak from
gene
my,
dominant?
experience, right? Like, I'm
This is
Sicilian, I'm
wild.
melanated, right? But my skin is light when I don't tan. My
Yeah.
Like that is crazy. Why would you say something about the whole um why would you say anything about oh, you're breeding out the white race? Who who's breeding out the white race? I mean, I think he has it seems like he has like a big concern about, I don't know. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. It just seems like, is really concerned about the white race. Like, you not know like white people are everywhere? Like, we are where? Shit, we on different continents. Like, have you not seen Teriyaki? Like, Teriyaki is so white, he's transparent white. That's just wild. Why would you say that? That to me just does not make sense. Anyways, yeah, it's, I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like my brother and sister are mixed. Like they're black, Italian, and Hispanic, right? I don't see a problem with that. This whole concern about breeding out the white race. It's like, you know how many white people there are? Like black people only make up like 13% of the population in the United States. Baffles me. It's funny because and I'm not trying to sit here and throw shade on them, but do you know how many times Siege, come up here. Siege will be able to explain this better than I do. Siege, come here. Wait, people. Siege got to come up here. Oh, Siege. I know you heard me. Don't be telling me you can't because the internet. It's a lie. You're in the chat. Come on, Siege. We'll put up with the robot voice. All you got to do is answer one question. Mm-mm. How are you going to say fine? Don't be giving attitude like that. How dare you? Oh, yeah, one more joke? Aren't you timed out? I mean, I can put it back on because I have it still playing. Here, I'll pull it back up. As we're waiting for Siege.
tell you we're going at it, they're probably lying. They're
That's what's going on.
No,
Are
I'm just.
Are you
I
on
mean,
your phone?
my internet's working, but
Are you on your
StreamYard-
phone though?
No, I'm on the computer.
you know, for
Yes,
days people been dropping off and they've been saying it's
Yeah, what's up?
the internet's
All right.
tripping. For days, people who have
So doesn't CS have like a very long repetitive history of talking about a bunch of different women very inappropriately on his stream?
Yeah, I was really surprised when he was just telling Grace Thorpe to aim her camera down a little bit more. Like, show her cleavage, man.
Wait a minute, he told Grace Thorpe that?
Yeah, it was on your stream, man. First time he came up on your stream, as well as Grace coming on, he just told him, "Hey, Grace, you mind lowering the camera angle down a little bit more?" It's like, that was the first time hearing that from him.
Can you clip that for me? Find that for me and clip it. Or at least give me the timestamp.
I'll give you the timestamp. I remember it.
All right, cool. But didn't he say that about like Sarah and then like did he say about Dubrava too? Like I know he said that.
Yeah, I don't remember from Dubrava, but you definitely. But I do recall a few times he was kind of like simping for Kat Katibi as well, and it's like he was dying to get timed out.
Yeah.
But it's so weird as well with GS. He was such a cool guy when Dubrava sent me over to his channel. But as soon as he met Base Oracle, man, it's just when you gotta change your religion, you gotta be able to have that genuine desire. You just change it immediately, man.
That's crazy. But I'm the bad guy. I'm the heathen, right? Apparently.
Yeah, can you still hear me? It's a robot voice now.
What's up?
How's my voice now?
Oh,
Still robot voice?
it almost sounded better. It almost sounded better.
Oh boy, jeez.
Now you're all over the place.
Oh boy, well I gotta confirm that GSGs. What a disappointment. Bipolar, man.
All right, no worries. Talk to you in VC in a little bit, all right?
Sounds good, will do, guys.
All right, peace. All right. Yeah, Glenn tatted up. Glenn bad. Let's see if we can get some of the. Let's see if there's anything going on here.
I've heard a million of your words. Most
I
of
am
them
the
are
first
retarded.
person that will say you're not gonna vote your way out of this shit. That's Phi talking.
I
I'm
don't
the
know
motherfucker
anything
that says
about
that.
libertarianism, but I thought you were the third party, and I was supposed to change my
No,
vote and vote
Joe,
for you.
Joe. So Joe, the LP, the Libertarian Party, in which Dave Smith almost ran for president, is the normie shit that no one takes serious. That's why they only get 3% of the vote.
All right.
So what they're trying to do is get the message out to the rest of the fucking retards that keep voting for Biden and Trump that don't know what the fuck's going on in this country. But we're trying to at least let you know there is an intelligent way out of this system. It's not by voting. You're not
Well,
going to vote
isn't
your
it
way
this
out.
pie in the sky? Then how do we make this?
It's not a
change?
pie
Why
in the
is
sky,
why
Joe.
is it not? How do I see these changes making? We're not
Look,
going to vote
Phi's
our
a
way
genius.
Hey,
He
Joe,
still has
Joe.
faith in the validity of the vote system.
Joe, have you ever heard of the Amish community?
Very good. Yes.
He thinks if you don't vote, they can't implement.
Okay,
the tyrants they're gonna
there's
implement anyway.
an example of a cultural group that has formed within our country. Have you heard of the Free State Project in New Hampshire?
I have a buddy who's a big part of it, and they're trying to separate from the union and all.
There is the political group that's making steps in the right direction. Now, guess what would happen if you combine those two groups?
You'd be on some self-sufficient shit and all of that.
You'd be in conservatarium, motherfucker, on the real planet Earth in reality, not fucking dreams and not whiny bitches like GM.
I don't know. I don't think
Yeah, it's not real. It's Peter Pan bullshit.
Who knows? Maybe they
You're
timed
just
out.
a different flavor of whiny bitch.
Nah,
Wake
I'm a
me
man.
up before you go, cause I'm not
Come
trying
on,
to go
join,
too solo. Wake me up
Legendary for
before
the
you
last
go,
15 minutes or
Wake up,
so.
T-Bone.
Take me
Yes, can
camping
you
tonight.
are we gonna watch any
You
of
want
that
to know
GS?
the real solution to all these fucking problems?
can't join on your-
Stop
from your
being
laptop?
weak men and go and start providing for yourself.
Yeah,
and
do it
stop
on your phone.
relying on a
That's
system.
exactly what I find.
That's
All right,
step
Brown,
one.
My house
hold
is
on.
in order,
I got
bitch.
housekeeping. I got housekeeping. I know this enthralling conversation going back and forth about Peter Pan and Never Neverland stuff. So Brown's boy, you've been taken off of the block list. I actually did some homework over here, and I had to research how to take people off my block list. So there you go, Brown's boy. You have this is your one and done opportunity not be what I think you are. And let's hope you're not, because what I think you are is
Yo, it's a black screen.
All right, Callum, in 5 minutes,
you,
pop up.
you use your ears, dude.
Yo, Brown's boy
it's a
is a
sounder.
gentleman and a scholar. Okay.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see. Let's see if he's additive. I don't hope he's not a cunt like I think he is, but
He has
If he
his
was a
good days.
cunt, he would fit in.
He has his good days.
how
GS.
dare you?
Give him a
What,
chance.
what
Just saying,
exactly?
you got
would-
I5
Damn,
on
are you
the
been
fucking
timed out?
panel right now.
'Cause I've been, like,
literally
looking for
hunting
your-
over me.
Good point.
posts.
Good point. All right, you're coming up, man. You can pop off your cam there. All right, be nice. Well, if you can't be nice, be accurate. If you can't be accurate, at least just try to tell the truth. Go ahead.
Brown's boy, that's your cue, dude.
You're muted, Browns.
Oh, hey, how's everybody doing today? I'm glad I finally made it up on panel. I will not try to do anything to get or disqualify anybody's sayings or anything like that. So
I appreciate that, but speak freely otherwise. Yeah.
You're
All right,
not
what's
going to
up?
hurt
What's on
my
your mind?
feelings, bro. Attack me.
Rant
Go
came
ahead.
in.
I
Rant
challenge
came in.
accepted.
Okay.
Get him, Brown. Hurt his
Oh,
feelings.
dude, that's what I'm saying. Like, you want me on your team, you know what I mean? You mean
I don't
but,
know. Fi is one of the few people that actually stuck up for me on some double standard.
Oh, no, we're
stuff the
clipping
other
the one
day.
that we
I
did
appreciate
earlier.
Fi, that's what I noticed. It took me a minute with
You
Fi
said
to
GS
realize
had
that,
pubes
you know,
in
he
his
has
teeth?
he has some qualities that are good.
That's funny.
They're all
sure.
calling to free you, dude. Look at this. You got some fans out there, bro.
Here we go.
Oh,
Watch
shoot.
out, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah,
Here I
right, man.
come.
Mindful should come up here too. And I thought I saw Machine Line. Well, whatever you guys are doing. But Rant brought up the bloodline stuff, like Superior can't breed
I'm
out.
not seeing it. I already
I
know,
thought that was
man.
pretty interesting. But
We moved
I'm not
Well,
necessarily
how are we
saying
8% of the
superior.
population then?
yeah,
That
yeah,
doesn't
no,
make
that's not
any
what I'm
sense.
sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Here's what I'm
Not
saying.
superior.
Okay? If you take certain colors
Not at
and
all.
mix them together, you get
Yeah.
like another color. And then
Right.
you don't like if you take that other color and mix
This was
that
your
with the
panel
same
2
exact
months
color,
ago?
you don't get a different color anymore. It's
We talking about machine
like,
lies?
take white and black paint
What
and mix
virus?
it, you get gray. Now take gray and mix it with gray, you get gray. You don't get black or white ever again.
Well,
what
but
I'm
that's
saying
What
not
if
is,
you
true with
continue to
humans.
mix it with black?
Wait,
though?
wait,
as
wait,
far
wait,
as
wait.
genetics
That
go,
doesn't-
they tend to continue to
Ah.
degrade. So like due to
Of course it would.
entropy.
Oh, the
right?
people?
White.
You had
is
all those
not a
people on your
good
panel?
thing. It's actually the lack of something
Interesting.
that people used to have that protects them from the sun. So it is the degradation, the entropy of the genetics of human
The
beings.
same thing with the blue eyes. Yeah.
Humans even used to be stronger, huge, like muscular, rowing across the fucking ocean, testosterone, big balls.
Yeah.
Now, look at this. We got I5s on the fucking panel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You got all these fucking people walking around with like basically a vagina under their dick. I don't know if they even got a dick. Maybe it's just a little extra sized clit. I don't really know. But the reality
Whoever
is
said
men used to
Grant
be a
guys
lot
funny.
more. And now, due to entropy, everybody is on a pen.
That's funny. All right, I'm done with him. I'm done with him. Let's see. Mm. Let's see. I don't know. So, personally, I think that like when it comes to these guys, like I I honestly don't care. I mean, I really could care less about GS. Like, dude doesn't phase me. Dude is really nothing to me. You know, like I know that he's all like hot air. Like, you know, I know like, I don't try to virtue signal. That's one thing I don't do at all. You know what I mean? What up, Callum?
Oh, what up, Glenn? How long you been
Not much,
going?
man. Oh, you know, just enjoying my haters hating on me.
Is it the pinkies? They're doing it because you're copper colored. Sorry.
You know, it is it is them
Terrible.
pinkies because you know I'm copper colored. You know, Aborigine and shit. You know, one of the real, genuine first class Americans, OGs.
Yeah, been insane.
You know, like it's just funny because, like, you know, one GS is he just comes on here and I really don't ever see him like doing any like streams like, hey guys, let's talk about this topic, let's break this down, how can we improve, how could we, you know, do better, you know. And one, I don't really watch any of his content, so I could be totally misrepresenting his content. So I do need to just put that disclaimer. But I mean, I see him do streams on me, I see him talking about Andrew Wilson, not just once. I've seen him talk about bass. I've seen him talk about all kinds of things. People that, like, you know, like, what is it, like the Valor crap shit, you know what I'm saying? Like,
No, I have no fucking idea who that guy is. to be honest,
I was made aware of him by Siege. Siege, like, hey, you should give him a shot. Cool. You know, it comes over my stream. No problem with him first time. You know. Apparently he didn't like the fact that I was contracted to do create a pilot, you know, or a proof of concept basically of a different type of podcast where it's kind of like a late night podcast, like you know, like the late night show.
he didn't like that you were going to have work. What
Well, it was like you know, it was supposed to be like Howard Stern's meets you know, who would it be? Howard Stern meets
Anthony Cumia,
Stephen Hawkins, right?
Oh, okay.
So it's kind of like you want that. They wanted that raunchy, sexy, you know, envelope pushing. Howard Stern.
Oh, you mean the old Howard Stern?
Yes. So they wanted like something like this, like, you know, the old Howard Stern's versus, you know, like a combo with like Stephen Hawkins with like some serious conversation. So I'm like, all right, cool. And you know, they give me some guidelines. They said, look, we want something like private parts in there, you know, like, you know, to spice it up. All right, this is what I'm contracted to do. I gotta do it, the contract, you know, fulfill the contract. So we did. Made a proof of concept. Had an adult film star on there that I know of. And the end of it, there we had again to meet the criteria. We decided to play strip trivia, right? And I told people about it. I said, yeah, this is what I just did. This is the project I just finished, and right now it's behind a paywall because it's being like vetted by the you know, iHeartRadio and the other potential buyers from iHeartRadio. And it's like he takes that, he's like, oh, you're a degenerate. I'm like, I had a job. So you can say every Christian that was in a movie with a sex scene is a degenerate. Like, it's just like it is what it is.
So because you're having a bit that having a
Like,
bit.
well, I mean, I get what he's saying, like to the degree, like, you know, well, if you could avoid it, would you do it? Well, no, if I could avoid it, I wouldn't have done it. Like, you know, if it wouldn't have been in, you know, breaking a contract, then I'd have figured a way out of it, you know, but it was breaking a contract. So it is what it is. And the funny thing is like it hasn't been, it's been taken down like for weeks because the pilot, the proof of concept was sold. So we take it down, we get rid of it. And the company that bought it, the sub company of iHeart has it, and they can do whatever they want with it. Right. And I fulfilled my job. Moving on.
I'm not entirely sure that I mean, because I could think of it like you know, if you ever watched pretty much anything on HBO or whatever, had a buddy that had on Spartacus the other day.
Yeah.
And it's like you know, I was like, what the hell? You know, it was pretty in your face with that stuff. But anytime you've watched something like that makes you a degenerate by that logic, so it doesn't. I'm not sure I quite follow that in the same way that we're talking about like actual adult content. So yeah, I'm not quite sure how that argument works.
Yeah, neither do I. Hold on. It looks like Steve just sent me. Oh, okay. It's in this stream. All right, cool. Thank you, Siege. Siege comes in clutch. Let me go ahead and do this. He said 3 hours and 35 minutes in. All right, I'm going to bring it up, Siege, right now.
Well, it's important, though. It's important.
All right, Grace, shut the fuck up. I have to pee and I'm finishing a thought. But yeah, the point is that like
Your bowel movements are not my problem, Ashley.
Okay, but the thing I was saying though is that like you have to put each other first as husband and wife. Like you have to put your marriage first before all else, after God or your belief system. And if you don't, the family unit will crumble. Period. End of story. True. It will crumble. And that's all I was trying to say. It's also good to see you, Grace. You look beautiful tonight. I do have to pee really bad. BRB.
Does anybody else think Ashley talks a little bit too much about her vagina? You know, like masturbating with cheese sauce and peeing all the time. You know,
I tend to agree.
Women should have a little more decorum about their bodily, parts in general.
Yeah, I mean, she likes to share, and she's sharing with us what's going on.
Not really.
That's true. Yeah.
Can I request that Grace change her angle a little bit downward so I can see her decorum a little bit better?
I've got the cleavage out for the boys. What are you talking about?
Wait a minute.
So Grace,
isn't that like isn't he like a good Christian man? A married Christian man?
I just heard a little simpage disguised as a joke, maybe. I don't know. Is this the podcast that you're talking about, Glenn?
Did he just ask a woman that's not his wife to angle the camera down so he could see her cleavage? Not.
It is also a
him.
Thorpe.
Not GS though. Hold on. That cannot be. My ears must be deceiving me. Let's just make sure I heard that right.
We're going to make mistakes. Things are going to fall in and out. But at the end of the day, you made some unique human beings on this planet that needed the DNA from your husband and from the man and from the woman. And
I'm glad you said that. Because I do have to pay, but this conversation. But I'm glad you said that because that was actually an issue that did come up when the divorce was going down, you know, and it kind of, in my situation, I feel like maybe flip-flop from what most people would think, but I feel like he put the kids always way before me, which is fine. I don't mind that happening at all. It wasn't a jealousy issue, nothing like that. But I
Guys,
do
we got to pay
believe that,
attention here. I
like,
just want
if
to
you're
make sure I
Christian, it
heard
would be
that and I
God,
didn't hear it wrong.
then
I
mother,
hate to be
father,
accusing
right,
somebody of
husband, wife,
something
then the kids.
that he didn't say.
Because, like, without God or your belief system or whatever you base your morality on, right? That's always got to be first because that's what keeps you human and that's what keeps you good. But then,
No, Ashley, it's God, then husband, then wife, then kids. Not husband and wife on the same level.
okay, whatever.
Facts.
But then,
Well, it's important though. It's important.
all right, Grace, shut the fuck up. I have to pee and I'm finishing a thought. But yeah, the point is that, like,
Your bowel movements are not my problem, Ashley.
okay. But the thing I was saying though is that, like, it's, you have to put each other first as husband and wife. Like, you have to put your marriage first before all else, after God or your belief system. And if you don't, the family unit will crumble. Period. End of story. It will crumble. And that's all I was trying to say. It's also good to see you, Grace. Mwah, you look beautiful tonight. I do have to pee really bad. BRB.
Does anybody else think Ashley talks a little bit too much about her vagina? You know, like masturbating with cheese sauce and peeing all the time. You know,
I tend
think
to
it's, like,
agree.
women
I
should
think-
have a little more decorum about their bodily, you know, parts in
Yeah,
general.
I mean, you know, she likes to share, and she's sharing with us what's going on, and you know,
That's true. Yeah.
Can I request that Grace change her angle a little bit downward so I can see her decorum a little bit better?
I've got the cleavage out for the boys. What are you talking about?
Nope, my ears did not deceive me. My ears did not deceive me.
Could it be a bad joke? I mean, it's pretty bad if it is. Yeah.
I mean, you know,
in fairness, Grace did just talk about bathroom activities, so that could throw anybody's mental state off for a little while.
I'm wondering if a strong Christian man on God's word would make a married Christian man at that would ever make such a statement like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't you think that would be kind of unbecoming?
I don't think Mike Pence would say it, but I mean, yeah, it is a double standard. I mean, you know, it's
a double standard. I'm just wondering if that's the kind of level of he's saying over there. I mean, he's acting mighty high and on this degeneracy, Tech and Glenn Lawrence nonsense, and that's fine. I mean, so to each their own.
Wouldn't you say it's probably more likely you're getting attacked because you're getting work? Like
Patriot. He says,
"Oh, hold on. This is when the Raging Patriot first came over here and dropped some love over here for sure. Thank you, sir. But I'm just wondering, like, you know, is that a bad joke, or is that inappropriate conversations with the woman that is not your wife? Anybody? Maybe I'm just making that up in my head. I don't know. Maybe I'm
no.
crazy.
You know. I mean, you know, you get it either way. Again, I don't know the guy, but I have an uncle that he would make some inappropriate comments to women when I was in my early 20s, and he would mask it as jokes, but they were clearly repeated. So, in a case like that, I mean, again, he's married, not really Christian, but it's I mean, it's a Thorpe, so I mean, you know, I have to lean to like, I have to lean to it not being a joke when it's a Thorpe.
I mean, even if it wasn't a Thorpe, it could have been any woman That would have been bad.
It would have been funny if it was you.
I would have made it funnier.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't have said it though at the same time. But the funny thing here is though, I'm gonna ask mighty self-righteous over there in the land of the GS and all that stuff. Like,
yeah, I think Bill Hicks got it right. He's being a dirty old man.
but like, I mean, is that what a Christian man, kind of, is that the type of conversations that a Christian man should have with a woman other than his wife? I don't think so. GS's insults would have been weird sexual stuff too. Yeah. Glenn could have delivered pointing out the hypocrisy much better. I could have. It just like it's a little weird though. Like, again, wouldn't it be funny if GS started watching us? That would be funny. I remember what word he used on Flo's panel. He was debating someone using weird sexual insults. They sounded really. Eesh. I'm just saying, like, look, I ain't gotta send shots at nobody. Okay, I just show information, and it's just like, but you come at me, you just keep on bringing my name in, like you keep on spewing my name out of your mouth, but then you got takes like this online. Please.
I mean, is the guy funny? Like, what's his channel about?
That wasn't funny, about, but like, whining and crying about being I believe he's a disabled veteran, and he whines and cries about his beard and how gay he is.
What?
And some bunch of other shit. I don't know. I really don't know what his channel is about at all whatsoever. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, he's reformed now. Is that what it is? Raging? Well, I'm reformed now after my 4-week manic episodes, and now I'm better than you, Mr. Glenn Lawrence. Well, good for you. I hope so. Like, get out of here. Like, this is why I can't take people seriously like this. It's like, cool. You came and yelled at me. You didn't like the fact that I got contracted to do a video. Whatever. Mine was work obligated. Was anybody forcing you to say that to Grace Sort? No? Okay. Well, moving on.
Acting like somebody who never had a job doing something they didn't like to do. Fucking hey, man. I don't get the original thing in the first place there, Glenn.
Like, funny thing, like, it's like mine's a work thing. He didn't get paid. Nobody put him up and said, hey, you need to make an inappropriate comment to a young woman or you're not going to make any money on YouTube. That's just funny.
I come back to the idea that sometimes people just don't like it when other people get shit that they don't have.
Nah, he does some piety signaling against content creators like Andrew Wilson. Oh yeah. Yep, absolutely. What did I5 made him say? Say it. I5 made him say what, Patriot? That'd be funny. Anyways, what's going on with you, Callum?
Closing out Jira tickets most of the night tonight. It was for up through the night and the morning. And
where are you at? Where are you?
Utah. I'm in Utah. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm in the good state of Utah where we have given the kick to Pornhub. Very proud of my state. Get the fuck out.
Good job for Utah. Oh,
we get a win every so often. There's some skeletons in the closet here, but
what was the last one you guys had?
Well, I think the Pornhub one was probably the last one.
Now, besides that,
Yeah, I don't know. Like the last skeleton.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's one every day.
No, I mean, like last win. What was besides the Pornhub thing? What was the last win you guys had?
Yeah, I don't think they're. I mean, we did I guess they did constitutional carry. It's probably
Oh,
one.
really?
Yeah, I mean, I think still people should get concealed carry license, but
I agree.
They did do constitutional carry. Yeah, I mean, it's typical conservative state, but definitely seems to be there's a degenerate element here that gets into those types of websites that happen to be religious, so they went pretty hard on it. Which I'll take the win either way, but not that people
like,
aren't
my
just going
thing
to work
I
their way
find
around
is,
it.
like,
But
it's like with people like him, it's good to engage with them because then you could always they always end up like showing their hand. Like they think they're clever enough to be able to dance around you with words and stuff like that, but they always end up showing their hand. Especially
Sounds
when
like a lot of
they
work.
especially when they seem really invested in something that just doesn't make sense, right? But that's just my opinion. Like, I believe if you let anybody talk long enough, they will tell you exactly who they are. That's why I always tell guys
people do
like
like
when
to
you
tell stories.
well, that's why I always tell guys like when you're like going on a date with a woman or whatever, women love talking about themselves. So ask them questions about themselves and you'll know who they are by the end of the night. You'll be like, you'll know by the end of the night whether or not you will want to see them again or not. That simple. Exactly, Bill. Exactly.
I think you can do it in about
Not
a
as
10-minute
sick as they
phone
think.
call.
What's that?
I think you can do it in about a 10-15-minute phone call. Don't waste the money on the date.
That's true. That's true. But I mean, typically, date is typically where people let their guard down the most sometimes.
Well, I would. I think probably if you're using dating apps and stuff, it's probably
No.
true. But
Who uses okay, guys, I have
I
never
know
in my
I use
life.
I use meetups. I meet people through people, so
Yes,
you can.
you're using
It's
more
much
like
more
social circle
casual.
game.
Yeah, this is why kind of the community a lot of time will say don't be friends with women. I would say don't be best friends with women, but women can plug you in.
I would say
Yeah.
be friendly with women. Friends. No, I don't think unless okay, so if you're not, in my opinion, if you're not banging the chick, you're her girlfriend. That's how she's gonna see you.
You're her friend. Yeah, that's
No,
right.
you're
And
her
she should be
girlfriend. She's
hooking.
gonna put you in the
Yeah.
girlfriend zone.
Well, I mean, she should be hooking you up with her friends. That's how
Well,
you know
not
the
if-
difference, right? Between if you're an orbiter and
That's
the other way
true.
around is will she hook you
Even-
up with
well,
her
no,
people?
Thing is, even if you're her orbiter, right?
Well, no, I don't suggest that. That's not friendship.
No, like you got to be someone at least that she finds attractive or interesting, because if you're just like an orbiter, yeah, you're just gonna be considered a girlfriend.
Yeah, that's not friendship either.
Yeah.
Well, especially if you want to
you gotta be like a casual friend, like someone she knows in passing, someone like she may have hung out with at some event before, or what I'm saying, but not really, you're not that close to her or that communicative with her. You still gotta have some mystery to yourself, and she kind of have to have a little interest in you, right? Or you won't get close to her friends.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I would say it's probably even more than what you described. Like the women, I would
you got to
consider
be
myself-
undetermined in her book. You got to be undetermined.
Well, you
be,
can't want to be with her, first of all.
Well, true,
That's
but,
number one. You can't want to be with her. But the ones I'm talking about are that I've known for years. that, you know, like we were couple friends when I was married and they were married, this kind of thing, right? And now they're plugged into social circles that I can, you know, kind of, if you want to say, you know, weasel my way through. But again, the thing is, like, especially if you talk about over like a, you know, decades long period, when you get in a relationship, or they do. Sorry, what? Say that again.
No, my bad. I was wondering where Legendary went. He was just here and he just left.
But the thing is, it always changes when there's a relationship. You got to accept the change. So it's not the same as one of your dudes, right? Like one of your male friends, because it's gonna, you know, probably there's some cases where that's not the case, but yeah, it does change because, you know, as we, like, I think if I have, you know, I'm in a relationship, I don't want that. I don't want that going down. Like,
yeah, no, like,
you can call it insecure. I don't give a fuck. Like, you know.
No. Like for me, like, I mean, I mostly, like, I really don't like have like female friends. Like I don't ever like call female friends, like hang out, like none of that. Like they're all kind of like work related. Like I've either worked with them before or I know them through work or something like that. And like if we hit each other up, it has to do something around work, right? Or something like that. It's not like, hey, let's go do this.
Oh no, like it's got to be like one of your. It could be one of your buddies' girls, a work colleague.
Not even a buddy's girl. Like I would never call my buddy's girl. I would like hit up.
Well, no, you call your buddy. Obviously, you call your buddy. Obviously, come on now.
Well, what do you guys think about that? Like, so, like, see, me and my friends, like my friends would hit me up like, hey, I was gonna see if you could ask so and so, like, you know, my wife, you know, like, if she could help out with this or she knows anybody does this. I'm like, I'll be like, no, go ahead and message her. Like, I'm at work right now. I'm not gonna, you know, stop what I'm doing to go ask her. Just send her a message. Like, okay, yeah, it's cool. Just want to make sure you're cool with that. Yeah, no problem. Like, that's what my friends do. My friends will hit me up first, you know, before they even think about reaching out. Even now, like, even though like we've hung out with them many times, them and, you know, them or him and his wife or him and his girlfriend, whoever, like my friends, you know, group is, it's just, that's what it is. Like, that's just how
right. So you'd say, you would just describe that as friendly, not friends. And I would say
like I would never like, I would be friendly. Like I would never like, I don't have female friends in the sense of like, oh, I call them, they call me, like let's go catch up. Like, no. Because
yeah, I mean, I guess that's fair. Like if you wanted to classify it, I would still say they're friends
friendly,
if it's platonic, right? Like, yeah, but I'm friendly to people that I fucking hate sometimes. So
no, that's just where I reject. That's just being polite.
Well, no, like I mean, sometimes even I don't like them, and so there's a difference between politeness and having some charisma with somebody, which is you know, more friendly, and you know, that's getting pedantic a little bit here. But
here's let me tell you why. Like, I don't have ugly friends. Like if the girls that I've worked with, or I like, you know, I would say like, you know, would fall under friends. They're not ugly.
That's the problem. You got to
really
get
attractive, and it's like, I don't want to hang out with them. Like it just optics do not look good. You know,
I mean, you don't take them on dates, Glenn. Like the uggos are the ones that get you with the other ones.
Let me tell you exactly what happened one time. So, this girl that I know, her name's Lika, and she did a music video, her first music video, and she casted me in the music video to play a role as like the asshole boyfriend, like the rich guy, you know, douche canoe, right? I'm like, cool, no problem. Well, like, me and her husband and like her squad, like we all like enjoyed working with each other, got cool. Her husband invited me over to the house several times for like different events. So like I was kind of like a regular over there. And they were like, hey, you know, want to come over, barbecue, and get in the hot tub? I'm like, what?
Oh, Lika wanted a pika. Sorry, I had to get it out.
No, this is before I got married, right? So they
had to. Sorry, keep going.
No, it gets better. It gets better. Like I rode my motorcycle over there, and like I wasn't planning on getting in the hot tub. I'm just like, you know, I could hang out by the pool. They could get in the hot tub and, you know, the pool or whatever. Me and her husband could smoke cigars and chill, right?
Oh wait, hang on. Is this an attractive woman or a non-attractive?
Oh, I said I don't have ugly friends. So
Well, I thought you were going to give me the counterpoint, but keep going. Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to be clear. Yeah.
So I get there and then like her husband's barbecuing and Alec is a great barbecuer. Like dude makes amazing like Russian barbecue from scratch. It's just fire. You know, so you know, he was like, "Hey, where's your shorts?" I'm like, didn't bring them. Didn't plan on going in the water, you know, like just came to chill. And they're like, "Oh, let me go get you some." I'm like, no, don't worry about it. Like, no, you gotta go in the pool. I'm like, come on. I'm like, all right. So he brings me some shorts. And then this was like right after we shot the music video and stuff. And so like she was like, "Oh, let's make a little reel for the music video to kind of hype it up and be like, see, he's not a bad boy anymore. Blah, 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 whatever." I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. So she makes this video and it's like her sitting on my lap and her friend sitting on my lap. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. Your husband is right there. What are you doing? This is not cool. Like, and he's like, "Good job." I'm like, huh? And so they made this video and then it's like, you know, just me just chilling with them both like sitting by my side in the hot tub. And just that video come out. Next thing you know, people were like, "Oh my gosh, look at those two are doing," you know, I'm like, what? See, I can't, no hot friends. I mean, can't be friends with these chicks. They're too hot, cause too many problems. Don't want to do it.
Well, Glenn, I don't think you'd be letting your male friends sit on your lap either, to be fair.
This is true. This is true.
So that's a mistake in the friendship boundary just to begin with. But
This
what
is
about
very true.
You said that none of them are ugly. You don't have any ugly friends. Ugly people are some of the funniest people.
I totally get it. Like, I used to have some ugly friends, but then I moved away to different.
Well, you
states.
live in
LA.
surgery capital of the world there. So
Yeah, and like I have friends that are plastic surgeons too. Like I know this guy, like he does plastic surgery. He has a great practice. You know, he wants me to do some film work for him. I'm like, cool, no problem. But it's just like, you know, it's just I don't have ugly friends, so I try to stay away from people.
Well, Glenn, when you say ugly friends, do you mean male friends or female friends?
Female friends.
Okay, fair enough. Because I'm just saying, like, everybody's got ugly male friends. You might be
Every
the ugly
dude's
male friend.
every dude's
We all
ugly
think
to me.
everybody's ugly.
Like, every
We
dude
all-
is ugly. Like,
Yeah, see? Well, okay, but then so what you're saying is you do have female
Not
friends
true.
and they're
Not
attractive.
true, Ghost.
Sorry, trapping you.
Not true.
But if you were to but you probably could if you didn't want to be with her. You know, if it could be platonic, she could plug you in to.
Well, I'm married, so like I'm good. Like,
you know, I'm asking you come on now. I'm asking you hypothetical.
Okay, so
I've been married.
Okay,
I was
no.
loyal,
So
you
check
know?
it out. Hypothetically, that's what they tried to do. All right. So like the girl in the hot tub, not Lika, but Lika was trying to set me up with her friend, this brunette, right? And she's like, "Oh, you guys should go out." I was like, "We should? Yeah, you guys should go. You should go go out and have a date sometime. Have a good time." I'm like,
But you know where the mistake is if they're both attractive, then they're going to fight.
well, one of them's married and the other one's single.
It doesn't matter.
This is when I was single. You know. So
well, I know
I'm like,
you know, they're both sitting on your lap, Glenn. Come on.
like, I would pull up the video right now. No, I shouldn't. I shouldn't do it. Just
But
gotta
if
give you
you've
some
got
context.
if you've got a friend you're not attractive to, female, she introduces you to a friend that is one of her friends that is attractive. She probably
but
knows.
the dangerous thing is like if you have a friend that you're not attractive to, but they're attracted to you, and then you try to use them to get with their friends. Oh man.
Well, you can't use them. It's got to be.
We not
gotta be
necessarily like
organic.
use them, but like if you're like, oh, who's that? You know, like.
Well, I will
Yeah.
say you are right. I did make some mistakes in, like, if a woman friend zoned me, I would go, okay, help me, hook me up, right? Even if they were attractive. I did this for a little while after I got divorced, and
If
it
a
went
woman
friend zone
sideways. Would you do it like the friend zone? Like, cause like
no, so I was, I turned. No, I don't hang out in the friend
did you
zone.
friend zone her or did she friend zone
No,
you?
I got friend zoned by a chick, right? So I'll
Okay.
tell you the story, right? So I got friend zoned by a chick. I'm like, okay, that's fine. I'm like, but if you want to be friends, you can help me out here. You probably know people. Like, she's like, okay. I went out with her a couple times with her and her friend group. Nothing worked out, but I did meet her sister, and that did work out, and it backfired pretty massively. So it can.
How so?
Well, I shouldn't be indecent. The sister didn't friend zone me. How about that? We put it. Can we leave it?
Oh,
at that?
you hit a home run with the sister?
Yeah. And
Like,
this
like
was
out of the ballpark. It was like a grand slam.
Yeah, it was bad though. Like, not
It was
proud.
bad.
Wasn't proud of myself in the scenario. So it's
Interesting.
No,
All
look,
right, Bill Hicks,
I got
get some
divorced. I got
sleep, bud.
divorced. Look, I got divorced. Right?
Yeah,
I was
you were
on a
out
little
there. You're
bit
like, you know
of
what? You were like wilding out. You're like, I'm divorced. I got no woman. I'm free. No chains. I'm about to get out here and do the damn thing.
Right, and I had the wrong idea that if she's gonna friend, and I'd never been friend zoned, so I married like the second woman I was ever with, so I'd never had the concept of the friend zone, but they say you want to be friends, okay, well, social circles are how I met people in high school,
Yeah.
so this was logical to me, but then if I hang out with your friends, it's not working. I was buying her and her sister some like sushi, and
that's where you went wrong.
I was trying to get. I just was like, I just want a fucking massage for the sushi, right? Just give me a massage.
Wait a
right?
minute, you
And
asked the girl for the massage?
I did. I asked my supposed friend for the massage. She's like, I'm not doing that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm like, all right, well, give me money for the sushi then. And the sister's like, okay, I'll give you a massage.
Okay.
Go
I'm
ahead.
listening.
Yeah. So the sister goes, okay, I'll cover it. And then the friend started getting a little, I don't know, perturbed about it or whatever. I asked her to leave.
So you told your friend to leave, like, hey,
yeah,
you can go now. Sister
I was like,
here.
okay. Yeah. And I didn't, and then it didn't, unfortunately, it got, I shouldn't say unfortunately, it did not work out. So it was very degenerate, but not happy with that. It did not work out.
What didn't work out? The massage?
No, the massage worked out fine.
Okay, so what didn't work out?
Well, because you get with a woman and then it doesn't work out.
Oh, like
what do you mean?
You guys didn't work out. Like,
yeah, and I hurt somebody, and then I hurt somebody's feelings, hurt two people's feelings. That's not. Did you not
lose
great?
the
I don't
friend?
like that.
Did you lose the friend?
Well, I mean, it was never really a friend, right? So this is the cautionary tale.
The other friend, like the real friend, the chick that you knew.
No, that's my point. That's the girl that friend zoned me. So she wanted I didn't even know these terms then. She wanted like an orbiter, right?
What? He's like,
I was like, okay, I'm down to.
I don't want to get with you, but I kind of want.
Well,
you to be around.
I can't. I couldn't tell you. I don't know if women even know these terms, but that's the perception that I would take. About a decade later. About a decade later. So, because I mean, if she says, "Oh, I just want to be friends," but then she's objecting to you again, and my fault in this, but she didn't. I mean, frankly speaking, why would she object if I'm her friend for getting with her sister?
Yeah. That's rude. That's selfish. She wanted to like keep.
Yeah, you say that, but it's kind of fucked up that I did that too. So.
No, actually, I applaud you.
That's what my buddies. That's what my buddies always say. But it's like, I kind of hurt.
I mean, like that sounds bad, but like, there's this song by like this artist named TQ.
But they want to keep you hanging on. You get that, like,
yeah. There's this song by this artist named TQ, and the whole song's called "I Want to Fuck Your Sister," and it's like, it's so bad because he's like, the guy's like, I know we've been like messing around for a long time, but I just really want to fuck your sister. And I'm like, oh my God, it's such a bad song. Cracks me up. But see, I'm petty enough to be like, if the girl that you're hollering at didn't like you, I would totally get her with her best friend or her sister. Just so like now she has to realize that you lost out, girl. Like you could have had the goods. But see,
well, I agree with the best friend because that was my intention, is to get plugged into the friend circle. Now I wasn't told the sister was off limits, but
I mean,
I don't know.
I mean, is there an unwritten rule that says sisters are off limits? Because I don't think so.
No. Look, I mean,
Especially
again,
if like
this
they
is
pass up on you, like if they don't, jump at you. That
well,
opportunity.
okay. Here's how I see it from my perspective. Is I just wanted a fucking massage for the sushi, right? Just wanted my fucking shoulders rubbed. Wanted a little gratitude.
Did you really just want a massage though? Like,
yeah, dude. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't know. You don't know me,
didn't think like there was like, anything else gonna happen.
Oh, dude, no. I'll make my own brother rub my feet if he owes me a favor.
Like, but okay, hold on. So you're saying like,
Look,
a hot chick,
dude, have you never had
gives
a
you
massage?
and you've never like?
Well, no, I mean, okay, I'm not saying that, right?
Okay, then,
there are.
you're wanting.
Well, what am I going to say? Buy me a massage. The sushi's coming. Like, if that's what I want, I get. Again, that's what I was like. Hey, I want a massage. Said no. Said okay, give me money. The sister jumped in. Right. That's pretty. I mean,
I'm glad I'm not his brother.
Yeah, dude, I am too. No, it's
you would rub your brothers. You would give your brother a massage.
I wouldn't touch his shoulders.
I mean, where would you massage then?
I'd rub his feet if I did something wrong, like I made him do to me. But
rub his feet.
Yeah, feet are gross. You're not getting anything unless you're like a foot guy. Like you ain't getting anything weird from feet.
I'm not touching a dude. Period. Like, oh, can you give me a massage? No, that's gay.
No.
What the hell's wrong with you? What kind of friendship, relative, family relationship you think we are? That's not how we get down around here.
I don't know, man. I got a good foot rub. It could come from anywhere. I ain't worried about it.
Yeah, typically a hot chick, preferably.
Well, yeah, that's preferable. But if you use one of those foot rub machines, it's garbage, man. You got to have human hands.
I will take a machine rubbing my feet over a dude rubbing my feet. I'm sorry.
No, man, you could just throw a blanket over the dude's head, and it's stronger. It's actually stronger.
What? This is just like this is starting to sound like right before a guy says, "Look, it's not gay if they suck your dick." Okay,
that's
that's
definitely
what it's
fucking
sound like. That's what it kind of sounds like.
Look, Glenn, here's my opinion on this: is there's no such thing as a bisexual man.
Oh, I don't think there's anything bisexual. I think you're gay.
If you're
bisexual,
dick,
you're gay.
That's that. Yeah. This is
if
how it
you
goes.
Like dick, you're gay.
I don't think that applies to women. I think
Absolutely
that's
not. Absolutely not.
okay.
Women are
Okay,
just-
so we're on the same page. So the thing is, right? Men do shit for you all the time.
Hey, Glenn, is it okay if I ungay this panel for you?
Yeah, sure.
First of all, you don't even accept a massage from a strange man, even if it's a professional masseuse. You only get massages from women.
Well, no shit.
Period.
You wouldn't pay a masseuse to do that.
No, but that even
a
removes
male
the weird,
male
familiar
masseuse.
element. So, like, if you got some weird, weird family stuff going on there.
Hold on, I do get this. Like, guys are better at giving massage. You know what? So when I was competing, I used to have to get those deep tissue like sports massages, like where they're fucking like up in your armpit and just fucking just. Ugh, it hurt so damn bad. That felt so good. Like, yeah, every time I would try to get a woman, like they wouldn't do it.
It doesn't matter, even if it's a shitty massage. You don't let dudes touch your shit, man.
I had this dude and this chick like work on.
I mean,
like,
I
but it's different. It's not that kind of massage. It's not like that massage. it's like they're like digging into like with these little metal, like I don't know what they're calling them. Like it's a little not like it looks like a butt plug, but it's not really a butt plug. But it's like it's just like they're grinding out like the muscle tissue, right? And it's like different, and it fucking hurt. That was the best massage I ever had. I fell asleep like a fucking baby. I was
This
like,
is
out.
getting more gay. It was
But
kind of
anyway,
gay.
let's
until
unsay
super
this
gay
shit.
now.
High five.
High five. You ever wrestle or anything like that?
Not
Fight?
with dudes.
I never
No.
wrestled with dudes either. I've never. Oh, there.
Glenn,
was
I thought you did. I thought you did some MMA there, Glenn.
Well, I did some like jiu-jitsu, but I didn't wrestle with dudes.
Oh
like,
yeah.
like wrestling.
So
wrestling.
you're touching all sorts of fucking areas on me.
Okay, Callum. I'll show you how secure I am in my sexuality. My son, I have kissed his forehead before, so you know you can give a good boy a kiss to let him know he's.
Well, I don't really give a shit how secure you are in your sexuality.
But I did,
Slovak says, Glenn, if it looked like a butt plug, it feels like a butt plug. I'm pretty sure it's a butt plug, bro.
hey, Clovertack, he only put the tip in, bro. He didn't put it all the way in, so you know.
No, it's called it's this tool right here. Yeah, Dano says. Dano knows what I'm talking about.
That's
He knows
okay.
exactly what I'm saying.
I'll take your word for it. Anyways, I only get massages from women because again, letting men rub you is gay, Glenn. So don't fall for that trick, even if it's professional.
No, like I said, like when it wasn't even like their hands, it was just like this fucking tool that they had in between their fingers, and they're just.
I don't care how many knots you got in your back. Just go to your grave, pure hetero, dude. Don't compromise.
So like it was just like actually shoulders and like lats, but anyways, it was just because like I was getting the suction thingies too, and yeah. It was
See,
right before my-
Glenn's the guy that like gives like guys in the shower a slap on the ass, and he's like, "Hey, bro, what's up?"
No, not at all.
No
not at
homo.
all. Like so, like here's the other thing. You know, what's so weird. Like after I got out of the military, like I never.
Oh, now I know you're gay. If you've
I
been
never
through
would
the
go
military.
into the locker room at the gym. Like, I just don't go in the locker room at the gym. If I use the bathroom, I'll wait till I go home. I just don't. I don't want to see dick ever. Like,
Is there a
it's just-
branch of the military that's not gay?
the Air Force is not gay. Yeah, we're not gay at all.
They're the second gayest.
But like the Navy, I mean, like, come on, village people. Kind of tells you right there.
Lots of semen.
A lot of semen, and they like the swabbing dicks. I mean, ducks or dicks, whatever. They're called.
This
I
is
think,
how,
that-
this is
I
why
think
men.
the Marines are pretty gay too, but they're just
See,
better
like,
at hiding it.
even legendary CEO says not gay.
This is why men cannot be bisexual because there is dick revulsion.
That's
Yeah,
why I
but
won't even
it's-
get massages from dudes. I don't want some dick touching me.
Dude,
Fuck that.
why do you? If I say somebody's going to rub my feet, why do you think about dick?
Because then the feet.
Why does your head go to dick?
Leads to a leg massage, and then you're getting a leg massage. And
No,
then
what
he
the fuck are you
grazes
talking about,
your
bro?
toes with his dick, and the game over, bro.
Oh, dude, bro, your mind is in a dark place. I don't know what's going on there, but
As a very straight heterosexual man, you're allowed to kiss your son on the forehead, but that's as gay.
That's
as
about
you
it.
can get.
That's it. That's it.
And you guys
And it's
say
like
no
right
homo
before-
when
it's
you
like-
do it. You guys
That's
say
like
no
the bedtime
homo, bro.
kiss. Like you give him a kiss in the board. Now get
Yep.
your ass to bed. Go on.
Yeah.
You got to say it like that. Now get your ass to bed. Go on.
Yeah, say
Like,
no
Can't
homo.
be like go sleepy time. No.
No.
You got lost the privilege of that once you kiss him on the forehead.
You say
Right,
be
you
a
need to
man,
kiss-
have manly dreams. Smack.
Exactly. Exactly.
Survive the night, and then you will be my son.
Yeah. No.
damn. So how do you discipline your kid then?
With a good old
Then
fashioned
fit him in the corner. You don't touch him. You don't.
With a good
No,
old
so,
fashioned
like,
whooping.
You see, like, here's a great thing. Like I
I mean, you guys went to the thing about
never-
kissing. I ain't having no
never,
fucking
like-
dude kiss my feet. Fucking
Let me tell you
no,
something. Like,
guys.
after my son was like, I would say like 3.
Not just feet.
I
Kiss
think
the
it
forehead.
was like after
you
my son was
retard.
3 years old. I never.
It's still the word
never
kiss,
had to
bro.
spank
You don't
him.
get it.
I never had to spank my kid after he was 3 years old.
Oh,
I
good
just,
for
had to,
you.
I just had to look at him and be like, really? Like, and then like the waterworks would start. I'd be like, you better fix your face.
I just
Fix
pick
your
I pick
face."
up the back scratcher that I used to give him a whooping. And he goes, "All right, yes, father. I'm sorry. I committed a trespass against you. I will never do it
No,
again."
I would just be like, fix your goddamn.
Yeah,
face."
yeah.
It does.
Yeah,
It doesn't actually
People
take
can
very
do it with
much.
a
You're
look.
absolutely right.
No,
like my
I
brother.
never, and all I had to do was talk to him most of the time. I'm like, do you know why I'm mad at you? No. Okay, then I have to run down the whole list of why I'm mad at you, and then I'm like, Now, why am I mad at you? And then he would tell me, but it's not starting to drool, you know, like
Because
he's
I
like,
done fucked up.
yeah, like, oh man. I think the funniest thing I ever did for punishment was like, I made him take scissors and a ruler, and I told him to go cut the lawn, and I want every blade of grass at 2 inches. Right? So he's out there,
cold-blooded.
He's out there at 6 in the morning with scissors and the ruler.
He's like crying with every step.
Crying his eyes out. Like I wasn't like I didn't even think of like what to do like that more. Like I told him Saturday he was gonna be grounded, and I was like, oh, shit. Like I already did everything. Like what am I gonna do? Like you know, clean the house already that morning, so everything was already done. And I'm like, what am I gonna discipline him with? All right, yeah, here we go. We're gonna be creative. So
I'm so proud of my boy. He learned about lying in one lesson. It only took one lesson for him to learn what lying is. He lied to me, and then I looked at him and I repeated his lie back to him, and then he knew what I was about to say next, and then he said, on second thought, here's the truth. And I said, there you go. No whooping today. Smart boy.
Like the one lesson that I didn't even have to do anything to my son, but just like lecture him, is like he stole my money. Like this is when I owned I was owning like 3 barbershops at the time. So I always had like cash in my pocket. It was just like, you know, just as a barber, you always had cash. Like, you know, so I would like put the cash on the counter, you know, when I emptying out my pockets, getting out of my clothes and stuff. And I was like, damn, because we're gonna go to see, I forgot what movie it was, but you know, you don't buy candy at the movie store, at the movies, because that's like they fucking rape you. You go to 7-Eleven, you get a bunch of candy, you stick it in your jacket, and then you go into the movie theaters, right? And then all you got to do is just buy a soda. It's cool, right? So we were gonna go do that, and I'm like missing my money. I'm like, where's
the hole in my pocket?
Like, and I'm like, no, I had some of it, and it was like a couple 5s, you know, a couple of like, you know, 1s, and I'm like, I had some 20s up in there. You know what I'm saying?
Wait, how old was he, Glenn?
A lot of 20s, and he was like 7 at this time. Right?
Ooh, sneaky.
Now,
like,
give us the backstory. Do you always give him what he wants, or have you ever told him no? We're not buying you.
Oh
this
yeah,
toy
no,
today"?
like, no, he knows no. Like he knows no very well.
Okay.
Like,
so then
you know,
he consciously decided to steal from. Oh, okay.
No, he just took the money, right? He didn't even ask me. He just took it.
Yeah, I thought you got a perfect kid, bro. Like, just
and then I'm like,
don't lean on one.
So far.
Like he knows that we're going to the movie theater, and he's like, you know, Dad, are we gonna be late to the movies? I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm trying to find my money. He's like, don't worry, you could borrow my money. I'm like, borrow your money?
You got money?
And,
you got a
mind
job?
Mind you, I would give him money for if he did all his homework, and he got like all his homework was like done right, and he did his chores during the week without me having to ask him to do anything. Like if he just took the initiative and do it, right? Then
yeah, but he knows what allowance is. He knows
like,
what
he would get his money, right? So at the end of the week, I would give.
That's
him
why I
back
asked you. Do you randomly just give him money every once in a while? Like, you know, here's $5 just for being cool or something like that.
No, you earn that shit.
Oh, okay,
you
okay.
earn that shit.
Yeah,
so
he
like
stole from me.
every Friday, I would give him like $20, $5 a day if he did his job right.
Yeah,
did what he's supposed to do. And I know he's been saving his money, right? So I was like, okay, cool. Because he's been wanting to buy some new video game that I told him I'll think about, and you know, it was like $80 or whatever. I don't know how much it was. So I knew he was saving his money. I'm like, your money? What are you talking about? And he pulls out this wad of cash, and it still had some hair on it, right? But it was like 10s, 5s, the 20s. And I'm like,
dang,
where'd you get this? He's like, it's mine.
I've been saving it.
But where'd you get it? He says, I found it.
Found it. Oh,
you found it. Like, tell me, where'd you find it? He goes, I don't remember. You don't remember?
Some guy's wallet. I don't know.
I was like, you don't remember, huh?
Some copper
like,
color.
No, I don't remember, but I found it. And I was like, I'm looking for this money. He's like, it's not your money. I'm like, oh, it is my money. He's like, no, I found it. I was like, you know that's my money because why is there hair in the damn dollar bill still? Okay. Do you cut hair? Do you cut hair? And he's like, no. And I was like, "Did you steal from me?" He goes, "I didn't
I
know."
found
She was
it.
like, "You know what?" So I go in my room and I open my safe and I start taking out like the rest of my cash. I'm like, "Here, take this shit too. Since you like to steal shit, why don't you just steal the rest of it?" Like I'm just like throwing all this, like, no, you're like a little thief. Just go in and take it. I don't want it no more since you're a little thief. Like, and I'm just like going off on him about it. And he is like sobbing, like, "Dad, don't do that, please never. I'll never do it again." And he's like crying. Ever since that boy would not touch anything that was not his. Like he would literally look at something, like you could drop something.
The guilt train. Good job.
Like
Glenn.
I could
You
drop
got
my
him.
phone. I'd be like, "Hey, can you pick that up?" He'll just look at me like,
I don't want to
things
steal
that
it
are
from
not-
you, bro.
I don't touch things that are not mine. So yeah.
Either the easy way or the hard way. They're gonna learn.
But like again, I've never had to spank him. Like
You've never
No.
had to spank him ever from the beginning.
like after he was 3 years old, he never had to be spanked.
Was he around other kids? Like does
Yeah, he was around other kids.
Yeah,
But,
so
like,
this is I think
I
like
was- I
like my
was, like,
brother.
I was like I was really strict on him ever since he was little. Like I was like a drill sergeant with him.
So
Like,
you beat him when he was 2 years old, is what you're telling us?
I mean,
That's
you
what
know,
you high five. That's what you told us, bro.
There was some attitude adjustments, that he received.
Callum, if the child is old enough to say no, he's old enough for a spanking. That's my rule.
And I
in
would
my
never
house.
like get him in. Like he never got spanked when he used to say fire.
Soul guardianship. I'm not worried
I
about
used
that.
to
one,
love
dude.
that shit. I used to make him say firefucks all the time when he saw a fire truck. I'm like, "Hey, look over there." He goes, "Firefucks, firefucks." I'm like, "Yes."
But Callum, there's a happy ending to my story. Just like Glenn, I only had a.
Oh, dude, I wasn't I'm not criticizing you.
I only had to spank him
soul
like
guardianship.
2 or 3 times.
Soul
If they don't
guardianship,
learn
my
after
dude.
the first 2 or 3 times, then they're just retarded.
Right. Now, what I was saying though is to Glenn's point, like if they have friends that has happened to, or in my case, like an older brother, you're absolutely right. A couple times, that was good enough for me as the younger brother to go, "Oh hell no."
Oh yeah. If you watch another kid get spanked, it's kind of like a indirect spanking. So yeah.
Yeah. Plus, it would help me become extra sneaky and clever.
Well, mine's an only child at the moment, so I don't plan on giving him any siblings anytime soon.
Bro, dude, you got to have more than one, bro.
The whole point that I was trying to teach him is like you just don't take things that don't belong to you.
One and
Stealing is
done.
bad, right? And I was so mad. I was tearing up the whole damn house for that money, little bastard. But
The apple
Grew up
doesn't
now.
fall far from the tree.
that's right. My dad never spanked me either, though. You know that?
It shows. Look at all
Like
those
that-
tats.
Like my dad would give me like Charlie horses. That was his way of doing it, or like open chest, or just like
Ow.
keep the life out of you. Yeah, dude,
Well, he
Clover,
taught
you
you
are
not
right.
to be a bitch, so
Right.
that's nice. But
They will make you go in like you're going insane. I'm kid you not.
Wait, are you equating tats on men to tats on women?
any tats on any people is degenerate.
Clover,
Sounds a little bit like
Hi-Fi
a
is,
bisexual take. Sorry, dude. dude.
Hi-Fi is one of those,
I'm a Puritan that's fresh
Yeah.
off the boat.
No, I don't have any tats, but like my
Pure
like
gay.
it's different. It's different for men and women though.
The important
clearly.
thing is that you learn from your lessons. Glenn, are you gonna let your kids get tats?
Yeah, actually.
Oh, Glenn, no, dude, no. You gotta set the example, man. What?
I did. I
what is
got them
wrong?
all.
No, it's not. It's not like be like daddy. It's like, look, daddy made mistakes. You
Yeah,
could
I
be
told him like,
smarter.
don't get like your girl or girlfriend's name on your arm, okay? Because then you're gonna have to do a tattoo of a void stamp over her name, like I did.
And get
What
get the
if you think
teardrop
of-
on your cheek and get the
I never
666
did that.
on your
I never,
forehead.
yeah, like I never do anything.
Yeah,
on
yeah,
my
no
face,
face tats.
No
Face tats deserve a slap.
Like face tats say that you are trying to get Social Security early. You are just so unemployable. You're just getting a face tat is like, you know what? Let me get on Social Security.
Let's
Face
see
tat
that.
sponsored by
Let's see that-
EBT.
Let's see that neck, Glenn. Let's see your neck. Oh,
But see, here's the
what's
great
that
thing
shit
is
creeping up?
my neck tattoos. I have them right below my neckline, so I got to put a collar, like a button up. You won't even tell.
Yeah,
Can't
just
see
make
it.
it a bow tie or something. It'd be
Actually, I wear bow ties. I like bow ties. Thank you very much. Don't be hating on bow ties. What's wrong with bow ties? You have a problem with bow ties?
Look,
no,
I
really.
find men have to do a certain amount of stupid things. Tats
What's wrong
tats
with
just
bow
fall
ties?
into that category.
Who says that? Wait a minute. Stupid things. No, stupid thing is like fucking an ugly girl.
No, I meant tats, not bow
Tats are
ties.
not
Bow
a
ties are
stupid
fine.
thing. What is
He's
stupid
talking
thing
about a
bow
tat
you
of
get
a
a
bow
stupid
tie.
tat.
Keep up, dude. It's a tat of a bow
I-
tie.
Obviously, bro.
I
Jesus.
think tats over bow ties are stupid. Yeah, like, but you know the girls that get them on the back of their legs. I'm like, what the hell is that? Why?
I think it's
Like a
supposed to
tat
be
over
like
bow
a
tie is
ribbon,
funny.
like a present. You know how girls think they liked all the bows and stuff in their dresses and stuff. It's like a permanent bow on them.
Clover Tech said he got one belt whooping from his dad, and that was it.
Just one and done. All right, Clover.
Through that, I learned. My middle brother, dude, never learned. Never did learn and became entertaining watching him. He was fearless.
Now, see,
Yeah,
this is probably where Clover's dad is more alpha than me, because I took on a wife and she tried to like re-spoil the child. You know how women are always undermining your shit. You know, like right after you teach the discipline, then the woman goes and it's okay, baby. Oh, you can do whatever you want. Oh,
Then
that
you
is
spank
being
her
too
too,
mean.
right?
Yeah. And then you say, "Woman,
No, I'm kidding.
what are you
Nobody
doing in the
spanks their
kitchen?"
wife unless she has a safe word.
You have the authority, Glenn, but you don't have the you
we're not
don't
saying
have
that.
the
Glenn, you ruined your own damn
moral
joke.
duty to do that.
Look, if you feel the need, like the only way you could
Let's ask
discipline
Callum.
your wife is by spanking
Glenn,
her.
you spoke your piece. Callum, do you have the authority to beat your wife? Yes or no?
Well, I mean, I've been divorced, but no, I wouldn't beat my wife. Do I have the
Ever?
authority to?
Ever? There's no situation you'd ever raise your hand to your wife.
Oh no, I didn't say it.
Oh,
When
yeah,
you say
only way is
beat
if she's
your
coming
wife,
at me trying to
that's different
fight
than
me.
that's different if she's coming at me.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah,
now
that's
you got
self-defense.
reasons.
You're
Now
being-
you
you're
got
being- no, you're-
reasons.
That's not
You're
beating
being
your wife.
tricky.
That's self-defense.
You're being tricky, man. Yeah.
Anytime you punch a woman, that's beating her,
No,
whether
that's
you're doing it for
self-defense.
good reasons or bad reasons.
Self-defense. Reason why I
Yeah,
say
I don't know,
self-defense
man.
is because
You're being
you know
you're
why?
being a little sly with your words there, bro.
See, look at I was trained to neutralize a threat. And if somebody's coming at me to try to do me bodily harm, they are a threat. And I neutralize them.
Are you religious, Callum?
I'd say I'm not an atheist. I'm a theist.
I didn't know if we're talking about like moral standards or something, because
No,
it gets
yeah, I
really
mean, yeah,
weird.
I believe in
some
I
church
believe in
stuff.
ultimate reality. I'm not going to claim that I know what that is. I do believe in right and wrong. I'm not.
I've heard people try to argue it from religion, but there's no actual hard code that says what you can and cannot do. So that's it's one of those, like, you have to.
But
use
where do
your
you
best
get off?
judg-
Like, where do you think that it says that you can?
Can or can't? I didn't hear you.
That can.
Because you have ultimate authority over the woman. So
But where does that say that you could actually put
where
hands
does
on
where
her?
does it say you cannot, Glenn?
I
See,
think
you're
the
Well,
arguing the myth.
I would say like when you love her like Christ loves the church, and you also have to there's that, but you also gotta correct her with washing of the word, not whooping of her ass.
Hey, Glenn, when you beat your son,
Well, look-
do you love him?
I didn't beat my son.
You
$5
just said
from
you spanked your
Clovertech.
child.
Shut up. $5 from Clovertech. He says, so what if a husband picks his wife's tats, approves them, design, location, etc.,
No.
and they're not hidden? I'm with you. I'll tell you right now. My wife's
Sounds
got a
like cook
sleeve.
behavior.
My wife got a sleeve because of me.
No, Clovertac, don't fall for this
Clovertech,
trick.
I approved of all of them.
False.
Yeah, I'm
Wrong.
with you. I'm with you 100%.
Wait, are you saying we can't beat our children now, Glenn? Are you going
I
pussy
didn't
on me?
say, well, and we're not beating our children. We don't beat our children.
Yeah, we do.
We,
That's how
no, we
you
don't
get
beat them.
discipline.
Stop saying that. We give them discipline.
Oh my
Firm
goodness,
correction.
dude. You're
We
so
give them
PC.
firm
Wait.
correction.
Glenn, the tattoo thing. Is this like you preventing her from being clean for other men? Is that how that works?
Oh,
Well, it's like,
shit.
it's
Look at
like,
the
you know,
I
you-
can
on
fully
Callum.
support
you
it.
ever heard of Build-A-Bear?
I could,
You
I
heard
could
of,
support it if.
like if I said, like, a woman is not, just made, you gotta make the woman, you gotta teach her how to be the woman. I'm like,
Sculpt
yeah,
it like
yeah.
pottery.
So part of that is kind of like, designing her. Well, you want
So-
to design.
Well, there's a lot of ways you can ruin women for other men, so I can't. I
yes, it
might
is.
not be able to
I did
argue
answer.
against that.
That was part of the reason. That was part of the reason, but not really the main reason.
Just put a
Well,
red
what's the
dot
main
on her
re-
forehead. Get that tattoo.
No.
No face tats. We already established this,
The
bro.
little
face
red
tats,
circle. The little red circle.
she
on her
has like, let me
forehead.
see, she has like one, pretty much one whole sleeve and like quarter sleeve almost.
Well, Glenn, you're avoiding the question. What was the main reason?
Because I like tattoos.
Well, I can't.
I-
Oh,
so
you,
I'm
you,
like-
you
I'm
like
like-
tattoos
like,
on you
you know,
like
like-
tattoos on women?
you know,
Okay,
Yeah,
I can't argue with that. Okay, that's fair enough. That's fair enough.
Or like as a red flag, and I'm like, that's cool. What you call a red flag, I call a green flag. So
Oh, I didn't. By the way, I didn't say it was a red flag. I
no,
just
I
don't
didn't
like
say
them.
you, but I'm just saying like guys are like, oh, I don't like girls with tattoos. I'm like, cool, like that's a red flag. I'm like, cool for you. They're green flags for me. More for me.
Also, you're still avoiding the question about can we physically correct our loved ones?
No.
Well, you can you can physically correct anybody outside
No, I
of
can't.
the
No, I
outside of
can't.
the moral landscape. You could try.
No, I can't. I can physically correct my house.
Look at
In
that.
my house.
No, no.
my
I said
room.
Jack said it right here.
I said outside of the moral landscape.
Oh yeah. We're Glenn and I are inside the moral landscape. That's why I asked if you're.
No, I also am inside the moral landscape, but
No, you're not. Are you Christian?
no. Well, yeah. I mean, okay. Here's the deal.
With an
grew up
answer
Mor-
like that, Glenn, that's a no.
I grew I grew up Mormon. Okay, so
That's a strong no, Glenn. That's
hold on.
like
So
not
wait a
even
minute,
close.
Tom.
I grew up
I got a
Mormon. Hang on,
question.
let me.
You grew up
Are you
Mormon,
letting me
you grew up-
explain, you dick?
I
Come on,
want.
dude.
I will, but I have to have the question first. When you say you grew up Mormon, how many moms did you have?
Luckily, we weren't
just-
FLDS, bro. So just one, but
I was just wondering.
one mom.
Curious minds. Okay.
I never actually met anybody, by the way, that had two. But I left that church. I think that's a common thing for Mormon people to do. They leave a lot of them turn to atheism. So I would say that I'm a Christian,
Oh, yes. So many
but I
girls-
was
I know so many
baptized
girls-
Mormon, which I don't consider Mormons to be Christian. So it's
No,
a bit of
they're
a
not.
tough thing.
Both of
So it's a bit of a tough thing because I don't consider, and they don't like just let you get away from the church. They fucking keep your name on the list.
They
You
stalk
can't
you and
just-
shit, man. They're like Scientology. They
Yeah.
won't let you go.
Well, it's not.
Scientology is not
it's
even bad. I made money off of them.
I don't.
Not
I don't
even
think it's
bad.
quite-
What the fuck?
I don't think it's quite that bad, but like to be excommunicated from the church, it's like you have to do some shit that's like way above the level of effort. But I would consider myself a Christian. I don't think the Mormons have it right
You have to
on a
call
lot
Joseph
of.
Smith a scam artist. I think that's the.
Well, yeah,
quickest way
Joseph
to
Smith
get
is a.
excommunicated.
Yeah, well, obviously he was a scam artist. That's
No
why
shit.
people leave.
So like when you left,
But I haven't been.
question.
I haven't not been baptized under another church, right?
Well, you better get to them
did you
waters
do any
fast.
soaking?
I
Did you
don't
do any
disagree
soaking?
with you. So do you
Hold on,
understand my
Tell him.
hesitancy?
You have a real important question.
Well, hang
here.
on. Do you understand my
Hold on.
hesitancy to say I'm a Christian when
Absolutely,
I
I
have
do.
not completed?
I get
Okay.
it. I get you.
I agree with you, Callum. You're not.
Yeah.
Now, get to
But
the
more
point.
importantly, hold on. I shut up. More importantly,
Well, first of all,
you
they don't
didn't
just let you do that shit. You got to go
Hold
through a
on,
whole
we have
fucking
real
process,
important, we
bro.
have a real important Mormon question here. Did you practice any soaking?
I don't know what the fuck that is, bro.
I've heard of that.
Oh,
I
hang
forgot
on.
what it means. I think it means.
I don't think you were a real Mormon then.
That's one of the weird sexual things, right? I don't know anybody that did
Act
that.
like you don't know. Like,
Did you use the magical underwear? Is the important question.
Oh no, yeah, you only do that. I didn't get married under the Mormon Church, so no.
Do you drink caffeine?
Yeah.
Heretic.
Well, I mean, you're calling? Yes, I'm a heretic to the Mormon Church.
That's
I
okay.
think maybe
I'm
I
a
think-
heretic to the Catholic Church. so
I think
mine's low.
I think maybe saying that Joseph Smith was a fraud and that's a lot of made up shit that was actually based on 2 other books probably comes in worse than using caffeine. But
stating facts is fraud.
well, I'm saying no, stating facts of their fraud. If
Oh,
that doesn't get you,
I
if that
thought
doesn't
you were
get
trying to respin it back and be like, "No, they were liars. Joseph Smith was actually an angel hanging out with Moroni."
Hey, so
No, I mean, it was sort of defeat a lot of.
Weren't you like you were hanging over with GS and stuff not too long ago, weren't you?
Glenn,
What? I got questions.
what's your question?
Like, I just want to ask you like a serious question here. Now, you know how like he just went on that like every time he mentions me, he just kind of has to say a bunch of stuff like how I'm a horrible degenerate person. Like, and I get it. I'm not the best person in the world. I make my mistakes from time to time.
Let he who is without sin cast the first stone.
I wasn't even gonna go there. I wasn't even gonna go there. I just like just out of curiosity, like just I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong with this one. I just want your opinion on this take here. Just tell me if this is something easier to interpret. Like,
you know what, ladies? You know how you can love your husband? If you go buy him some of this great old soap from Granda.
Here we go.
And the church does do that. They wrongly teach that the servant leadership. That is.
Well, here's the thing
simping,
about
but loving
femininity.
your wife and
Oh, wait,
prioritizing
wrong
her is not simping.
Well, here's the thing about women, right?
Here we go. Watch her.
I have to pee and I'm finishing a thought. But yeah, the point is that like
Your bowel movements are not my problem, Ashley.
Okay, but the thing I was saying though is that like you have to put each other first as husband and wife. Like you have to put your marriage first before all else, after God or your belief system. And if you don't, the family unit will crumble. Period. End of story. It will crumble. And that's all I was trying to say. It's also good to see you, Grace. Mwah, you look beautiful tonight. I do have to pee really bad. BRB.
Does anybody else think Ashley talks a little bit too much about her vagina? Like masturbating with cheese sauce and peeing all the time.
I tend to agree.
Women should have a little more decorum about their bodily, parts in general.
Yeah, I mean, she likes to share, and she's sharing with us what's going on, and
that's true. Yeah.
Can I request that Grace change her angle a little bit downward so I can see her decorum a little bit better?
I've got the cleavage out for the boys. What are you talking about?
Hi. Tell me
that's flirting with degeneracy. You can
is
flirt
that
around the edges.
Is that the proper behavior of a Christian married man, my friend?
Glenn, it's not proper behavior to make me listen to Grace say bowel movements 3 times in the last half hour.
I did just have a lecture with GS about judge not, let ye be judged yourself.
I'm just saying, like, I'm not judging nobody. I'm not judging. I'm just asking the questions. Like,
I'm judging right now. So the same standard I would hold you to, Glenn, I will hold to GS. Same standard.
I'm just saying, like, you're coming at me with all this smoke and stuff, but you got that going on. It's just kind of.
This is why people feel like Christians are all fake and hypocrites, because all we do is this little petty bullshit all day long.
I'm not even trying to be petty. I'm just trying to be honest.
Well, it's because we're
correct,
always.
Glenn, you're correct. He's flirting with like exactly what he's complaining about. So there's the hypocrisy. It's like if you're gonna call it out in other dudes, you have to be the higher standard. Otherwise, you're just as bad. So who are you?
It's so sad sometimes.
See, this is why I'm the only real Christian, Glenn. All you. Oh
God, here we go. $5 from Clover Texas, just for Callum. Want to make Glenn talk about bowels by saying his bowels are the best bowels for all the bowels on earth of bowels.
Bow.
Thank you, Clover Tech. I am now dead.
It's a whole lot of shit. Whole lot of shit.
Bow.
Bow. But thank you for the $5 super chat. So yeah, I just thought that was kind of odd. But anyways, moving on.
So be honest, Callum. What did you think of the South Park episode? Dum.
What South Park? What are you talking about?
The Mormon episode. South
I
Park.
don't think I ever watched it.
Oh shit, dude! You gotta watch that one. That one's.
I've
gold.
seen bits and pieces of it.
I think like the South Park movie maybe was like the last I
No,
South
there was
Park.
a regular episode, like during the regular season. It was the Mormon episode. You should go.
No,
back and
I'm
watch
just saying, like, yeah, I'll give it a go. There is some funny Mormon stuff out there. I will give it that.
Every Mormon I talked to said it is 100% accurate. They said there's no like libel or slander or anything in there. It's 100% true. And yet some of them still subscribe to Mormonism, which is interesting. But anyways,
I don't know if they killed
sense of
Kenny.
humor about being like totally insulted about their religion. It's quite bizarre, actually.
I would like to do a study on it sometimes with like smart and intelligent people, but there's this weird cultural thing they project where they like the followers don't care about the bullshit. They don't even care like if you said, by the way, we actually worship the devil and shit like that. They'd be like, yeah, that's fine.
I have a
Because
theory about this.
the culture is so like perfect. It's so like Leave It to Beaver. This delusional world in which like there's sound nuclear
What
families.
are you talking about? You talking about like the Mormons?
The Mormon culture.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you
my theory. Let me tell you my
Utah
theory.
is fucked. They don't even sell real soda. Okay,
that's not true.
Go ahead. No, fuck that. You guys don't have Coke. You have these
we
fucking,
do.
like,
What are you
stations.
talking about, bro?
No,
Glenn.
you have these like drive-up stations, and you
What
keep
are
like
you-
they're made up.
Glenn,
Soda, alleged soda. Don't be lying to me like that.
Glenn,
ain't out
all
there.
you're doing is arguing.
Glenn,
my
this ain't
point.
Australia, bro. Now look,
I was just out there.
hang on. I want to talk about I-Fi's comment here.
Go down.
Okay, look, I think most of them know that the historical doctrine is goofy and not
Mm-hmm.
accurate. I think it is a preservation of patriarchy.
Yeah,
I think that's what's
Glenn?
going on
See?
there.
See, they're talking
about?
Like they know it, like the Mormons. I think they know a lot of it's jank. I think a lot of them break a lot of the rules all the time, but I think that they preserve it because it preserves patriarchy.
Not only patriarchy, but that whole Leave It to Beaver world. Donna Reed, Father Knows Best delusion that the boomers sold us to Gen X. And so we thought it was bullshit, but the Mormons like doubled down on it. They were like, no, we're going to go deep into the paint and say, this is the reality we live in. And we're going to force it. We're going to brute force it into our culture.
When
And
I move, I want fucking Mormon neighbors.
Me too.
They
Glenn,
take
that's what
care
I'm
of that
saying,
fucking
like-
shit, man.
like if I had to buy a house today, I would buy it in Utah. I mean, these are like the most peaceful, law-abiding, good-natured people on earth, and so that's why their religion keeps growing, because there are people that are like, you know what? There's something to this religion, even though they're all retarded and evil, but they're so friendly and kind and helpful and caring and all this stuff. Is like, what? You're like, you don't mind that your religion's false, but you just like the image they produce. And so it's fascinating. I love studying shit like this because like I could compare it to like Scientology or whatever. Scientology is just fucking retarded, but that shows you how dumb humans are. But anyways,
No, I don't think you're wrong, I-Fi.
Yeah, but
it's
there-
very interesting.
there's something to the Mormon religion. They said that in the South Park episode, by the way. That's why you need to watch it. The Randy, the neighbor dude, was like, I know that it's a fake religion, but there's just something to that religion. We should go visit them more often and have dinner with them, stuff like that. And his kids are like, "What the fuck?" Like, anyways, it's hilarious, but it's true. So go watch it and then come back and we'll.
They've got that. They talk about what's called Jack Mormons.
What's that?
Okay, so Jack Mormon it's somebody who's doing exactly that, pretty much admittedly. Now, whether they're Christian or atheist or whatever, they know it's junk, but they hold up the standard. And typically, these are actually the better ironically, some of the better Mormons, they hold it up for the family structure, but they know it's jank. You can still go get drunk with them or whatever, but you just can't tell the wrong people. It's a very church hides it culture out here.
Yeah.
It's it's an interesting place, and the women are good looking out here. I will say.
Also, final selling point for the Mormon Church: it's the only religion in America where you can have your own harem. So, like, who wouldn't be interested in that? So, I think I'm gonna go check it out. I'll be
I
back.
mean, that's you gotta go pretty dodgy south for that. They
No,
did
there's
yeah,
a whole
I mean,
religion that's still running it, dude. Whether y'all
yeah, nah.
did it or not.
I mean, look, man. That I got to give them at least a little back. Even the Mormons think those dudes are freaked. The FLDS.
Okay, revisionist
hold up,
history, whatever.
Quiet.
Nah,
$5 super chat. This is actually towards you, I-Fi. Ghost.
I-Fi, you know you don't
$5
want
super
multiple
chat.
women. It's too
I-Fi,
much.
your attitude in how you act with religion is the reason I don't believe in God or any
Oh,
other
Ghost,
religion
come
starting
on.
today.
Come on, bro. Give me a chance. My attitude.
I-Fi, could that mean you might be even doing like a bad witness thing? Like, do you think? I don't know. I'm just asking you.
Did I betray Glenn with a kiss? Is that what happened?
I didn't. Well, you didn't kiss me. First of all, I would have punched you in
32
your face if you
pieces
got
of
close
silver.
enough.
Where's my 32 pieces of silver?
I don't know.
Based? Remember, I'm working for him, Glenn. I'm collaborating.
You better go collect that money.
I'm working with him.
No, I think like honestly, that's actually troublesome, right? Wouldn't you say that's troublesome?
Some random internet retard complaining about my attitude. He can come on panel and
I mean,
elaborate.
I would honestly, for me, it would be a pause. I would have definitely a pause. And
All right, Glenn, what's wrong with my attitude? Go ahead, bro.
I'm not. It's not me, the one that's saying that you.
What do you
him.
think? What do you think he means?
I
by
don't
my
know. I'm
attitude?
not in his mind. I don't even know what's in my own wife's mind. Stop asking me questions that I don't know.
Maybe.
Wait, are you actually a Christian? And I'm not. I have no idea. So
I'm probably the only Christian on earth. I'm still trying to find one other Christian, but maybe we'll see.
Wow.
I appreciate the avoidance in that, but
yeah, Callum, the answer is yes. I am definitely.
Oh, he
a
says
Christian.
it's your attitude.
Yeah, see
Right.
that attitude right there.
Wouldn't it be a Christian thing to say, you know what? Come to us, even if it's just logical. Even if you don't believe, come to us anyway.
I always argue logic and reason to get into
But
Christianity.
like, I mean, like, no, seriously. No, let's just like put this comment aside. But let's just ask the general question.
Okay.
If someone comes to you and be like, hey, you know what? Watching you is why I think that I don't believe in God.
Okay, I'll ask him why. Why do you
Like,
feel that way?
Okay, so you ask him why, and then like
He just
let's
said
say
that
like let's say
attitude.
he
Wait, you mean believe in God or believe in Christianity?
like they renounce like their faith in God, or like, you know what, so, or choose not to go to become a Christian because like, oh, it's people like you. Like, I think if somebody came to me and said that to me, like, I'm not gonna
No
lie.
signal. You just lost your feed.
I know. Hold on. If it was me, I would probably be like, yo, what did I do? Hold on. Let me talk about this. What, and then
Yeah.
if I, and then I'd be like, oh, I need to repent for this, like totally. Like, I would definitely like try to,
Okay.
I would
now,
definitely inquire because
okay, now
I
do
wouldn't
that.
want that.
Now do that for 30 years and see how much patience and tolerance you have for evil retards with severe mental illness.
Well, no,
And
Glenn,
then-
you're not a priest, bro.
And then weigh those battles and try to figure out which ones are worth your time, Glenn. So, like I said,
I would say like just even the one, if one just come up to me, I would want to examine.
hey, Glenn,
what I did wrong.
I asked your friend to come up on panel and elaborate on what he means by my attitude. Did he take up that offer?
says he can't go on panel. He is at work, or some of us
Okay,
work.
well, maybe next time, bro. That's all right. I'm patient. I'll be around.
Well, Glenn, you're not an apologist though. Like if you were to drive somebody away by just stating your interpretation.
No, if somebody
Like-
says like because of or because of Christians like Glenn, I don't want to be a Christian. I would never want to be a Christian because I would be like, oh shit, I must be like a real horrible ambassador for God. Like I need to check myself. What am I doing? Like, where am I going wrong? Where am I? You know what I'm saying? Like I would want to self-reflect. That would be me.
That sounds like good intentions. That's gonna take you down a rabbit hole you'll never dig yourself out of, because now you're trying to please everyone on earth because everyone's gonna bitch about something, and you'll never make everyone
you open
happy.
yourself to manipulation there. Glenn.
Yeah, and then you
Well,
waste all
I
your
guess
time.
he wants you to meet him in Taylor, Michigan.
All right, Glenn is my producer, and
But no, I'm not. You don't hire
Glenn, how
me.
come you ain't getting paid more for this shit, man?
I want $1,000 in cash handed to me
When?
before the exchange begins.
Oh,
No,
yeah,
it's not
don't-
me.
don't-
I'm
don't-
100. You are the one he has an issue with. But
Don't
Anyways.
forget. Don't forget the
I think he wants you to
chocolates
meet
and the
him in,
date atmosphere.
I think he wants you to meet him in Michigan. So aren't you
Yeah.
in Michigan, I-Fi?
preferably organic. I'm not telling you where I am, bitch. Nice try, FBI.
Why would I be the FBI?
I don't know who you are, who you hang with. I'm not telling you anything, man. You just look at the seashell. That's all you need to know about Fi.
Yeah, them seashells by the seashore be doing a lot of.
Have you ever seen me on camera, Glenn? Ever on the internet?
No,
There you
but
go.
I'm glad I wouldn't want to see your ugly mug. It's
That's
okay.
true. I'm sparing you the horror that you'll see. But anyways, Callum, since Glenn can't guess what my attitude problem is, see if you can take a stab at it. Callum, why do you think I'm turning people off to Christianity? Go ahead.
I don't know. I don't really give a shit. I don't, honestly, dude, have enough exposure to you to care.
Sorry,
I would
Ghost.
say, here's what I would say, dude.
Yeah,
From
yeah.
my very limited perspective, it would be that I have no idea whether you're trolling or not trolling.
No,
that
no,
would
no,
be the
no.
only
Listen,
thing.
Callum, earlier when you asked me if I'm a Christian, I very seriously, no sarcasm, said yes, 100%.
Okay, fair enough. So I don't know what the issue would be there. I mean, I don't know how
I'll give you some ammunition, Callum. One of my main complaints is I always claim to be the one true Christian. So, is there a problem with that claim?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't Christ be a Christian?
Exactly. I'm a follower of the one true God.
Yeah,
Christ
so
is
do you
part of
like
the
you,
Trinity.
so I mean, you're
I mean,
saying
like,
the
I
only
really
one ever,
wish,
the
like,
only one currently
I really
living.
wish I was cool enough, like, to have like the real Joe Rogan in my chat.
I believe
But,
it's real. I believe it's the real Joe Rogan. Put
you
that
know,
up on the monitor.
I will
Davey.
settle with the
I-
fake one
I-
for now.
Yeah. What's up?
You know you're fucking around when you say that, so it's stupid. Not stupid to say it. It's just stupid for somebody to believe it.
Which part?
To say you're the only real Christian.
Why is that impossible? Is everyone who claims to be a Christian true?
I wouldn't say that it's impossible, right?
Okay, then prove me wrong, Callum. That's your job. If you deny my claim, you have to
Now
prove me
look what you're
wrong.
doing. Look what you're doing. I find now you're making Clover Tech want to commit self-deletion.
Well, that's a quick way to meet God, but you might want to prepare your soul before you do that.
I just got done saying that a lot of Mormons pretend to be Mormon, but they don't believe it. So
All right. Well,
I can't prove you wrong or right, bro.
If you want to know anything about my beliefs, all you have to do is ask me, and I'll tell you what they are.
Well, yeah, you already said that you're the one true Christian.
Exactly. If you crack open the Bible and you
throughout all of
the
history,
answers are there.
throughout all of history, or just
no,
right now?
no. There's been others. There's apostles, disciples. There's a whole bunch of them. Not all
Okay,
the apostles, but most of them
So you're the only one right now.
that I'm aware of. I have an open mind to anyone else that thinks they qualify.
Also, you don't know that you're the only one.
Yeah. I'm not saying I know for a fact. I'm just saying I
Okay.
haven't seen any evidence to convince me that there are others around.
I mean, that is, I will say, it's not technically wrong, but that is the Matt Dillahunty, approach to. I'm not
That's an
convinced.
insult. That's an insult, bro.
It was bad. I'm sorry, bro.
So here's
you
my
are
point.
funny. You are funny. That dude's not. So I take it back.
Thank you. So here's my point, dude. I believe in objective truth, and so that's the problem. Most humans you encounter are all these like subjective feelings people, and so I don't have time for those people. If you want to claim objective truth, you can come to me and we'll debate it. Sound good?
Yeah. Objective truth definitely
All right.
exists. That doesn't mean I know it, but it does exist.
Well, I mean, who does know it?
I call. This is why I say that I'm not an atheist.
Hey,
I'm a
Callum.
It's
I'm
the ultimate reality, bro.
Callum. I'm not
Yeah.
claiming 100% knowledge. That would be blasphemy.
I
I'm claiming
agree.
as a human, I'm about 90% sure I am following the one true God. Does that sound about accurate?
I mean, I wouldn't put 90%, but
All right.
yeah.
Well, then why not? Try harder, bro. Bootstraps. Grab them.
I mean, I could. What if I say 91% or 89?
If you can convince me that's true, I'll agree with you.
Oh yeah, I don't care to convince you, but
Oh, see that? There you go.
well, no,
I'll
look,
tell you-
you're asking me to convince you, right?
Yeah.
That's not. I can't convince you of something.
Yes, you can.
No, I
convince
mean,
You know
me
what?
stuff
You know
all the
what?
time.
With all this craziness that you're talking, I think you need to wash your mouth out with some soap. And the best soap I would recommend to use
It
is
is ball
Tactical
soap.
Soap by Grondike Soap Company. The
It's
game
upside
changer,
down.
all right? This soap right here has pheromones. It will make ladies want to smell you, get close to you, probably even touch your balls. And hopefully your wife will do it even more. So if you want to get clean, like and clean their mouths out, you got to get some Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company. And just to show you what it's like, here's a little clip.
And now
This episode was brought to you by Tactical Soap from Grondike Soap Company, a game changer in men's grooming. Crafted with natural pheromones, it's designed to elevate your alpha status, masculinity, attractiveness, and charisma. Each bar is meticulously formulated to invigorate your sense and leave you feeling confident and irresistible. Unleash your true potential with Tactical Soap and command attention wherever you go. Order now by using the link in the description of this video.
All right, fellas. So let's go around the horn real quick. Final words.
Wait,
I
do they
got some
sell? Do they
things to
sell a like a pouch for your vest with the tactical soap for your tactical vest?
Yeah, they do.
Sorry, Glenn.
They totally do. You can get it.
I have to be an
Tell 'em I
idiot
sent-
sometimes. It's a mandatory.
Tell them I
thing.
sent you. Tell them I sent you to go get it. No, they'll give it to you.
keep it in your mouth.
Um,
There's my final words.
that's your okay. That's
Wash your mouth out.
yeah. Very good.
Clean words.
Callum, final words.
Yeah, no, I don't have a channel. I don't care. Happy to be on. You guys are pretty fun today.
Well, thank you. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. All of you that have been watching for the last several hours. We covered some pretty good stuff, and I enjoyed the conversation and the trolling. And yeah. Later on, I'll be on with Kat and Teriak as we're gonna continue writing our outline for our short film called Trad Camp. Yeah. So stay tuned for that if you guys want to tune in for that. Keep an eye out. And then we'll be on probably later on the night, and we'll see. We'll go from there. Actually, I'll definitely be on the night because I will be on with Speakeasy doing Verbal Combat. I'm gonna give it a shot with those guys. My goal is to try to beat Wally. Yeah, we'll see though. But until then, you guys, peace.
Later.
Oh yeah,
Later.
don't forget, watch this amazing video that for you fellas, if you want to help your ladies, if you're trying to find a man and trying to keep a man, I have a program for you, and it will really help. All you got to do is follow 3 easy steps right here.
This is the Good Wife's Guide to help you, young wives, be a great wife for your husband. Step 1, cleaning. That's right. It's always pleasant to come home to a clean house. So ladies, make sure that you are in your proper cleaning clothes and cleaning the house, for when your husband gets home, he can see that you have kept the home tidy for him. And always let him catch you cleaning, especially in that outfit. It makes him so full of joy. Next up, cooking. That's right, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. Make sure that his dinner is ready when he comes home. And don't forget to wear that little outfit you're supposed to wear when you're cooking your man a meal. You know the one. And finally, bedtime. When you're going to bed, ladies, make sure you put on one of those sexy little nighties to entice your husband and let him know that right now is the time for him to enjoy the youth of his wife right before he goes to dreamland, where he could dream all about it all over again. And that concludes the Good Wife's Guide. That's it, ladies. If you just follow those 3 simple steps, you will have the most happiest